GG. Okay. Here. Is there someday I'll... Hey, open that up. Open that up. Go to Discord. Everyone. There we go. Live. Copy, paste. Paste. There we go. Bam. All right. I'll be right back. I'm going to dress room. PP. Hello? Yo, hello? Yo, can y'all hear me? Hello. Yeah, what's up, everyone? What's up? Well, good morning. Good morning, chat. How is everyone in chat doing today, this morning? Yo, glitched this. Thanks to the follow. I appreciate it. Chat, good morning. I am live. I am here. I am gonna play some Minecraft today. Yeah. How's everyone's Tuesday? How's everyone's Tuesday? Yes, Andres, we hear. Wait, yes, we are hearing you. W. What's up, Bandy Blue? What's up, Lightness King 2036? What's up? Hello. Why am I so? Oh, I need to change my skin. I'm not. Hold on. Let me change my skin real quick, because I am not orange. I'm gray. I am not orange. Get the skin off my skin. Thank you. I got it here. Yes. Download. Mojang. What games do you play? Minecraft, Valorant. That's it. Are you having a good day? I mean, I woke up at 6 in the morning. Yeah, I'm having a great day. I'm having a pretty champ day, to be honest with you. And I wanted to stream today because, you know, why not? I haven't streamed in like 2 days since Sunday. So yeah, we're live though. We are live though. Let me put that skin there. Upload. There we go. And log out. Cynical, what's up, dude? Haven't watched your streams in so long. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. What's up, Sailor? Hello. What's up, Mikas? By the way, what's up, Green Rider? Why did these messages just pop up for me? Yo, Toxic Gamer. Sorry, I haven't been on the Discord. You're good, Toxic Gamer. You're good. Yo, Bandy Blue, what's good? Yo, Toxic Gamer, I was first. You were first, yes. What's up, Green Rider? Hi, Honors. Hi, chat. What's up, dude? Hello. Hi, Mikas. Hello. Hello. Is that hello in German? See, I'm so smart, bruh. I'm so smart. Dude, I dead ass need to start streaming early again. Also, I have to leave at 4 because I'm recording a video. I'm recording a video. What's up, morning, Mitch? Hello, hi, Mitch. How are you, Mitch? How's your day today? Am I gray again? I think I'm gray, right? Yeah, I should be gray. Yeah, I'm gray. There we go. We'll get into a battle. No, not battle box. I want to do sky battle first, and then we'll go to battle box. Qndres is gonna upload. Yeah. I have like 4 plugins already made, so yeah. I don't expect the videos to do good. I mean, I do, but you know, at the same time, I don't. Wait, free? Yeah, yoinkies. Wait, free? Yoinkies. Wait, free? Yeah, yoinkies. What else is free? Wait, free? Wait, mine now. Is that it? Nice. Got everything that's free. Wait, what else is free, bruh? Battle pass. I don't know what this does. I don't know what any of this does. What do you got to give me for free? Absolutely nothing. I don't need you, dude. That's weird. Let me put out that I'm live on Twitter. Yo! Wait, why can't I see that? Wait, is my chat like glitch or something? Yo, chat, I think I'm glitched, bruh. Thanks for the 100 bits, Bandy, but dude, I can't see that. Well, yo, I think I'm legit glitched. I think my Twitch is glitched. I can't see those bits in the chat. Only see it in my my feed, on my Streamlabs feed, and then I can only see. Wait, what? See, what? I just see him now, and then whoa. I think I'm glitched. You just got out of class. Like that message just popped up for me. What? Yo, I definitely have to be glitched, right? There's like no other explanation for this. Has to be glitched. Okay, we got mid first. Okay, okay. I'll probably, I don't know, that's so weird. Yo, bro, just leave me. Okay. Wait, did he get it? Oh. Yo, thanks for follow. Appreciate it. Yo, Dizzy, thanks. Hello, welcome, Dizzy. Yo, chat. I am glitched right now. Sorry, hold on. Chat.
Hope you have a good stream.
Chat. I am so glitched right now. It's crazy. Are you the best in the West? No, I'm the horrible in the West. Bye. I'm horrible. TNT. Okay. I need to get better for the next mayhem, okay? Okay. Like what? Nice, good kill, bro. Yeah, I don't know who you are, bro, but good job. Sorry, hold on, chat. Someone just saved the shit out of me. And now I'm dead, though. Okay, we got out of it. We got out of that sticky situation. Holy shit. Is your name Andrea? No, my name is Andreas with the S. Oh, I need food, bruh. Shh. Shit, chat, shit. Thanks, Izzy, for the alert, by the way, and for the sub. I appreciate you. Also, what's up, Danish? Hello. Thanks for the follow. What's up, Zyke? No, wait, definitely sleep again. No. My recording today is at 4 p.m. They're gonna be busy today. I think they're recording a video. So yeah. I need some steak, bro. I need some steak ASAP. Wait, please. Wait, please. Drop your steak. Wait. Okay. What's up, Cookie Face? Hello. Oh. No. GG's. GG's. No steak. Rip. All right, Cookie Face. Hello, hello, hello. Yo, what's up, Mr. Woo Woo? Dude, chat. My stream is not stream, but like my thing is really glitchy. No, I think my whole stream is glitchy. Like I legit can't see anything. Like I can't see chat for some reason. Okay, I can see like it's like really delayed though. I don't know why my chat's delayed. That guy was cracked. What's up, Sam? Kilroy, what's up? Like, yo, this is weird, bruh. And then my everything's like just delayed. Subs are delayed. Everything's delayed. Whatever. We're not gonna chat. You know what? We're not gonna focus too much on it. We're streaming. We're streaming, and it's all that matters. I'm live. Okay, I'm live. It's cool. I'm live. I'm live. I'm live. Hopefully everyone's having a good morning. It is only 10:50. It's about to be 11 a.m. for me. Not too shabby. 11 a.m. I didn't have to out that I'm live. Like, whatever. It's fine. Okay. I don't want that anyways. All right. Some guy just stole my freaking cobwebs. I could have creeper cobwebbed, but you know. Cobwebs? A little levy action though. Okay. Nice too. Another levy. 4 levies and leggings. Okay. So I'm a little up. I can't hear anything. Think I'm blind. Death. I killed someone. Don't know how, but I did. What's up, Enabling? Happy National Boyfriend Kitten. Wow. Mr. Enabling. Take me out to dinner first. What's up, Enabling? How are you, man? Good morning to you. How was your Wednesday morning, kitten? No, Tuesday. What am I saying? Oh. I love people. Okay. One sec. I gotta focus up. This is like UHC to me. I'm at work right now. Wait, bruh. Bro, just quit work, bruh. Bro, just quit work and be a Minecraft streamer. Because I love this game too much. Alright, well, I'm just gonna go all in on this guy. Bye-bye. Oh, he's still alive. Wow. Where'd he go? Alright. Bye-bye, bro. Boosfer! Sweat? Who are you calling a sweat, bruh? Who are you calling a sweat? Unless I may get a promotion. Don't quit your work. Wait, Fry, you work at Top Golf, right? Wait, Boost, for next time you come to Cali, bro, we're going to Top Golf, dude. I forgot. We should have gone there instead of going to the place we went. Like, oh my. Okay. An axe? What's up, teammates? Wait, bruh. Oh my! When are you gonna win a Minecraft event? If I win next, okay, yo, Boosfer. If I win next Minecraft event, you buy me a full trip to Norway. Yo, is mine not like register or something? Oh, what? Never mind, we killed him. Barbass. I have a. Never mind. Yo. Okay. Calm down, bro. All right, we gotta eat food. You? I hate you so much. Why'd you just all in me, bro? Why? For what? For what? Okay. All right. All right. Hi, VO. Hello. What's up? Test subject. Hello. Y'all get to use food. Yes, I do. It's weird watching Twitch live for the first time. Wait, W. I got to my gov class and the teacher hates phones. Bro, just don't go to your gov class. Listen, do what I used to do. Go to your gov class. Tell them you need to use the restroom, and then stay there for 1 hour. And then when you come out of the restroom, say, yeah, my stomach was hurting. W. Bro, you can't get higher than me. Stop talking about. All right. I bet. I bet. Yo, Tiago, thanks for follow. I appreciate it. I bet. I bet. I bet. So trying to get a bunch of people to go to the one to Vegas. I don't know if I'm going to Vegas anymore. I need to save up money for VidCon, because I am, dude. So the next VidCon, we're trying to get like a crazy place, bro, like, and be there for like a whole week. Because, dude, VidCon, I'm telling you right now, bro, everyone at TwitchCon, bro, there's a lot of people that have egos there. I'm like a steward. Steward's going, bro. There's so many people with egos at VidCon. All right. I'm gonna get to, wait, hold on. I'm like, oh, you want, wait, look. Yo, look. Yo, bro. Okay. Well, whatever. Yeah, chat, just ditch school and play Minecraft. Yep. Do that, chat. No, don't do that, bruh. Get your school in. Get your college degree. Don't be me. The school was long lockdown. Next exams last week, and my friend, she didn't give us note, and yet I'm dead. Wait, what did I just read? I read it. I'm dead, and my teacher. Like, yo, hello? That can't be good. Wait, Boosfer, I started uploading my VODs to, or like, you know, highlight my VODs and then upload them. Pretty cool, right? I don't know, Davidlin, but yo, bro, I was watching your stream yesterday. You're playing Hypixel, bro. I saw it, bro. Bro, I saw it. Trust. You're doing you died to like a cheater, right? Or like you're about to make Exodus and you died, bro. Come on now. You see me, I'd be making Exa like no, you know, because I'm just too good at the game. Oh, he's over here. Wait, what? Where'd he go? Wait, bro, watch this. Uh-oh. Ah! Come on, wait. Wait. I hear someone. Wait, Chip Plays, come here. The answer name. Think I killed him? Killed someone? Nice who? Wait, double lava? Oh! All right. Wait, yo, bro's a little laggy. Oh. Get him, teammate. W teammate. Okay. My school's on lockdown because of wait, isn't there about to be like a wait, chat, in literally 30 minutes, there's about to be a like notification on my phone apparently. Because the US is testing their national something? I don't even know. All right, this guy's just trying to go away from me. W. Bro does not want the smoke. Wait, teammate, come up here, bro. Okay, they're all going down. All right, they're all below me. If I was Yellow, I'd go mid and just put lava everywhere. Hi, Joker. Good morning, Joker. How are you, Joker? Hello, Joker. Hi, Joker. Meow, meow. Thanks for follow, friend. Yiddy, 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 yiddy. Hit the gritty, hit the gritty. Oh my god. Wait. Hopefully that kills him. That does. Well, there's a guy right below you, sir. Bow him off, you please. Oh, GG's. Yo, this guy's... Yo! Bro is lucky! Huh? Bro lagged? Huh? Yo, that can't be real, right? Wait, that can't be real. Bro teleported and for... Can I ping other people? I can't. I don't think... Wait, lurking while studying exam for my midterm? Oh yeah, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck on your midterm. GL. Yo, Paderos, thanks to follow. Am I recommended? Sounds like a skill issue to me. Honestly, it could be a skill issue. It low-key could be a skill issue. Bro, you can't even place high. Okay, read that already. But I ain't in the US. Wait, where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? Are you like EU or something? Where are you from? Yo, my form is actually crazy. Oh my god, bro. I've been squeezing this stress reliever thing for like a week straight. And dude, I swear I got like more grip on my hands now. Qndres, your buns, bro. Thanks. Okay, I just got called buns. It's crazy. Yeah, you're allowed to just come in queue. Just don't snipe. Chat, apparently I'm buns. Nah. I have a friend. I was playing with him the other day. He has a YouTube rank, and he was just like, everyone that like talked trash on him, he was just like, yeah. And who are you again? A lol, dude. Chat, should I start being like that? This guy thinks he's lying to water. Bro, that's his teammates that locked him up. Yo, hello? Thank you for caption extension. Oh, you're welcome. I know it might be a little scuffed because I speak too fast, but hey, it's something. I tried it before already. With I tried to try to follow what I was saying. Bro, it did not make sense sometimes. Bum, bum. Oh my god, I'm a sniper, chat. Okay. Bro! Wait, who was the guy that said I was buns? What team was he on? I have an order for him. Who was? What's his name? Wise. His name is Wise something. Oh well. GG Wise. Wait, who died? Who did he die to? Oh, I don't even know. Dumb bro. Okay, well, that works. And my teammate's dead. No, he's not. Baablu. Baablu. Wait, Baablu trying to play? Baablu. Wait, chat, watch this. Wait, chat, look at this. Also, Baablu, look. Did you see the group chat already or no? Brother. Okay, maybe. What if I do this? Surely this works. That does not work. Bro did not look at the group chats. What? Okay. That's just not enchanted for me. Oh, It's an ice cream bar. That's an ice cream bar. No, it's not. Maybe it is. I don't know if that is. All right, bet. Oh, 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 oh. Dead. I love Minecraft so much. Yo, bruh, hold on. Rosso Alvis 64. What's up? Hello. The usual Sky Battle teammates. So true. Call me Ross. What's up, Ross? What's up, Evan? Hello, Evan. Wait, chat. Question: is there a link? That's like that's the tag. What's it called? Is there a link that's tabbed? Is it a Discord link that's tabbed? What's your favorite sport to play or watch? Football. Which actually reminds me, I need to watch the Champions League right now in an hour. I'm gonna watch it on my third monitor. I'll watch it on my phone actually. I want to watch that PSV game. I just realized someone. Never mind, I got it myself. What do you think of Manchester City? I think they're goats, especially with Holland. Holland is my goat. I love Holland. Okay. Like, what is wrong with my ping, chat? I'm not bridging. I am not bridging. I refuse to bridge. What team do you support? For what? The Premier League? Premier League? I am a West Ham United fan. Now, don't bully me. It's my first time watching football. And yes, I call it football even though I'm American. That's what it's called. Boink! Boink! Move! Teammate! Bro. Bro. I tried to warn you. Okay, well, there's a gun going. Go. I hate Inter Miami. Wait, Inter? Enter? Was this guy named Wow? Oh, Wow is dead. Wow, you're dead. And I am dead as well. Dude, hello? Bro, definitely getting targeted. Definitely getting targeted. Whatever, it's fine. I wish I had an electric guitar. Really? Also, what's up, Evan? How are you? I'm on your game. Well, am I tripping? Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Bro, you don't have to say that twice, brother. I will read it. I got it. My chat super big. I got it. Linguistically creative students at the University of Oxford in 1880s discussed between the sports rugby, football, and soccer. Association football. The later teams soccer, football, and soccer, and then okay. Chat, soccer, football. The background music, good song. That was "Take Me to Church" by Hozire. I know I have very good music taste. Trust me, I do. Every time I stream, I swear people just want my stream playlist. I'm telling you right now, it's literally private. I'm not giving away. I hear myself. It'll get away from me, Qndres. My stream playlist is private. Don't ask me. $100 and I'll release it. It's too private, chat. Y'all can have it. Some things are meant to be privated. Privated. Okay, why did I scream like that? Yo. Yeah. Yep. Okay, what there? We'll just. Boink. Boink. Okay. Bump. Yo, bro, they're throwing fastballs at me. Wait, I can actually go for the kills here. One. Okay, that guy's over there. Okay. Like, this song is fire, right, chat? Where will this guy go? Dead. Oh. Got him. He's not dead yet. He's just flying. Come on, come on, come on. Thanks for the arrow. Bro, there's no way you have more levies. They're trying to kill me here. Wait, surely has no more, right? Bye. That's like 5 levies that he used, bruh. Okay. What is blood waffling about? Okay. Well, bro, just call me blood. Yo, chat, is it true that the word blood is actually like from the UK or like English slang? I didn't know that until Yellow taught me. Those guys are... Apparently this is called the uppercut. Got that. That. Okay. Okay, that's just weird. Getting critted out. Why did you target me? Huh. Right? I have 2 other guys going for him, but he wants to kill me for some reason. That's very weird. Huh. My dad and his friends ate our family. Okay. Mods? 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 Mods, get him out of here. 30, honestly. Chap. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, perm ban him. Yo, guy's weird, bruh. Chat, is this what I get for streaming at 11 a.m. for me? Like, what in the world are wrong? What's wrong with people? Watch, check, I got you, bro. Okay. What happened to the color crew? Nothing. What do you mean? I'm recording with Kier and Dev today. I probably should not have said that. Okay, yeah, I'm recording with him today. I just leaked something. No, I didn't. It's my own video. Yeah, recording today. Hi, Stuart. Hi, Kitten. How was my kitten doing this morning? Sir, why did you ignore me yesterday? You're mad fake, bruh. You're literally mad fake. Bro, chat, this guy Stuart, literally, I DM him. He DM'd me saying, stop egoing me or something on Valorant. I say, why are you solo queuing? And he ignores me. Like, what? Like, nah. I was about to queue with them too. I felt so bad. Like, why are you solo queuing, bro? I was to leave my own partner to literally queue with them. But no. Bro, egoed me. Wait, bro. I killed someone. Sir, I'm so bad at Minecraft, bro. You didn't say, I know. No, please don't kill those things. I need that. Thank you. Someone just jumped down on me, I think. Why do you play with damage shield? How do you turn it off? I think that's what messes me up. You turn it off? But I feel like I'm not gonna... Whatever, we'll try it. Honors is old. The color crew banner. Well, I am old indeed as well. Wait, look over here. Yep. Okay. Wait, watch this. Watch this. Hold up. Hold up. One. Let me grab one. Holy shit. Why is there a creeper going after me? Bruh. Oh my god, please. You know if you're worth like 2 games? Alright, let's see. Wait, this is the guy that called me Cheeks, no? I got called Cheeks, too. I'm gonna actually, I think it might be this guy actually. Alright, bro. GG's, man. I think that's the guy that called me Cheeks, chat. Well, that guy's dead now. Who's Cheeks now, bozo? Weird players. GG. It is him. It is 100% him. Bro is mad that I killed him. Oh, GG's. GG. GG full caps. Qndres, I got TTS, but it doesn't work. Yeah, I know. It's I broke it myself. I literally disabled it. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that about the damage still. It feels weird. It feels weird. Wait, they're practicing right now, I think. Wait, was that on their team? No, it wasn't. Wait, Red's practicing. I just realized. Go through better to play. Okay, we'll see. Hi, Copper. Copper, how was the Sonic concert? Ask, what do you think about Italy? I've never been to Italy. Dude, I want to travel so bad. Like, why did I not go? Dude, I should go to TwitchCon EU, bruh. Why did I not go? Yello is chomping on Kier's arm. Kier looks tired. Okay. It was the best concert in the world. I don't know about all that now. Peace out, Ross. Adios. Hi, Natalie. Hello. What are you watching right now? Minecraft. Oh, soccer game. Sorry, football game. I should be watching the PSV game, but I don't know what time that is. Can someone check for me, chat? Yo, chat. Someone check when the PSV game is for me, por favor. You Skybattle map? Yeah, it's so like, isn't it like the tree one? Is that the new one? Right? I'm not tripping. All right, someone just left. Someone take 2 leggings, bruh. All right. We're gonna be that guy that just throws a thing at someone and hopefully it lands at someone. It didn't land. In 30 minutes, thank you. Crab mob boats. Yo, that's actually pretty sick though. If you think about it, you can build an extra, you have like an extra, basically like a longer arm to build. That's pretty sick if you ask me. Oh, okay. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what all that chat. Dude, apparently, okay, so Yello sent me the thing. Oh, Yellow sent it in the group chat. So apparently the 3 mobs that are getting added: seagull, jellyfish, crab. For me, nobody wants a fucking seagull in Minecraft, chat. Why? What's it gonna drop, bruh? Shit? Let's be honest. Like, that's all seagulls do, right? Poop on your head, bruh. Nobody wants a seagull. Nobody wants seagulls in Minecraft. Nobody asked for seagulls. Nobody. Ain't nobody. Nate, one person asked for a seagull in Minecraft. Nobody asked for seagulls. Yeah, dude, it's literally another phantom. I was gonna say nightmare. No, it's literally another phantom, bruh. And I feel like if it's like a jellyfish, the potion's gonna be like electricity or something crazy. Wait, actually, if you think about it, what if they add like witchcraft into Minecraft? That'd be pretty sick. Like a whole alchemy update. Qndres in game. Chat, Qndres in game. I'm not in game. L. 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 Thank you, Vio. Well, this guy's just... Okay, that guy just accepted his fate. Oh, the song's fire. Put it up. Wait, no way Qndres in game? Yeah, yeah. Chat, if you ever see me in game, just say I'm in your game. My ego. We're gonna do this. This guy's a Sonic the Hedgehog skin. It's... I just died to Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, Kappa? It says that you did it. Same thing. Peace out, Ivan. Adios. What are your thoughts on the Saudi League, Andy? I haven't watched it, actually. I've not watched the Saudi League. Have not watched. I know it's like Neymar. I don't know. I honestly, it does, to be fair, I feel like now that the Saudis are like, you know, investing a lot of money into the league, football leagues, that gives Saudi Arabia a, like, I don't know, like, one, it makes your league get watched more, right? Because I feel like back then it wasn't really watched, but now it's like actually gonna be watched more. And like, I don't know, just like, I feel like the Saudis are gonna be pretty pog now. Is that, I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong, by the way, but I feel like that whole thing is being crazy now. Like the whole, I just robbed off 4 of them. All the time. All the time. Ba, 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 ba. Sorry, Conpro. Oh, I'm so sorry, Conpro. I feel like shit now. Just killed Evie. I think. Okay. This song is fire, chat. True. It literally, yeah, MLS. Garbage, you know? I don't know. I don't really like that MLS. Look how my teammate. No one. Wait, I'm actually getting used to this now. I just don't see my health a lot now. Bum, 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 bum. I hear someone. Come here. Oh. I'm just dead. GG's. GG. Peace out, Natalie. Or, I mean, I'll see you a bit soon. The only reason I watch MLS is because I wanted to see Messi play that MLS, and that's the only reason why. And I feel like now, because Ronaldo's in them, like in the Saudi league, and so is Neymar, and so is so many other people, like it just brings more eyes into the Saudi, you know. It's pretty cool. Did you spell roll wrong on the party roll on Discord? Wait, did I actually spell roll wrong? Wait, no, wait, is it an I or E? Bro, you're I'm tripping out. Hold up. Wait, I thought yo, wait, hold on. How long has that been a thing for? Yo, no. Yo, how long has that been there for? Bro, nobody told me that it's been saying Roy. Yo. Hi, Mish. I'm behind on color crew. Tobert, you're fine. Don't worry. You're fine. I need someone to make my skin in a, like, one of those duck ones, but not like the yellow, not like a yellow duck. I want like a white duck onesie, you know? Can someone do that, please? Can someone please do that? I did not, dude. That means it's been like that for like a year now, maybe 2 years then. That's crazy. Bro, that's actually like, I'm looking triggered that it's been like that for like the last year, bro. No one told me. Odds. Yo, I got 6 of them. Wait, we go back now? No, we don't. Boink! No way, it almost did. That's all 4 of them there, bro. What am I doing? All right, well, I just missed that jump. Hold on, I gotta make them. Okay. Nice, kill him. All right. Bro, just run. Bro, ran. Okay. I need leggings though. And bro has what I need. Okay. You're not that old, are you? I'm 24 years old, bro. I'm pretty old. I'm literally about to hit 25 soon, like 3 months. And for that, I will doing a subathon. Holy shit, that's crazy. That's crazy lazy. I didn't mean to like, I didn't know who that was. I just said, okay. Okay. So you're not gonna get up this ladder? Trust me, it's a cool ladder, man. Come up this ladder. Come on up. Come on up. 13 arrows. Wait. I don't want to go for that. Please no. All right. How is he laggy and just killing me like that? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. What's up, Orbit? Hello. Play heal battle. GG's. He's 80. He's 78. 24 is crazy. Yep. Wait, how does those skins for like the Minecraft Mayhem work? Just make skins of people based on the color of the team. Wait. Skins for the people based on the color. Yeah, so let's say not let's say, but like, so in Mayhem, my team name is the Bloody Bread Bites, right? So like everyone on Twitter would make like, you know, they would make skins for us, for our whole team, not only for one person, but for our whole team. And if, hey, yo, chat, if you guys make me a whole group of skin, I'll wear it. I'll wear it to whoever makes me a skin. And last minute me. I might play some battle box low key. I don't play some battle box. The blue chest up here? Wait, what? It's when? No way. What's up, Mish? What's up, Anulo? Hello. Hola. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Who made this? Honest, I think that's the one that I got from Fiverr. That was a Fiverr emo. Was that you, Cat Tomboy? Let's see. Is that you? Are you It's Tan? GG's. I love Sweatherwear. It's such a chill out of there. True. It is. I thought it was Baablu. Sweat. Lunar or Feather? Neither. Baablu, you're still here? Yo, Baablu. Yo, Baablu. Yo, Baablu, if you do twitch.tv/gift, dude, I heard that you can get like, no lie, like $30, like from like Twitch. Like if you gift like 30 right now, like you get like you get like you get like something cool, you know? All right, Cat Tomboy. Oh. Oops. Not sure if that was a. What are you trying to? Yeah. Oh, yep. Okay. Baablu, so okay, listen. If you give 30 right now, I like, dude, the light turns green, you know? Bro, how do you not know, bro? What is blood yapping about? Oh my god. Surprise attack. Wait, surely I'll fight each other, right? Hello? Yo! Okay, yo, chat. Y'all see what I deal with? Y'all see what I deal with? Oh, that's literally all green team. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. The emo stopped here. It is. This guy's trying to scam. No. Listen. If you give 30, you get 30. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, it's kind of like a crazy like deal, dude. Yeah, you should try it. Like low key. But low key, you should try it. It's Baablu being a nerd. We went there like a year ago or something. Maybe 2 years ago now. Holes in my sweater. Also, yo, chat, like 999 more subs until 30K. Please sub to me. Please sub to me right now. We're literally almost there. No, on YouTube. My fault. There's not even a subathon. Wait, why does it say subathon? Odds. Wait, odds. I'm not doing a subathon. Wait. Yep. You're saying if I get 30, I get big money. No. If you give 30, I get big money, but you get nothing. Like, think about it. But I think it's worth it because like think about the math, right? It's like you lose 150, but you get nothing in return. Like, it's kind of like a perfect deal. Yo, bro, perfect. Thanks for this follow, by the way. Appreciate it. I don't know. Chat, would you guys do that? Chat, would y'all try to change that? I mean, have y'all tried that before? Like, if you give 30, you get nothing in return, but you get like a pretty cool badge next to your name. Like, hi, Isame. Why did Boosfer quit and Yello does handle spicy? Dude, chat, there is no beef in Color Code. Why does everyone think that we hate each other now? Chat, Dev is always sleeping. Kier, okay, they took a break, okay, chat? Literally, they all, okay, well, everyone in green's dead or something? Yo, what's happening with the team, bruh? Yo, team. No! Damn it. I get a telemessage. Why? Dude! Chat, honestly, you know what? I'm gonna leak it. Chat. I'm leaking it right now. Chat, Dev is no longer with Kier. Yep, they broke up. Yep, I leaked it. There it is. Chat, they broke up. There, I see it. Yep. Kier and Dev broke. They broke up. Yep. That's why there's no upload, chat. Yep. I'm gonna leak it. There it is. Yep. Now, if you give me 30, no, I'm playing, chat. I was gonna be like, yeah, if you want to see them together, give me 30 and they come back together. Yo, okay. Yo, I'm crazy. Okay, I gotta calm down, bro. I'm leaking right now. They broke up. Nah, that's crazy. Yo, milking the drama. Chat, I'm not talking until I get 100 subs. Yo. Welcome back, Ross. Yo. Chat, if I'm ever in drama, yo, I'm milking that shit, chat. Yo. Yes, you know, I made a mislap of my judgment, but $30 and I'll leak the next thing. My team is AFK. My team is Compro and Compro is AFK. Compro! Yo! All right, bro. All right, bro, you're dead now, bro. And then I'm dead because this server is just so amazing, and I love the server a lot, actually. Yo, I appreciate y'all, everyone in the server. The color crew got me into Minecraft. Wait, really? Hey, dubs. And he's on Dev's side of the breakup. Yeah, I love Dev. I love Dev every single day of my life. I don't know where he's at right now, but yep. Yo, it's crazy, chat. I'm gonna be talking to Dev for the first time in like 2 months. No troll. Like literally today at 4 p.m. PST. Not on stream. I'm recording a video today. 10 reasons why you should go to Italy. 1, pizza. 2, lasagna. 3, pasta. I've heard pasta. Pizza is actually not pizza. Is it pasta? There's one thing that Italians didn't actually make. I think it's pizza. I think pizza originated from like China. Hold on. Did pizza originate from in Italy? Never mind. Might be pasta. Where did pasta originate from? See, centuries. It's pasta. It's pasta. It's pasta. Yep. Pasta. The pasta is from South Asia. Dev cheated on Kier for Andy. Wait, what? Bro, who calls Twitter X? So nerd, bruh. I call Twitter. I'm not calling it X, bro. The hell? Yeah, I go on X all the day. You know, chap, I've never actually had pho before. Never had pho. Is pho good? Why did I throw my leggings out? Shut out my head. My bedroom tonight. Oh my god. Hold on. 2 levies in every single chest. Bottom chest. Are you why? Why just go for me? Like what? Your team is dying. Okay. Like what? That okay. That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. It's weird. Wait, Baablu. So Baablu, the deal is on, right? Ow. Can I get an answer real quick? Ask, not answer. Wait, what? Stop playing Minecraft or lose $100 at some random time. Shit. Lose $100 at some random time. I'm rich. Chat, come on now. Yo! Thank you, bruh. Thank you, bruh. Appreciate it, bruh. Shout out, broski. Oh, never mind. They got all of it. Let's see how much I lag here. Okay, let's get that. Okay. All right, another one. Bam. Okay. Oh my fucking god. No, bro. Calm down, bro. Yo, my whole team just went past you. What? Yo, chat. What is wrong with people, bro? Bye. I'm just out of here, bro. All right. GG's, buddy. GG's, I got one. GG. Hello. Why did you choose to become a streamer on Twitch and not something else? I'm just curious. I mean, I do YouTube as well. I don't just do Twitch. You check out my YouTube. Expect my YouTube. Go sub to me now. And then, yeah. Wait, where did you find me from, Ross? Are you a YouTube viewer or a Twitch viewer or a Twitter viewer or Instagram viewer? Did you follow me today? Thank you. Appreciate it. Wait, but like, you literally followed me today though on Twitter, on Twitch. So how did you find me? That's my question. Yo, if you're a lurker, by the way, I love you. Appreciate it. Appreciate you lurking. Yo, Dev. It's not Dev. That's Happy Crafter. Yeah. So how did you find me though? From YouTube. Okay. So you just found me. What? Who's hitting me, bruh? No idea who they are. Yo, why are we blowing him? Shot him twice and it still got it. Blow me. Or not. Wait, is that a Minitech skin? Wait, are you Minitech? Yo. Yo, Minitben. Yo, Minitben. Is that Minitben? Wait. I can't tell. That's not Minitben. That's an Enderman skin. That's not Minitben. Did I miss anything? Not at all. Oh my god, my teammate is dying, bruh. Can I kill this guy here? Here you go, you build. Bridge. Why are you building up, bruh? Whatever. Hello, creeper. Hello. What's up, him? Hello. No way. No way was it? What happened? What did I do? Okay. Jeez. I'm just let it rain, baby. Okay. Okay. I got glitched in a block. Little 1v1, it is. Okay. Can you do P lobbies? I don't have a rank. Is bro making a TXT cannon? What is he doing? Wait. Wait. GG. Bro actually just out. Okay. Okay. Wow. Bro knew what he was doing. Why did I place a lot? Wait, why did I there was a creeper there? Oof, GG's. Song is fire, by the way. Is the Fulbright texture pack a full cheat or is it just normal to have it? I think it is normal. I don't even have it. I just use a Fulbright mod. Yeah, I wish I had a rank. I mean, I have a rank, but I don't have the good rank on here, you know? The plus rank, I guess it's called. What's up, Azan? Azan. Qndres from Rocket League. Yep, that's me. What? Posted Qndres from Rocket League. Chat, am I known in Rocket League? Apparently I am. Yeah, I'm a Rocket League streamer. Azan. Wait, where did this guy go? Oh my god. Ow! Brother. Shit hurts, bro. Oh, let me down. Go, go, go. Go, Azan. Alright, let's look what's on here. Azan, what'd you have for me? Literally just bows. Azan, where'd you go, Azan? Azan, open me up, Azan. I've never played Rocket League in my life. My brother has, though. Boink! Boink! Bro, what are we doing? Yo, okay, I was gonna say. Bald, 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 bald. Teammate, Azan. Oh no. Okay, well. I still have a Fulbright because there's none for you're a mobile player, brother. Well, what if I, bro? I am not on 1.8, bruh. Yo, what are these questions, bruh? Yo, what are these? Yo. These questions can't be real, right? There ain't no way those questions are real. There's no way those questions are real, bro. Yo, do you not see me like on 1.19? I'm gonna do solo right now, Nulo. Oh! All right, this Azan guy. This Azan guy is weird. All right, let's see. All right, I just have no iron sword anymore. Why is this Azan guy on my team, bruh? Oh, he's not. Yes, he is. How? Boosfer, come play with me. I can't with these sweats, bro. I literally cannot with these sweats, bro. I swear, if I get yo, I'm actually getting stream side with this Azan guy. I love Minecraft. Boosfer! I'm not gonna be mean to you, bro. Boosfer, 1v1 me, bro. 20 bucks right now. Boosfer, 1v1 me right now, 20 bucks. Yo, put your money where your mouth is, bro. Put your money where your mouth is. Yo, 1v1. If I lose 20 bucks to you. Wait, no, wait, whoa. If I win, you upload. If I lose, I give you 20 bucks. You don't have that kind of money, yo, yeah. Fuck you. I hate you so much. Chat, this guy Boosfer, bro. Yo, this guy is chat. No. Let me expose this guy real quick. If this guy said place higher than me in a Minecraft event, yo, it was my first ever event, and I got right below him. Yo, you know how embarrassing that is, Boosfer? Yo, I'm telling you right now, the next event I'm in, MC Mayhem next week with Greninja, bro, I'm getting first place. Nah, I'm gonna pay Kill Austin to let me be in first place. Okay, yo, I'm gonna start barking, bro. Dude, Booster's making me sweat, bro. I need water. What was that? Nothing. Don't clip that. Yo, do not clip that. Yo, this. Okay. Yo, the screams of the elderly. Yo, potato. Yo, potatoes. Yo, I am not. Dude, I am old, bro. I'm actually old, bro. Why am I old, bro? Why am I old? Yo, can someone look up when do I start balding? Though. I know I'm okay. I know you guys say I'm bald. Yo, can someone actually look up when does balding start happening? You're fine. Dude. 24. Stop. Okay, yo, stop, bruh. Chat. Stop. Please. I don't want to start balding. I mean, I have like, a lot of hair already, but like, I just don't want to bald. Look at this. Meow. Yo, the god put it there. Help me, teammates. Meow. Why am I meowing? Troll face. Troll face. Yo, bro. Brother's gonna get me killed. Bro, if I die, I swear to God. $20 subs on a punch monitor. Yo, we didn't even have to redeem it. I know. It says early 20s to mid 30s. Well, chat, I'm balding now. Double dozen 24. What? You gotta eat almonds and shit. Vitamins for long hair. Well, I can't eat nuts because I'm allergic. And I can't eat peanut butter because I'm allergic to peanuts, So yeah, why am I aging? I age too fast. Yo, if you're in your 20s, can you guys all agree that once you like hit 21, every age just goes by too fast, right? So I want to go back to school, bruh. Put me in college, please. University. I might actually go back. I'm not sure. I'm still debating. Just finished my AA. I don't know. I should go back, shouldn't I, chat? Yo, 300 retweets and I go back to college. Oh, you know what would be sick in this map? If they added like Death Strider boots. Yeah, I think they're fighting over here. Hi, Nutted Long Legs. Hello. How are you? Hello. Hi. Bum, 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 bum. When did you start playing Minecraft? Dude, I was like 16, 17. I played beta on the Xbox. No. I played cracked Minecraft for like a year until this guy's like, you get shit skin on. Oh. Wait, who booted someone? Chat, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. See, chat, I'm too good. I'm not even gonna die. I'm not even gonna die. I'm not even gonna die. Oh no. Chat, please. Okay. Sorry, someone was at the door for me. Holy shit. Yo, bro wants me so bad, bro. Bro is playing back in 1964. Boosfer. Nah. Booster, I'm telling you, come on and 1v1 me, bro. I'm being serious. 1v1 me, I dare you. Come and 1v1 me. How about we 1v1 in Eliza P, huh? I'll beat you in that game. I'll beat you. Oh, you know what? No. No, I'm not gonna lose my. No. I'm not gonna lose it. I'm not gonna lose it. October 8th. When's October 8th, chat? Get off my nuts and I get good. Okay. Booster, if I win this next one, if I win this game by myself, you have to upload tomorrow. No, you upload Saturday. How about that? If I win this game, you upload Saturday. Bet. My eye hurts. Booster, when are we gonna play like Apex again, bro? Can you just get Valorant? I'll give you a Valorant NA account. Thoughts? Let me just like, you know, we go beast mode, or I'll make an EU account when we play. This guy behind me, isn't there? My own teammate. It'll be Qndres. Chat, this guy does not want to play. I just hydrated. I don't. Oh, that's right. You're also like freaking like European. I forgot. I'm gonna get like 100 ping to your servers. Why does ping exist? You know, one thing in the future that I wish existed is no ping. That wouldn't make any sense, but I wish ping didn't exist. I wish we can just all queue up to the same lobby. Boink. Dead. That song's decent. Chat, by the way, happy National Boyfriend Day. Today is National Boyfriend Day. Go celebrate with your boyfriend, chat. Deadass. Mama. Where's your boyfriend, Qndres? I don't have any boyfriends. I have Qndres. Yo, hello? Guess I gotta give the homie a kiss. It's Dev. Yeah, when he joins the call. Yeah. It's Dev. It's Boosfer and Dev and Yello and it's everyone. Yo, okay. Yo. What's yo? Chat. Nah. Wait, I'm gonna get clipped out of context and just get memed on for the rest of my life. Hi, Jazz. Jazz, I watched you play Valor yesterday. I just didn't talk at all. I saw you. I saw you, bro. I saw you. You're crazy. You're crazy. Watch this. Making your own piss. Wait, I don't kill him? Oh my. Bye. Okay. Okay. So you hate me is what no, I don't hate you, bruh. You're saying you are like XQC saying chat every 2 seconds. Bro, I don't say chat at all. You're trolling. You are trolling. Okay, I'll stop saying chat now. Should I poop or keep watching stream? Yo, let Andre. Okay, so I'm getting stream snipe for sure. Hacks, wow, is stream sniping. Cool. Hacks, you're trolling. They really want Boosfer to upload. Nah, because I saw a something on Twitter where it was like some girl saying that she doesn't wipe. Bro, that's weird, dude. Why are people so weird, bruh? Yo, that can't be real though, right? That actually can't be real. Yo, I know Boosfer doesn't wipe. That's for sure. Hey. Yeah. Why is the music so loud? Oh no. What? Well, Boosfer, you're not uploading. Wait, that. Oh shit. If Qndres wins, he has to post a booty pic on Twitter. Yo! Wait, Boosfer, I'll send you one right now. Wait, Boosfer, look at DMs right now. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. I gotta find it. Go here. Go there. Wait, Boosfer, don't leak this. Don't leak this. Wait, Boosfer. Do not leak. Don't leak. Yo. Boosfer, don't leak that. Whatever you do not leak that. Whoever, don't leak that. Yo. Don't leak that, Boosfer. Also, yo, Boosfer, stay up, bruh. Stay up 4 more hours so you can record with us. So you can actually hear Dev talk for like the first time in 3 months, bro. What are the odds that he sleeps in? No way, right? Nah, he said 100%. He said 100%. Nah, Boosfer won't leak it, chat. I trust Boosfer. He won't leak it. Thanks for follow, MH. Appreciate it. Hello. Meow. Okay. Wait. Boink. Boink. Hoi. Okay. Chat, do I suck? Wait, why am I saying? Okay, I gotta stop saying chat. All right. Yo, guys, do I suck? Meow. Kitten, kitten, kitten. Man, why are you doing like that, bruh? Oh, chase him, chase him, chase him, chase him, chase him. Wait, no, he lives, right? Oh my god, bruh! Pro does not want to die. GG. Oh my god. Yo. Yes, I want a autograph, please. Who are you? Chat, who is Boba Girl? That's definitely a nickname, isn't it? Boba Girl. Chat, who is this? Bro was asked me if I wanted an autograph. Yep. They left. They logged off. They literally logged off. Yo, person was toxic, man. You suck. I know I suck. I bet my left nut, one of them cancels or doesn't wake up. No way. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way. Okay. If you lose next round, Boosfer leaks your booty pic. Well, it's already leaked. It's out there, chat. It's already out. It's on my Twitter. Okay. Let's target them. What is that? Here we go. Thank you, Zyphrey, for getting started. What? What's happening? What? That just popped up in my chat, bruh. Yo. Yo, what was that? Yo, Zyke, the tier 1. Yo, thank you, Zyke. Yo, I was scared. I was like, wait, what is happening?
Subscribed.
Thanks, Zyke. The tier 1. Chat, we're 1 out of 10. W. I love this. I hate the song, but you know, it's okay. It's all right. All right. It's for the stream. Yep. I love my West Coast ping. How can you hate it? I got reasons to hate it. Private reasons. Personal private reasons. That's why I hate the song. At this point, I'm giving you all your money back. Yeah, why do you sub to me, bro? Don't need to, bro. Bro is editing for free at this point. Oh. Yo, this person does not like me. This person does not like me at all. Want a autograph? Jeez. Yo, this has to be targeting. What's up, RBGA? Hello. Yo, this has to be targeting, right? Yo. Yo! Yo, this can't be real, right? Huh? Oh, okay, well. Yo, that cannot be real. Okay, 30 people on me at all times. I see. Wait, does that mean I have to? No, I'm not gonna leak it. Hi, Mads. Hello. Wait, Mads, happy late birthday, by the way. How did you enjoy your birthday? Yeah, I get stream sniped. I'll play one more, then I play Battle Box. How about that? Battle Box is what I want to play, low key. By the way, if you're haven't already, make sure you hit the follow button. Thank you. I'll meow for the next follower. Wait, I won't. Ow. Chat, invest in a stress reliever ball. It's really good for you. I have one right now next to me. If I'm ever just feeling mad, I just crunch it. Not like with my teeth, but with my hands. Are you allergic to winning? I'm allergic to your bullshit, Boosfer. All right. Enough's enough. Hello. Bum. Everyone should target Qndres. Okay. Yo, there's no way these people are real, right? Dude. Surely I queue battle box and I don't get stream sniped by the same people. Surely, right? Bro, 1,000 more subs, please. Just come faster, man. Okay. Well, nice. Booster, come play, bruh. What are you doing? What are you doing that's no important, bro? Tell me. Let me guess. Playing Apex, freaking... I have nothing. I don't know what else you could be doing. You are doing right now. Oh my god. Yo, like, yeah. Why? I'm chasing this. Nice. I want Chick-fil-A. Yo, Chick-fil-A sounds so bomb right now. Fuck. Chat, I think I'm allergic to actually winning. Like, no troll. Okay. I suck at this game. I suck at this game. I suck at this game. Fine. I need to train more. I need to train more. Get a full squad. Wait, do I even have, yo, oh, who would play right now? Who's awake right now this time, bruh? Is Baablu awake? Baablu. Yo, Baablu, I know you're here still, bro. Yo, pink dude. Yo. I don't know who's awake right now, Boosfer. Dude, I should have gone at Vid Summit, bro. Chat. I was about to go to Vid Summit in Texas today. Like I don't know why I didn't go, bro. I should have gone. I think the only thing that was like causing so much was damn was $1,000 ticket it costs just to get inside. That's crazy. Bro, you're actually Buns. What's up, Qndres? No, this is the guy call me Buns. You're the guy that said I'm the Rocket League dude. Bro, I'm not from Rocket League, bro. Bad Boost, I'll try to get full squad though. I'll invite like everyone that I see on my friends list. I have so many friends, like it's crazy. Yo, if anyone in chat wants to play, it's a friend of mine. Please DM me. I have no friends. Just kidding. I don't know who to ask. I think I can ask Stuart. Wait, actually, wait, it might be at school though. Meow, 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 meow. Oh shit. Oh shit. I got a DM. Hold on. I gotta check it after. There's just no way that works, but okay. Boink. Wait, clean this right here. Wait. Bro. Calm down, bro. Calm down, bro. That guy's name is Gummy. No. Gum MC. On yo, why you call I just read chat and I just almost died. Yo, did y'all see me? No. 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 No, I'm playing battle box. I'm playing battle box. I'm playing battle box. Playing battle box. I'm playing battle box. Baablu. Oh. I suck. It's fine. This is supposed to be a chill stream where I learn how to PvP because I suck so much. I'm chilling. Oh, Baablu's not even here. Baablu left. Oh, by the way, guys, I think what I'm gonna do, since I did hit this, you know, I am gonna do another subathon, and this one will actually be completed. I need to think of more goals though. I'm not gonna do it until I have like a list of goals. Until I have the whole list of goals. So I think the plan is middle of October. Subathon? Yep. We hit our subathon goal. The subathon goal is 150, and someone came, and not someone, but last month, like I think it was the 29th, the 28th, Souls came in and gifted 100. Yeah, okay, I'm a speed kid, I guess. Wait, Epaxi was on, bruh. Nice. Oh my god, my team just saved me. This is the rusher kit. Let's Compro's team. Come on. We win? We win? We win that? Yes, we won that. Let's go. Qndres is so rich. Okay, stop. I'm not rich. I'm broke. I sent you a friend request like a week ago. Wait, did you? I'm sorry. Compro's like really good, bruh. Compro's really under. Oh, this song is good. You streaming, Qndres? I'm not gonna answer that because I don't want to be weird. Apparently, yeah. I won't answer that. Anyone chat's watching, you guys can answer that. Not me. Am I streaming? No, I'm not streaming. Wait, surely, like, if they think I'm streaming, they can just click, you know, just go on Twitch and see if I'm streaming, right? No way you say Shirley too? Wait, what? I do say Shirley. Where did I get that from? I got it from someone. Is that a triple? Wait, is this even possible? No, it's not possible, right? Is that possible? Okay. Is my phone ringing? Where's my phone at? Okay. My phone is really cold. I cannot PvP for the life of me, bro. Hi, Frost. Hi, Frost. You weren't following, you're a fraud? Oh my god. Wait, that's actually like, wait. That's got to be like the biggest fraud you've ever committed in your lifetime. Oh my god, Amfrost, you're so, I'm not gonna say it, you're fake. So if I, okay, you know what, true. You know what, honestly, it's forgiven. Hi, Amfrost. How are you, Amfrost? What are you up to right now? What are you up to this Wednesday morning? Wednesday afternoon. Good, that's good. How's your National Boyfriend Day, huh? Are you having fun? Are you getting ready for mayhem? Yeah. I suck, dude. I actually really suck. I'm not letting. It's Wednesday? Wait, stop. It's Tuesday, bruh. It's Tuesday. My bad. My fault. It's Tuesday. I thought it's Wednesday because Wednesday. Don't mind me. It is Tuesday. I hate not being a boyfriend yet. Sag. Fine. Yeah, but I am trying to get better at PvP again. I took like the longest Minecraft break and I come back and everyone's just like 10 times better than me now. Like, I don't understand. I just don't understand. Like, and also, I mean, I don't know. Another reason why I did horrible in that mayhem, dude, it was my first ever event and the whole time I'm just shaking. I'm just like, I just didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. Hi, Chan. What kit is this, bruh? Hi, Chan. How are you, cutie? Wait, hold on. Watch this. Watch, they're gonna come for me. There we go. Now, home. Dude. I'm this close to punch my monitor, bro. I am not even troll. To make crossing a mayhem. Oh, that's what I need to do as well. I need to make my feedback on the thing, dude. People were cross teaming in mayhem, bruh. Did you see Spleef? The top layer was literally a bunch of cross teamers. Like, what? Surely that's not allowed, right? Surely that's not like actually allowed in other events. Cross team like that. Like they would just shift to each other and just cross team. Like what? Bro, I was literally going for everyone that was above me. I did not care who it was. Oh, that got me so mad. No. Timmy's pretty good. I'm just gonna. Oh, that might. Oh my god. Please. Come on. Nice job, team. Playing Kabamon? What, you play Kabamon? Wait, does Kabamon have like an actual story to it or no? Dude, if only Pixelmon had like a story to it, dude, I'd be going crazy on it. It would be pretty cool if Pixelmon. I don't think so. Oh, do you just, is there gyms though on Kabamon or no? Like, did they like just spawned in? Was on a multiplayer server? Oh, okay. Bro, how do you even see me? Please let me kill one. Please. I just suck at this game. What's up, Black Luck? Hello. I was also shaking during my first few events. Much more laid back now. I want to try to get into like Pandora's Box, or I think what's the one called? Crown Quest. I tried applying when it first, you know, got not when it first got created, but I think it was like the second Crown Quest. I actually like was asking like how you know, like, you know, and they're like, oh, we don't usually. I forgot what they said. It, bro. Sign up for Crown Quest. Sign up's coming out Saturday. Bet. I'm gonna try. Wait, do you sweat Kabamon, Ampharos? There's no way, right? Do you have like all your level Dude, servers are, I don't know. Aren't like most Pixelmon / Kabamon servers all pay to win? Or did you find like one that's not pay to win? I hate those servers, bro. I mean, I don't hate them because my friends know it, but you know, but I don't know. It's just like pay to win is crazy. This one isn't really pay to win. Like you can't like buy 100 rare candies, right? Like you have to actually train your Pokemon. Why do I keep forgetting to click my kit? Just popped in to say hi. Can't stay. All right, peace out, Black Luck. Peace out. Are those Sweat God emotes? No, it's not. It's Matt L. Have fun. Thank you. You know where candy's pretty. Please kill him. Bubbles. Oh yeah. Bubbles. Wow. Did I win that? I won that. Holy shit. Let's see. Dude, I remember when I was playing Pixelmon back then, I would just want to go farm Chanseys, get lucky eggs, and just like put them all on Pokemon and get an XP share and go crazy with leveling like that. Is that still the meta? Say luck, Andy. All right, peace out, Luck. Bye. Yo, this sleep kit's actually crazy. Oh, that's a nice shotgun, bro. No way. I don't want this, right? Oh my god! Yo! my god. Yo. 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 Yo, he left. No, never mind. That's not him. That's not him. I was like, no way, bro left. Bro got mad. Hi, Soul. How are you, Soul? Yo, Chan, surely that's like top 5, right? Ace and comeback. That's a Valorant clutch right there in my books. Yo, Ant, let's play some Valo later. But don't fiddle it in, bro. Jack, can someone clip that, please? I'll put that on TikTok. Did I tell you how Stu egoed me last night? Bro messaged me. He said, what did he say? He said, stop egoing me. Well, no, he said, why? What did he say to me? He said, hold on, I gotta pull it up. I have my Riot app right here. Bro literally messaged me. Hold up. Riot app. No, I want exposing store right now. Come on. Oh my god, I gotta sign in again. I'm exposing this guy right now, this fraud, bro. I want the leap again. What is that? Gadgeteer? That Gadgeteer crazy. Come on. What's up, Green Rider? What's up, Sailor? What's up, Mr. P? MRP, what's up? Hold on. Yeah, can I not queue up my Riot on my phone? What the hell? Would you ever want to kick? Absolutely not. Unless I got a crazy contract, then yes. But no, I'm not switching to kick. You know, 30K is 30K. A mil is a mil, chat. Thoughts? Okay, I just missed like 3 shots there. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh yeah, it's my bad. Yo, I can't open up my thing down here. Make sure it looks okay. You would do it for a hair transplant, bro. I literally have hair. Where do you get these facts from, bro? Huh? Hold on, I gotta find it. Bro, my Riot is not working. Hold on. Riot games. How do I find my messages on? I don't play League like that. OG Qndres. Yeah, sign in. Did my team clutch that or no? My team did not clutch that. All right. Watch it. Ready? Go. Oh, midair shot. I'll take that. Oh my god. Wait, I just got comboed. I heard League. Bro, I said Riot, bro. No one said League in my chat. Yo, you are addicted, Boosfer. I'm bringing back the joke. Unite to one of my mods. GG. Oh, well. Anything with legends in it, he plays Ant. Yep, there you go. You see? And what, Ant, you should play him in Apex. Booster, put him in your lobby. Put him in your lobby and join arena. Oh, have you ever been in a 1v1 arena against them? Yo, Booster, why do you torture everyone? You literally tortured. I think you did torture 5, didn't you? Yo, this guy literally put 5 in the same situation I was in. This guy, dude. Kidding, everyone is. That's crazy, Boosfer. My dog's barking at me. No, dog, no. What? Oh no, I'm dead here. No, I don't. Walked into that. Okay, I'll focus up now. Did you see my diamond pyramid in the corner? What? Where? Huh? No. Where's? Wait, what? Diamond pyramid where? Wait, Boosfer. No. Actually, I want to ruin it. I was gonna tell you something, but it is NDA. I cannot tell you, bro. Why is my Riot client not working on my phone? Where's Riot? Riot. Do I need to update it or something? Riot. Yo, what? Yo, there's no way my dog's barking at me. Jack, you guys hear that? I might need to put her in. If y'all didn't know, chat, my dog recently went not death. She can't hear anymore. So what is that? Is that death? Yeah, she went death, right? Yeah. So when she sleeps, you know, anything like that would wake her up doesn't wake her up. So she'll like be asleep for like 8 hours. No troll. And she'll wake up like in the middle of the night, right? Wanting to play. So it's crazy. Why is the song like it did? She's also 14, chat. So yeah. She's 14 years old. I think 14 or 11. I think we got her when I was 16. No, we got her when I was like 14. I was a freshman in high school. How old are you when you're a freshman in high school? Like 14? No, 13, 14. But she was already like 2, 1 or 4. I don't know. My dog is not as old as me. Okay, I gotta put her in. Chat, give me like 3 seconds. Oh, I can actually sign into my Riot. 1 sec. Chat, 1 sec. Let me go put my dog in, okay? Give me like, yeah, I'll just be right back. My dog is barking like constantly. I don't want to let her out. Wait, 1 sec, 1 sec. Yo, why can't I see anything? What's happening? Yo, why is the gamma 0? Hello? Hello? Yo. Huh? Yo. Yo, hot. I can't. Yo, I can't see anything. Chat, what did I do? Huh? What did I just do? Oh, here. Gamma toggle. Max gamma. No. Oh, there we go. I can see everything now. Let me touch up. Playing Pokemon. Why is everyone playing Pokemon? They need to release a new Pokemon game next. Not new Pokemon game. I don't know. Why didn't they release Pokemon Platinum on the Switch? I thought that's what the next game was. Thanks to follow. The real no 90. Hello. That was great. I love Pokemon. What do you do? I wish they did that instead of releasing Pokemon. I don't know. Just weird. Maybe they do actually release Pokemon Platinum now, right? I haven't really beat the whole game. Is this good stream sniping me? I swear I've seen him like all my games already. Yo, Mihalio. Oh, Pokemon Black would be pretty sick on the Switch though. I stopped playing Pokemon at Pokemon Platinum. Yeah, that's it. Can we kiss? Sure. Right now or when? Oh, okay. I can actually. Yo. This is how fake he is. Okay. So yesterday, messages. Where it is? Wait, where'd it go? Wait, what? Okay. Yesterday, he messaged me saying, wait, is this the one? Yeah. He says at 5:53, right? I had just woken up and I was playing with my friend. He says, why you so cute? And I was in a game already, right? And he goes, why ego, man? Right? So then I said, wait, let's cute. And he got off. Bro, it's so fake, bro. Bro, so fake, bro. And I know he saw it because he was also in a game. I was gonna leave my friend to go play with him. But no. W. Can you like get in here? No, you can't. A Gen 5 would be so sick. Yeah, no, because I didn't play Gen 5, so it'd be really cool. I feel like I played a little bit on my emulator, but I don't know. I don't really like emulators. Is that weird, chat? Surely not, right? I mean, I feel like emulators don't really give you the full thing. I mean, it's emulate at the end of the day. All right, let's get it. Ow, never mind. I killed him. No, but we cross-killed. Unless my teammate can actually clutch us up. Wait, he actually could. Wait. Please, teammate. No, don't teammate behind you. Chill out, asking things over and over. Put photo of your dog on Twitter, please. I think should be a Twitter post. I mean, a Discord post on my Discord. So just join the Discord and you'll sit there. Right, mods? I think that somewhere might be in the pet. Might be in the pet section. Is that it? That's it. Cool. GG's. Orange team wins that. Yep. Rip. GG's. Hi, B-Wine. Hello. I'm chatting back again. I was with my friends doing stuff in Discord dubs. www. Can we go on an E-date? I'll pocket you. Wait, really? Wait. Champa, you're taken already. Chat, I saw that post, bro. I saw that, bro. I saw that. W. Congrats, Chen. What do you think I go to? Wait, what? What year do you think I go to? I don't know what that means. 11? 12? She doesn't have to know? I don't know, Chan. That'd be cheating. Okay, sure, let's do it. What's up, B-Wine? Wait, by the way, guys, did y'all see the art that I think Orbit made? It was all of us, everyone in Color Crew, and I'm gonna show you guys. It's actually crazy art. I like it. Was that a challenge, by the way? Is everyone doing that? Should I go look? Go give this a like, by the way. It's pretty cool art. Pretty cool art. Also, why am I always like falling apart in everyone's art? Like, I swear I'm close to dying or like, oh shit, this is actually a pretty good kit. Oh, you're right. They're having like a thing right on the Discord. You're right. Hi, Mariana. Hello. Hello. How are you today? How are you your Wednesday? Wait, I killed. Wait, hold on. Chan. I'm about to expose you, Chan. Didn't you say if I killed Mary, I get 5 gifted? Yo! Hold up. Exposing him. Nope, I just got one tapped. Haha, I don't know what you're talking about. No, I do remember we talked. Dude, yo, I'm exposing you, bruh. Easy. Dude, I remember that like it was yesterday. Wasn't it like 2 days ago? Crazy. Bro, stop losing. Booster this way. Get on. Wait, Ant, are you still here? Ant, trying to play? Some B-box. Wait. We can get Ant, maybe? And Baablu? He's on? Might be on. I'll make him get on. Yeah, at the moment. Who else can we get? Oh, yeah. I'm dead. No. Wait, hold on. I know who I can ask. Dev is sleeping. Hold on. I can ask people. I'm asking like... Okay. Yo, why'd you go offline, bro? Yo, get online, bro.
No way, bro.
Get on, bro.
Bro, 1 second. I gotta change my skin.
All right. Did you already?
Yeah.
Yeah, you changed it already?
Yeah, I gotta change from my winner skin because I won a Minecraft event, unlike you, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy, Boosfer. Wanna know why? Because I didn't fucking ask, all right?
Yeah, I got shit on, dude.
Wait, why didn't you win Mayhem? Exactly, because you suck.
Because you were dragging me
I was dragging you down. I was right below you in placement, buddy. Don't ever talk to me.
We all know why we lost Mayhem. Because our team was fucking unbalanced. We all were all new players.
Yeah, I mean,
we were
we're all new players.
Intentionally sabotaged because we were told not to watch the VOD, which already just put us
down. This is true statements.
5 places.
Yep, this is true statements.
What's our fault, Qndres?
Yep, this is true statement. Yep.
Exactly.
But
you still did ass though.
You still did ass. Yeah, you said you're actually horrible at the game, bro. You are dog shit at the game,
bro.
No, you're dog shit at the game.
Like,
damn, now you're calling me not original? Huh? Is this true? What? Am I yellow one now with the copy band hunts, huh? Oh,
bro, you're bald and old.
You're fucking green and slimy and gross. You remind me of my shit I took yesterday. What's up, Booster? How are you, man?
What's up?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Invite me.
All right, I got you. How's your day today?
It was good until now.
Wait, why is that?
Because I'm in a voice chat with a fucking bald man from 1964.
Yeah? Well, guess what? Shove your... No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Have you won anything today?
Bro. Yeah,
You've not won a single thing today.
Dude, I'm not gonna
Not
rage.
a single thing.
I know what you're trying to do.
That's
and
crazy,
it's not gonna happen.
bro.
It's not gonna happen.
Nah, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah, what was your last upload? Yeah, exactly. Shut the fuck up.
I uploaded like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
No, yesterday, actually. Wait.
Yeah, really? Yesterday? Let's find out. Oh, really?
I
You
uploaded
did?
my VOD.
Oh, let's see. Boosfer. Let's see if this is true. Let's see if this is true.
Not my main channel. I'm not gonna upload a VOD to my main channel.
So, 5 months ago? Wait, why is it 5 months ago?
Yesterday. I uploaded to YouTube yesterday.
Where's Boosfer?
True fans know.
Fucking dead. Huh?
You're actually a fake fan. You're actually a fake friend.
Yo, I'll give you this like this. 1v1 me on your Boosfer account. The first one to 100K. Thoughts? Exactly. Stay quiet. Yo, where's your VOD at?
Boosfer? Don't I have more?
No.
Subs on my Boosfer?
Nope. You have 13,000. 1v1 with your Boosfer account.
Wait, so I have half of your subs on an inactive account that I haven't even uploaded
Alright, bro.
Minecraft on it?
Wait.
That is crazy, dude.
Yo, and you know the crazy thing is,
I haven't even uploaded a Minecraft video on that, dude. And I still have half your sub. Nah, that's crazy, bro.
Which
That
reminds
is
me, chat, if you haven't already, go
crazy,
to my YouTube channel right now. We're close to 30,000. We're 1,000 subs away. Can I hit it before I upload video? Probably not.
You sound like you're doing another YouTube intro, bro.
Fuck you.
And this is the link to my Discord. Make sure to check it out.
Make sure you check it out. Wait, how was my old intros? Remember my old intros?
Oh, they haven't changed. They haven't changed.
Fuck you. They definitely have changed. Any heals? Any heals?
I'm healing.
You're like the sage or the pocket sage. We go for him. I'm cutting him off. Got him.
Nice.
Mid. Shot him. Above me. Got him. Last one.
Got him.
Nice. Good job, team.
You're welcome.
I'll be right back.
You're so funny, bro. Like, you're so funny, dude. Holy shit. That's the most 13-year-old garbage I've ever seen you do in your entire life, dude.
Yo, wait, who's taller in real life? Exactly. Shut up.
Did you guys know that Qndres used heals the first time he met me?
That's fucking crazy. Dude,
Because
chat.
he was insecure?
Nah.
Dude,
Chat, you know what's crazy? I was literally towering this guy, dude. Dude, chat, this guy is literally 4'5". Not troll. He's actually 4'5". He says he's like tall, but he's not actually tall. There's a guy here, by the way. He's trying to kill me. I'm probably gonna die here. Shot him. Oh, bozo, buddy. GG. What's up, Shep?
No, wait, I'm gonna carry you to your first victory. That's crazy, dude.
Okay, bro. All right, bro. You're not me, bro. There you go.
Press tab. Yeah.
Oh, you're winning by one. Oh, wait. Who has a death already, though? That's crazy. Wait, imagine dying against noobs in Minecraft, bruh.
I literally got hit by... I was targeted by 3 people and still got them. Like, what?
Wait, are we gonna queue Hoplite next week?
Huh?
Hoplite. Speed Silver
you hop on these nuts, bro.
I will.
Nice, our teammate is clearing them.
I'm gonna... Bro, you're so weird! You're not winning, bro. Yeah, GG. Oops, that was full caps. My bad.
Yo, look, press tab. You're not even second. Not even second.
Dude,
not even second, bro. I doubled your kills. I doubled your kills.
You literally cleaned every single kill that our team was
getting. Guys,
exactly.
can I get some boost for carrying chat? Boost for carrying chat, please. Can I get some?
Can we get some L in chat for Boosfer, please? Thank you.
If anybody's gonna grab some else, it's your fucking hairline, dude. Have you seen it? Oh no, you haven't, because you're bald. You haven't seen it in years. Yeah. Why?
Yo, I almost actually accidentally added Ant Venom to the call. We're playing with some pink dude. Yo, hello?
Oh no, not this guy, dude.
Fuck you! Like, what did I do to you?
Okay. Genuine question. There was like I think it's the latest fan art on Twitter of just all of the color crew.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or is Baablu looking a little bit like Technoblade? Like, what are you trying to...
I noticed that. I noticed
Are you trying
that.
to be like Technoblade here?
Why are you putting it on me? Blame the artist. Like, hello?
Whoa! Are you blaming the artist?
Wait, that's crazy.
Yes, like they drew it. What?
Wait, you are looking like Technoblade. Wait, are you trying to copy a swag, bro?
He's
Wait,
trying
your
to
copying is so wag.
So hard, dude.
Yeah, you got me. I'm sorry, guys. Apology coming out right now.
Hey, Baablu. How's your day today?
Hello.
Wait, you kind of sound like Dream. No, I'm playing. Yo.
Shut the fuck up. Like,
Wait,
what are you talking about?
Did you know I'm actually a vid summit right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm a vid summit right now. Yo.
No, you're not.
Yeah, look outside.
What? I'm not there. Like, what do you mean look outside?
My fault.
It's at my house.
Yo. You know, AJ called me at 3 in the morning. I don't know why he called me.
His flight?
No, he missed his flight yesterday.
Yeah,
Not today.
I don't know.
That's crazy.
Our fault. We played MC with them all.
Yo, low key though, right?
Oh shit, I can't see
And then we were playing 1v1s yesterday as well, right before his second flight. That's my teammate. Wait.
Yo, I just TNT cannon and kill someone. That's crazy.
Wait, where's Compro? Wait, Boosfer getting all the kills. You can't let him get kills. Oh my. Oh.
I already got one. I'm chilling. Please.
Wait, Boosfer. You suck, bruh. Oh, look at leaderboards. Press tab.
This is why we lost Mayhem. This dude literally can't even get a kill, bro. Like,
just wait next Mayhem, bro. Just wait next Mayhem, bro. Just wait next Mayhem.
So
I know, elbows though.
Because you don't have proper.
Exactly. If I win because you're not in the team, that's gonna be fucking crazy,
no,
ain't it?
You win because I'm not in the event to contest you. You know, like it's
what, bro? Yeah, no, that's crazy. I know if you're in the event, you would do anything in your power to just kill me.
I would target you.
I know. You tried doing that to Reduce. I saw you.
What? Reduce was targeting me.
Nah. Fuck. Hey, Booster, hope you're having a good day, man.
Fuck!
I gotta go pee, bruh. I drink so much water, like in 20 seconds. It's crazy.
Right.
Bro, I need to pee. What do you mean, right? I do. Bum, bum, bum. I got a kill.
I said that he drinks like more water than his body can contain, like twice. I think he said he drinks like 7 liters a day one time.
Yeah.
Or something.
Okay, yo. Wait, 7 liters is not that much. 7 liters is like 2 gallons of water.
Drinks.
Actually, that's a lot. Wait, how much gallons are in a liter? 3, right?
I'm not.
Like you're in half?
Dude.
Me either.
What?
Wait, I mean I am, but like, okay, fuck me. Never mind. Wait, yo, can someone do the math? How many liters are in a gallon?
I think 3 liters in 1
3 liters,
gallon.
right?
Yeah.
I don't use that here.
What? You use
Like-
liters or gallons?
I don't use gallons. I use gallons. I don't use liters. Wait, when you go to the gas station, do you say, "Oh, can I get like $30 on the petroleum?" Wait, what do you guys say? I just fill up my tank, you know? Okay.
I don't have a car, dude.
No, I'm saying like when you get when someone gets gas and like wherever you live, do you say like, "Oh, can I get $5 on? Can I get 5 liters on?" Like, what do you say?
You don't
In
say.
Europe,
you
you
fill
don't
yourself.
ask. You just fill up how much you want.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Like,
You don't
who the
have-
hell
you
You have to
goes into,
ask
like-
for gas? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's old
No, we
school, but
don't. No,
I
we
even
don't do
think
that.
No, I don't even think that's just a European thing. I think that's just an old school thing where you have to go.
Mexico
ask
does
for
that.
gas.
Mexico does that.
I know, but like nowhere in EU does that. You just
You
gotta
just
go.
fill it. And
Oh, you
go
just
in
fill up
and pay.
yourself?
Yeah, I think they do that in America too. Cause
Yeah, us too, bro. Yes, we do that too.
yeah, then why are you talking about asking for?
No, well, I'm saying like, I'm saying like, if you have like dollars, or like euros, like.
I'm saying. I'm saying.
Yeah, fuck
That's
you.
crazy.
That's fuck
What are you saying? What are you saying?
I'm gonna make sure that I put you in a chokehold every time I see you again.
Yo,
Dude, your
Yo,
grip could
I
probably
am
not
massive,
even,
dude. Bro,
like,
you are
your grip
literally,
could probably not even hold a 20-kilo dumbbell, dude.
dude. I'm literally holding one right now.
I don't know about that, Andres.
What do you mean, bruh?
You're a little short and small.
Yo, we're doing a boxing
Wait,
event,
isn't your bench max like 70 kilos? Like, come on.
What?
I rep that.
bro. No, you don't rip shit, bruh. The only thing you're repping, never mind. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
You know what you're repping? 0 hairline. That's what you're
Okay,
repping.
all right. Just knew that was coming soon.
Oh shit. Oh,
I got you, Richard. Don't worry, man.
fuck. Oh my God, I'm so bad.
You're so bad, bruh. Sing with another
axe
man.
Oh my god, I got targeted.
Nice. Let me target.
You in this, right?
No. Nice.
Selfish ways.
Where's the other one? Is there one more?
Dead, bruh.
They're all dead.
Okay. Oh.
Pigeon. Someone just call me Pigeon.
So wait, Baablu, when are you gonna win a Minecraft event?
Wait, Bob, when are you gonna upload?
Whenever I join one.
Oh, you're not in. Oh.
No, he's he's gonna make sure he joins Mayhem next
First one
one.
I join, I'm gonna win that.
Facts, we're gonna win.
I've done that twice already, by the way.
No, you
I
haven't,
played
bro.
Bid Wars and I placed like 8th individual. So.
No, you did not win Mayhem your first one, bro. Why are you lying?
No, not Mayhem. I've
fuck
won
is
a,
this?
Oh.
a different event.
Dude, the axe is so shit on the server. Sword is so much better.
Andres, I was literally carrying you in that fight, and you were.
Wait, we
still
actually lost
losing.
this. Wait, we actually lost this.
We
Like, no
actually
troll.
lost. Bro.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, we need a fourth. We need a fourth ASAP, bro.
Baablu, what are you doing? You're dying every round! This man is
I have a
ass!
fucking wooden axe!
He
It's no shit
died!
kit!
What?
You think I
have
play
the
this
healer
game? I
kit.
don't,
It's the
I don't
most
play
broken
this
kit
game.
in the... Dude. This man, you probably, you know what you do? You probably miss your healing orbs.
I don't fucking use
Nah,
them.
this man throws his healing orbs up in the air. That's what he does.
Yo! Bro's
I
literally,
didn't throw a single one, I
yo.
don't think.
How the
Nah, it's
fuck are you
crazy.
dead every time, man?
Dude, the axe is just
Zero
not good.
kills.
You are-
dude. We need
You
a
are
fourth,
a
we need a fourth.
sussy boca.
Actually,
You are
we need a
sussy
+2
boca.
because this is a -1 on our team right now.
Yo, shut the fuck up!
Harming. Oh, I actually just passed Bob with harming. Got him?
Alright, he's dead, right?
No, he's healing.
I thought you were in the chase long, guys.
Oh, no, I'm not chasing anyone. The only thing chasing is this bag. I'm so cringe. I'm sorry. If I was your man. Wait,
No way,
Boosfer.
Baablu got a kill. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Wait,
That's-
Boosfer.
Let's go! Let's fucking go! I got a kill!
And I carry this whole team again. Oh, man, this game is too easy, bro.
I think I carried, actually.
I
Wait,
think
actually,
me
wait,
and
we won
Baablu
that. How did we
carried,
win that?
honestly.
We lost one, though.
Yeah.
I gotta go pee, bro. I still haven't gone pee. Give me like 2 seconds. I gotta pee. What's that? Wait,
Okay.
3, 2, 1, be back.
So, Baablu, how's your SMP going?
That's actually really good.
Oh, actually? Let's go.
What do you mean, oh, actually? What do you just assumed it was shit or what?
Nah, I saw that Minitech video. It was doing pretty well. Let's go.
Yeah, Minute made a
Thumbs,
video
thumbs,
on day
thumbs,
one.
thumbs.
I don't know how he does that.
anybody
He
out?
just gets like, yeah, there's a few people making videos on it right now.
Yeah. I don't even know if Minitech has like an editor. I think he does his
No,
editing
that's all him.
himself, but I don't know.
He does that shit so fast. Yes, no axe. You can just type a little louder, I guess.
1 second.
Oh my god, I love Minecraft too much.
Yeah, good.
Lurk art. All right, bye bye.
What the fuck is my kit?
Meow, 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 meow.
This is where I pop off.
Nice. Another dude behind you. Another dude.
Is he fucking invisible?
Yep, I was killing him.
Okay.
Is that almost your ace? Oh.
No
I'm
way.
hoping I stole somebody's ace, dude.
Ba-da-dee-da.
Dude, I don't know what my kit is.
Meat, more mamo.
Alright.
Andres
So-
winning a Shin Bazaar soon. TM. Everyone's like on a trip, right?
We're banning you, Andres. You didn't
Wait.
stream enough.
That's fine.
Damn!
Wait, Boosfer, you have like no room to talk, bruh. You haven't been on the server yet, bruh.
No, we asked Boosfer. He gave us a reason, so.
Dude, like, it's just so sad, man. I had plans, but then it's forced, and then, you know. All that.
Wait, what does that mean, bro? What? Yo, I heard. Yo, what does that mean? Fourth quarter?
Okay.
You told me this last time, right?
Forge. I said forge.
Oh, I thought you said fourth quarter.
Oh, why did he stop running?
But Baablu, I mean, not Baablu. Boosfer, do you know what fourth quarter means?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Bro, these people need to.
He's like,
Stop
four.
lagging.
Nice, good job. That guy's at 1 heart. 1 heart. 1 heart. 1 heart. Nice.
Nice.
Nice ace. Nice ace. Nice ace. Nice ace. Hi, Sanwar. Hello. They
Wait,
forgot.
Andres, when is your SMP video? Oh.
Yeah, Andres, send you a video.
Did you die too many times? Did you die too many times? Oh,
This booster, this booster, this booster, this booster, this booster.
this what?
Did he tell you that too? Yeah, that.
Fuck that.
What do you mean? Fuck you! I'm doing
Fuck
it.
that. You know that Kier's just gonna go back and forth with, his,
Just
with
true.
no finalizing ideas.
Shit. Oh my god.
Hey, but I mean, he said it though. Mini SMP series. Hey.
No way you just leaked that. That's
All
crazy.
right, I actually just leaked it. GG's.
Help. Help.
Help! Help! Yo, remember I was yelling that, Baablu? That was crazy, wasn't it? Dude. Wait.
Nice.
Boost for Baablu. Am I different in real life than I am in game?
Oh shit, I filled in I think before.
Baablu?
Huh?
Am I different in real life than I am in person? No,
Yeah,
okay,
every time
wait,
you
I
meet
missed the
somebody,
same
you
thing.
just say, I'm shy. That's
No,
that's
I did
how you
not
are.
say that. Okay, I did tell. I think I told Baablu. Did I tell you
I'm
that? I
shy.
think I did tell you that. I told Baablu over Discord that I was just introverted, hella introverted. So I was just gonna hang out with him the whole time at VidCon.
You're not that introverted. You were fine.
I mean, yeah. Like once I got to know
See,
everyone.
He did that to me because he's like intimidated, you know, by me.
No, I was not, bro. I am not intimidated with you,
You
bro.
like, just
You are
said,
5'2".
shy.
I am not intimidated
shy.
with you, bro. You're short.
shy.
You're
That's so
short,
cute, Andres. That's
I'm
actually
shy.
so
bro.
cute.
That's so adorable.
I am not,
So adorable,
dude.
bro.
Dude. All right, it's
So
on site now. It's
adorable,
on site
bro.
now. Don't come.
Little
Yo,
cutie
yo,
patootie, Andres.
So
Yo.
adorable.
yo. All right, yeah, done. You done? Yeah, done trolling, or we're gonna keep going.
Oh my god, I have a knockback 2 wooden axe. I'm gonna troll the shit out of people.
Oh no.
The axe is actually shit.
I'm 6'1". I'm 6'2".
You're not
Hey,
6'2".
yo, come
You're
on,
not
bro.
6'2".
Bro, yo, like it just took you guys 3 seconds to say something. You guys can be like, yeah, he's 6'2", but no,
Dude, bro,
Yeah,
bro
he's not
wears
6'2".
heels when he meets
bro,
people.
I do not
Like,
wear
it's crazy.
heels, bruh. I don't
Bro,
wear
you wore
heels.
when he met you too, right?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Baablu, I did.
This is crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, you did. It's an
Yeah.
AFK player. Oh, shit. This says I'm like half a heart, dude. Who the fuck is this? One of them is on literally
Dude!
one health, so-
Oh my god, no way Andres hit that crossbow shot. That's crazy. Yeah, the axe get sucks. Holy shit.
Just know where to run once you hit. You just fuck that beat.
No
That's
way,
crazy.
Andres, you're trash, bro.
Bro, 1v1 me any server, bro. You are dog shit, brother.
League?
Okay, anything but
Oh
League,
wait,
bro.
you don't play any other game than Minecraft.
Yeah,
My bad.
and Valorant, bro, because literally legal.
Dude, you literally play in NA lobbies.
Oh my
NA
God,
Ascendant
bro. Oh
is
my God.
bronzy you.
Yeah?
Don't
Really?
chat to me.
Bro. You are trolling now, right?
Don't talk to me, bro.
Ascendant is like freaking iron in freaking. Wait, no. I mean, Ascendant is like freaking Radiant in EU, bro. Jump, man.
Jesus
You
Christ.
should win that. Wait, one guy left. Hold on.
Yeah,
Won't
he's
fail.
up there.
I don't know where.
Above me. Freak.
Fuck you. Wait, I gotta do this real quick. Bam, boom, bam. Bam, 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 bam.
Good
I'll
job, dude.
literally meow for, I don't know.
What the fuck, Andres?
Yeah.
Baablu
Relax, dude.
and Boosfer. We need a third, bro. I asked Yello if he wants to join. Bro said, but I don't like Battle Box. He's playing Sky Battle. Wait, Booster, you know Yellow got his rank taken away, right? Because he kept saying Ez. Bro is literally the toxic guy here. Mad guys.
This fucker needs to be killed. Oh my god.
Help. Help me.
On my way behind you.
He's on 4.5.
I'm gonna die.
Nice, good shit. GG. We win that? We lost that. Wait, we won that again. Yo, how do we keep winning? Oh, actually, we lost that? We won that, actually.
Just take a look at the tab. That's all you have to know.
Hi, Peach and Hunting, so follow.
Bro got all his kills, kill stealing on the last round.
Yo!
Not true.
That's crazy.
You and me were both on 0 round
Yo!
one.
Andres,
That's
check Twitter.
That's not true, dude.
That is crazy.
Checking Twitter. What did I check
Not
for?
true.
Holy shit.
I'm checking Twitter. There's something here. No, not you, Andres. Wait, me, Andres. Check Twitter again. Checking Twitter.
Check your mailbox. Check your mailbox.
Yo. Okay, not this again.
Dude, guys, I deleted Twitter from my phone. I feel free.
Okay. Oh, nice. You deleted Twitter. Let me guess.
And Instagram
Actually,
and YouTube.
that's just not true, bro. Hi, Peach. How are you, Peach?
That's so weird.
Wait, did you actually delete Instagram?
On my phone, yes. I
No,
can
you
only check
didn't,
things on my
bro.
PC now.
Did you
Yeah.
actually? Wait, why?
Full on detoxing. Let's go. Because this way,
Bro.
that way I don't spend 3 hours a day watching shorts for no reason.
Dude, how much time did you have on your Instagram? Be honest, on your reels.
I think it's like
Yo.
2 hours 50.
That's
Like
crazy.
my total like screen time on my phone daily was like got at its worst was like around 3 hours, something like that.
3 hours. Wait, that's not bad, bro.
Yeah, it's usually between like 1.5 to 3
I
hours.
have like
Check
8 hours on my
screen time.
phone.
Wait, let me check. Let me check right now.
I don't
Which
think
spends-
it's that bad, but it's still like
Yeah. And how much time do you have on your computer though? Like 30 hours, bro.
4
no
hours
problem,
daily
no problem.
average screen time.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
I'll check mine right now. Oh, yeah.
Oh shit.
Boink. Oh, direct hit. Please. Oh my god. Yo, this guy taking OKB.
No! How's everybody on our team just missing both shots, dude? Dude, one of our teammates is just camping at the top of the tree, by the way.
Okay, well, party.
One
One
of
of
our
my
teammates
teammates.
is like, spectating us, by the way, just letting you know.
Oh my god, bro's a spectator.
Holy
It's
shit.
his first game.
Meow, meow,
dude.
meow,
Take care of
meow,
him.
meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. I want some. What do I want to eat today? Chipotle. Booster, what should I eat today?
I think
Get
you
the
should,
gains, bro. Get the gains, bro. Eat some rice and
drink
chicken,
more
bro.
water.
I already did. I drank
Fuck
4 bottles of
that.
water today. 5 actually.
Gains, make a shake out of ice cream.
Oh no.
Snickers and just.
Hell no,
some
bro.
protein powder.
Hell no, bro.
If you want to get gains, then do that.
Yeah, Andres, how about Snickers? It's your favorite, right?
Nah, I'm good.
Just eat a lot of calories.
Hell no, bro. I hate them. I hate
Somebody's AFK.
I
chocolate.
got trapped. Oh shit. Broke out of my trap.
Dude, I killed an AFK, dude. I'm happy.
That's a really big task. I'm proud of you.
You know. Yeah, I see why our teammate was camping at a tree now.
He's fucking shit. Yo. Tell me he's not on the stream.
Meow, meow,
He
meow.
said I tried. Oh no. What if he's actually watching
Oh
the stream?
fuck. I'm sorry, man.
You did great, buddy.
No, you didn't.
Keep.
I'm not gonna lie
He's
to him.
Bro's literally lying to him. He's
I'm not
lying to
He did
you.
good. He did good.
Oh,
What do
bro,
you
you're
mean?
lying to his face. Stop lying to his face. Tell him the truth. You dig dog
These
shit, bro.
Guys are dicks who.
Yo,
Yo,
don't say
I'm
that.
gonna
Don't
report you,
say.
I'm gonna report you. I'm gonna report you. I'm gonna report you.
Bro was actually getting ready to type that, bro.
He had it out for us.
Alright, I'm gonna AFK this round because I'm a healer. I'm not supposed to be going in for PvP
Are
fights.
you fucking kidding? I just got pre-bowed.
It's fine. It's fine.
No, it's weird. Spam. Oh shit. Charge! Who's a dream skin? He must be cracked. Oh fuck. Oh shit.
My father gives you hell. He gives you hell.
I didn't mind him. Dream skin is actually insane. Lying.
Chee! Chee! Andres is toxic. I'm not literally. I'm not toxic, bro. Who said that? I'm literally the nicest guy in America. No troll. I'm literally so nice. The nicest person says I'm nice, and that's not copium either, bro. Should dare say copium.
Yeah, you need to relax.
I'm nice, huh? I'm lost. Yeah, I'm lost in your eyes.
Honestly, you're so nice that the song "Nice Guys Finish Last" is about you.
Wait, what does that mean? Wait, can you here? Nice guys finish last. Wait, Booster, can you go ahead and like tell me what that song means? I need a full analysis of the song. Go on.
That means you're gonna be single forever, and it's about you. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Good luck, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. No problem.
Okay.
Hooray!
Booster, fuck you. You know that? Fuck you.
What did I do? What?
I hope you go bald at the age of 20. Wait, you're already 20.
I'm
Wait,
you.
you're already bald.
I'm not you.
That's crazy.
I'm not you. I'm
Wait,
not
leak your face reveal. Face reveal. Face reveal right now.
Wait,
Face
you're
reveal
not
right
20,
now.
My bad. You're not 20. My bad.
Wait, face reveal right now. Face reveal right now.
Wait, why do I have a bow and a crossbow? This makes no sense.
I don't think face revealing is such a big idea. Shut up. Boink.
Oh shit!
Bobby, don't. Baablu, please.
Oh my.
Come here!
Nice. Behind you.
Behind you, Baablu.
Oh no. Careful.
Fucking lucky! Fuck!
Yeah. We just lost that to TJB 2004. Bro was probably 20. Qndres, what time is it for you? It's like 1:30. Train for like an hour or so. I have a recording at 4. Because some bozo fell asleep last night.
Can I actually hit that shit?
Yep. Is this guy here? The guy's floating? Yep, got him. Okay, somehow got shot from that. Got him. This game is so easy.
Nice. Yeah.
But what team did we? Oh, we lost to that green. Damn, they're so good. That green team is still winning. Go to bed because tomorrow I have school and we need to wake up 6:30 to get there in time. All right, peace out, Rose. Peace out, Ross. It's 1:30 for me. I somehow fixed my sleep schedule as well. Pretty cool.
Fuck. Why is there an AFK player?
Let's go! Carry it again, bro. I'm just carrying this teammate, bro. It's crazy. I'm literally carrying this whole team like left and right. Oh,
Whatever
some
makes
guy
you feel
said,
better, buddy.
I don't want to rate that in chat, but he said, quote unquote, die. Qndres, go record or something. Okay, well.
That's a funny one. That's a funny
Okay. +1. I will record. Wait. No, I'm not gonna hit it. I'm doing it. Wait. Who are? Yo! Okay. Yo, I'm yo. Yo, I'm so toxic, bruh. Water. I guess Maddie, yeah, I know. Are you guys good? What's going on? You guys good? Baablu?
Qndres,
Tell me.
we need to have a
What's up,
talk.
Sugar Plum? No, not this again.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
Yo, what? Hold up. Talk about nothing. Wait, have you guys ever beat Minesweeper?
No.
Boosfer, have you?
Of course.
You
I'm
have?
good at games. I'm good at games. What can I say?
Bro, stop. Who are you lying to, bruh?
Dude, Minesweeper is easy. What do you mean?
It's not.
Yeah, it is.
We've never played it.
You never played Minesweeper? Really? You're so young. It's crazy.
I played Voltorb Flip and Pokemon Heart Gold. It's like the same thing.
What?
When somebody says
Oh,
Pokemon,
yeah,
you know
yeah.
That they're young. You know that they're young when they say Pokemon.
Dude,
you know that-
what?
Voltor, dude,
games
Voltor Switch is crazy,
are-
kid.
Dude, true games are Snake and the bouncy ball game on Nokia phones.
Oh, also like Flappy Bird, right?
Those are the days.
This guy plays Pong.
What?
It's crazy.
Huh?
Flappy Bird. You play Flappy Bird? Wait, you're too young for
Why
that.
would you flap these nuts across your face.
I will. Like I will. What?
Bro, what are you talking about, guys?
You ever play Flappy Bird? You guys are trolling, right?
My life.
Oh, you're trolling, right?
Fuck. It's over.
I'm dead here.
Oh my god.
Yo, these guys are. The Booster clutches this though. He's on 315 Booster. One heart. Nice. Go behind you.
Guy in full health. Oh my god.
Nice.
Wait, I think your teammates
Wait.
actually just cracked.
Well, your teammates. Oh, GG's. We win.
Insane.
Shit. GG. Looks like Red has the Knicks.
Nice kills, bro. Nice kills.
Fuck you. Okay, I got kill steal by someone.
Nah.
Oh my god, Pink has the teammate that was AFK on our team last time.
Sorry,
Bro.
Target him.
Wait, who? I took that healing, Baablu?
That was cool. Thanks, Dad.
What? Dude, I'm not your dad, bro.
Thanks, bro. I said, thanks, bro. That would have been crazy. Oh, fuck. No, Trace might be over. Actually, one of them's on 3.5. He's one bow shot.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Oh, and he misses
One
it.
bow
and
shot
he
that.
misses
One bow
it.
shot that land. One bow shot that lands.
Yeah, and he misses it, bro. Behind
Behind you, behind you. He's fucking in you. Wait.
Dude.
What? Oh. Oh, Trace. You kill one of them. He's on 3 HP.
No shot.
He fucking left.
I don't know.
Watch you. We're gonna win this game. We're gonna win this game.
Wait, did he leave the whole lobby? No way.
Yes, he fucking left.
Oh, he's.
How is he queuing us if we're in a game? What the fuck? No way we actually won that game too. That's crazy.
Yeah, we would have.
Yo, I'm back. Hello. Wait, yo. Oh, dude, guys. Dude, we re-queued. Oh,
Yeah,
shucks.
it's crazy.
It's crazy. Stop giving me a shitty kit.
That's your excuse. You
There we
choose
go.
the kit.
Yeah.
Yo,
I saw
what
you
if we play?
That's...
Oh, green team has a bunch of sweats.
There's no way you like rage quit a lobby. That's crazy.
I've never rage quit in my life. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't know what Blood's waffling about.
No shot, dude. No shot.
Wait, do you know UK people say blood? Rank. I don't have a. There's no ranks in battle box. There should be though. It'd be pretty cool.
There is ranks on the server. What are you talking
There,
about?
no, like ranks, like as in like Valorant ranks. You know?
Oh shit. I'm fucked. Yeah, GG.
I'm here for you. If they drop on you.
Thanks.
I fucking suck. Please kill him.
the
My,
fuck is
dude,
that?
I'm telling you, there's sweats, bruh.
Dude, he just served me left, right, good night. Like that was.
No, I'm re-queuing. I don't want to play with these kids. No, like these guys are actually sweaty, bro.
We don't
like
play
these
against
kid-
them again.
Nah, that's because okay, we'll play. That's because we need to re-queue to get out of their queue system. Because we keep queuing with them.
Yeah.
They're stream sniping me, bruh. They're stream sniping me. No, I'm being dead ass.
Dude,
What
poor
of 'em-
solo teammate is gonna be left alone. After
It's all good,
we
bro.
get queued out of this.
It's all good.
It's all good,
No,
bro.
it's all good.
You're gonna get reported for leaving him.
Bro, I'm not gonna get reported, bro. No, that's weird. People are so weird, bro.
Fine.
Chat, can these people like stop raging, bro? Like, whatever. Okay, we win this here. We win this here. Quick charge too.
No way, nobody takes that. Oh.
Yep.
Damn, don't forget that that kid has only a pickaxe, by the way.
Wait, what? Get me out of this, kid, bro. No, hey.
Like,
Ooh.
the pickaxe does
Axe or
damage.
pickaxe?
Ah, fuck it. Let's just do this one.
Good
Looks
bow
like-
kit. You should be good at bowling, Qndres.
Yeah,
You're a
you
player.
shouldn't. You shouldn't go.
All right, we'll see. So, Mr. Scope, how's your day going? Horrible.
Damn.
Kidding.
Damn.
Doing dog shit. It should be levied.
This music starts with, fuck, miss both your hits, and then. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck?
Please hit a shot, Qndres. Bro. Dude, I just suck at shooting.
Stroking.
Yo,
Aww.
that's can't be allowed. Yo, Mads, you hearing this, Mads? Yo, get this guy out of here, bro. Bro.
Wait, does the blue team only have 3 people?
4.
No, we only got 3 kills.
Wait, we did. No, I got a kill. No, I didn't. Never mind. Yep.
Oopsies.
Like we just win this game because there's no one good besides red team. I think red team's pretty good. We just win this.
Do us in bot lobbies to make
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
That is crazy.
That's what I do in Valorant.
Yeah, that's why you're bad at the events.
Fuck you. No, there's a difference between queuing bad lobbies.
Oh my god, I love how when I try to do that, when like I shoot people inside of me, my arrows usually go through them, but when I do that to somebody else,
Okay, Baablu.
they always land.
Oh my
Gotcha, bro.
god.
Oh well, we died.
So
This
sad.
is the craziest underwater battle of my life.
It's okay, dude.
The f
We won that round. Nice.
It's okay.
Hi,
dude,
Qndres. Hi, chat. I don't know if I'm pretty. Hi, Lolly Lauren. Hello. Yo, everyone say hi to Lolly Lauren, please. Thanks. Ow. Meow,
Your
meow,
imaginary
meow.
wife?
No, what is wrong with you?
Really?
Kablamo.
It's crazy that we can have this kind of lobby.
Right?
Oh shit.
Oh, I just didn't even want to.
Those guys literally just stood back and waited for people to engage.
Nice, good job.
0 aggro.
Yo, this game is too easy, bro. I swear.
Really?
After I left like 3 games in a row. Yeah, this game's pretty easy. So what, Sky Battle? Sky Battle? Or keep doing this? Or keep doing this? Sky Battle. We can kill him with Yellow. He might be in the game right now.
Let's go. Let's go. Target Yellow. Target Yellow.
Target Yellow. Wait.
He'd get so pissed, dude.
Dude, he will get so mad.
fucking mad.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I wonder if we can get in his lobby, though.
Just get him on the team, dude.
No, I asked him. He literally said, I'm playing Sky Battle right now. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, so
We're
if we're
playing
gonna play
Sky
Sky
Battle.
Battle, then we can.
Oh my god. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. At Yellow. I asked him.
Watch you then
Hi,
again.
Quack Quack. Hello. Wait, what? Are we in his game? No, we're not in his game.
Shit.
Are we? No, we're not. Try tapping Yellow Wool. Wait, boost for our orange team, boost for our orange team, boost for our orange team.
Dude, we have a whole other YouTuber here.
Who?
Like, at least split the targeting a little bit.
Yo, what do you mean who?
Who's the other YouTuber?
Actually, yeah, that's right. I don't know who.
Alright.
Oh, I thought like you meant like besides Baablu. I thought there was another one. Levies. I got Levies. There's also like thanks to follow. Red Quail Gaming. Hello. I got like 7 Levies, bro. I'm kidding. I got 4.
Yum yum yum.
Ice cream. Yum yum yum.
Really?
There's a team coming up to us through our thing.
To our hole.
Yeah, I think they're gonna come up.
I have 5 Levies.
Wait, actually, what I destroyed.
Ba, 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 ba.
Freak.
Wait, where did you get that? Do you have an extra diamond sword, maybe?
No, I dropped the Levy right there. Boosfer, you want to get it?
Oh my god, 100. Like, you don't have to be a dickhead, man! Holy shit.
Here.
There's no way, man.
Yo, why am I lagging, bro? Yo, thanks for follow. Strange Aiden, appreciate it. Gang, gang.
Why is there a web here?
Who's try webbing me? Wait, no way I get this kill, right?
Cause this guy took all the levies, man!
Oh my god! I'm so good at bowing. Wait. Oh, I thought I was gonna get that. Thanks to follow. Mish, appreciate it. Boink.
Green
Boink.
boat at-
Boink. Poink.
Yo.
Comp your skin. I got comp pierce. Group your skin.
Wait, did it? Wait.
Run!
I'm so confused. Did the green guy just teleport from middle? Am I looking at a hacker here?
Yeah, you are.
I'm dead. Thanks to follow, Mr. Hello.
Anybody got an extra diamond
Bro,
sword?
this server is so... Oh my god, bro.
I'll just do ass.
My ping to the server is crazy. 100 ping, bruh.
I play with the same shit. Stop complaining.
Bro, but I like... Dude, you can bridge, that's the thing. I just can't bridge.
I deal with the same issue.
Then why, yeah, then why do I even bridge, right? Like, what is wrong with me for bridging?
No, I can bridge because I'm just good enough.
Oh, okay, for sure. Hello, Mish. Hello, Mish. Wait, there's 2 Mish here. Wait, what? No way. The song is too good.
Guy dropped down.
Oh shit. It's like 10 people over there.
Wait, we can actually play CS2 together, Boosfer.
Fuck that.
What the fuck you mean, fuck that?
Ooh. Our teammate needs help.
Oh shit, they're diamond swords. Oh my god. No.
We go middle, right?
Who's this?
No other side? Yeah. Yeah, I died.
Okay. Okay, let's just use 2 levies.
Wait, if y'all win this, like, you're crazy. Oh, Baablu? You guys, Baablu? Yeah, just do it here. He's on 1 heart. He's on 1 heart.
I'm fucking dead. I didn't hit a clutch with.
My Booster's gonna still clutch us up.
Did I? No, I didn't.
The dog days. Apparently, okay.
Days.
Oh, dog days. Wait, Booster, that guy's. Oh my god. There's a guy. One more. Yep. Oh my god, Booster. Yo. That guy's on 1 heart. He's dead. The last guy's on 1 heart. Hey, wait, we just win that.
Let's go. Easy.
Oh my god.
What can I say?
Already invite.
Teammates?
Yeah, he did. Steve skin.
Oh, is Yello getting on?
Bro said who with, so I don't think he wants to play with us.
Damn.
Bro's literally egoing us. It's crazy.
Damn.
That's wild.
Just say BB. You're playing with BB.
BB. Wait, what? I thought.
BB. Double B. Wait,
Yeah, that
why
sounds
are you
weird.
Saying that in pub. Why do you not?
You said say BB. Did you not say CBB?
No, to him, to
Oh,
Yello. Because he asked
You flirting in chat? That's crazy, Qndres.
Yo.
Yo. Why'd you say tickle me?
I don't know.
I mean, I will gladly, but like.
Yo, say it in chat right now. Say it in chat. Say it in chat. Okay, what did that guy just say, Boosfer? That's like that has to be.
Reply.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Let me know. What does that mean?
The exclamation mark. It's gotta be hype.
Is that German?
Yeah, it is hype. I think we made up a language, dude. I don't know what I said.
Oh, bro, I actually thought you were like speaking the language. Wait, you speak like 7 languages, no, Booster? You're like octolingual? Octo's 4. I'm stupid. What's 5?
8.
Or what's...
Octo is 8, you
Stupid,
fucking
bro.
dingus.
Oh my god, no way.
Wait, then what's 8? Wait, no, that's octo. Wait, that's quad, isn't it? No.
Nah,
Yes.
this man, go back to school, man. Actually, you're too dyslexic for school.
I had an F in every single class until I was in 9th grade. I didn't care about school.
Yeah,
I got bullied because I got bullied in my whole school life. Ooh. No, I'm playing. Yo, open me up, bruh. Please, thank you. Thanks, kitten.
Not our teammate though. Not our teammate though.
Oh, Iron Pants here?
You know how diamond pants, Booster? It's crazy.
You... Oh, just don't die.
I'm going
please.
for the pink guy. You guys want to go for these guys?
Yeah. He looks like me, but like shit.
I'm just dead.
That was insane. Oh shit, I'm low. Oh.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we got an op behind us. Never mind, it's backing off.
Okay. I was like
Horrified.
Penta. Oh yeah, you're right.
Let's go watch this guy.
The tongue.
All right, so
Wait.
Qndres is fine.
Don't worry, I just killed someone.
Mm,
What
Your
in the
teammate
fuck am
killed
I
someone.
looking at? You guys see the blue guy?
no.
He's blowing up from across the building. Oh, Andres, you need help?
Yes, I need help. I need help.
Oh,
I'm dead.
We're here.
Oh my fucking god.
Thank you for nerfing creepers.
Fuck! Wait.
It's mine.
Oh, that was your creeper. Thought I was fucking dead. Yo. How was that the last guy?
Yeah, remember that? Remember my first ever game? Who was playing with me? Add me? Yello actually wants to be added. He actually stopped egoing us.
Damn. Actually, we don't want to add Yellow now. Fuck Yellow.
Actually, Yello, get your own team, bozo head.
It's hard time to counter ego.
Yeah, we know you have your own team, Yello. You literally egoed me, bruh. You literally asked me who am I with.
Single kill, Baablu?
Dude,
Baablu didn't
fuck
get a
off!
single
Like,
kill. That's
Bunny, thanks to follow.
anytime I
bro.
did anything.
I'm top
That's
50
on my
Axe
fucking-
PvP. Yeah, I can see that, buddy.
Actually was at the
Oh,
time.
what you
Actually
were?
was
You're
at
such
the
a
time.
sweat. No wonder you're better than me because you're top 50. I'm like top
According to that
0.
Honestly, I'm starting to think he got boosted.
No, I actually
Oh,
wasn't. I
wait.
wasn't actually top 50, but one of the testers told me I was, so I was like, alright, I'm fucking saying
Dude,
it.
well, I think I don't remember who trained us. I think it was one of the sweatiest players on the one of the best Axe PvPers.
Straight.
They trained me and Dev at some point, and they also said that Dev was like
this
top 50 or
Swishy?
something. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Hi, Yello.
He said that Dev was top 50.
Yeah.
How are Yello? Hello,
I
Yello.
was never top 50, but if the tester says I am, fuck it, I'm gonna say that I am. Fuck.
Oh my god, you were never actually top 50. You
No,
lied.
dude, I'm like shit compared to the.
Wait, my mom said I was top 20. Does that mean I'm top 20?
But like, it just straight up said that that
Alright,
was like top
fuck
50
me then.
material. So I guess
Top
we're
50 in
material.
what? PvP?
No, in
Yes.
Minecraft.
Bro.
Yo, I think you're like
Why?
top 5.
I'm
Top 5 in like the.
Dude, I'm top 9 in Survivor.
You're
Yeah,
wait,
okay.
no, you're
Wait,
not.
what's
Like-
Yeah,
Survivor?
but not in kills though. Not in kills though.
It
Survivor,
means
what's Survivor?
the longest survived.
What's
Yeah, that's
On
because
Survivor?
you
here?
camp. That's because you camp. That's because you
The
camp.
longest survived, Boosfer.
Yeah, because
What's
you literally
Survivor,
camp
bro?
all game, Yellow.
I'm telling you what Survivor is! The
Yeah, but
longest
surviving
survived
what, dude?
The game!
Oh, Survivor?
What game?
What game? Sky Battle? Oh, on Hole in the Wall.
Oh,
Ooh.
boring game, bro.
A horror game? Wait, you play horror games? I think I only play Minecraft.
It's boring.
Oh. Wait, yo, you're the one that says that you only play Minecraft, right?
What the fuck just happened?
Another dude from another team placed the TNT, placed a creeper on
What
that.
the fuck was?
Harmony and Yellow one's alive.
Crazy, that's crazy.
Yo, Kier, respect the 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 Kier. Oh, Kier
He
died.
was here?
Yeah, respect the Kier. Isaac
Who's
C2.
Huh?
What the fuck is this?
Isaac C2. It's here. Result account.
What do you
Okay.
mean?
Ooh. Only Yellow top 1 survivor died. That's crazy.
Wait, yeah, Yellow, how do you
I
die?
said top 9! Not freaking
Bro,
Well,
what?
where did you
well, yeah,
even
it
get that
shows.
statistic from? Wait, is that like an official
Leaderboard.
statistic?
What the fuck?
The lifetime leaderboard. In
Yeah,
the
but there's no
lobby.
rank yet, so it doesn't count.
There's no what?
There's no rank. It doesn't count.
What do you mean?
Yo, you know
Ranked.
they're adding get ranked, right?
Yeah, when they add rank, then you can say that you're top.
I know, because
9
I'm not going to
survivor
play
if you
rank. And rank will be about kills. not-
Exactly.
not-
You're like
I don't
in League
care
of
about
Legends. You
kills.
like a blind pick Andy, and you're gonna say like you're a
I don't
top
know what that
player when
means.
there's no way
Wait,
to tell.
Yellow. Why is it that everyone that I talk to, they're always telling me that you're so toxic to them at Sky Battle? Why are you so toxic?
Oh.
I'm always carrying. Dev's here, guys. Say hi
Wait,
to
where?
Dev.
You need to change
Wait, hi,
your skin.
Dev. Wait, Dev's not even here, you liar.
Yeah, no, look on my back, bro.
I don't see your back. Wait, where? There's only here. It's Baablu. Hey, Baablu.
Hey, Baablu. Wait.
That's himself.
I don't see
Yeah,
that. I don't see that.
And if I don't get
Dude,
Yo, who the
It's
fuck
yellow.
took
That's
every
def-
item in
that's
the chest?
definitely
That's
yellow.
yellow.
That's definitely yellow.
I have one pair of boots and 2 levies.
Oh, I see all the levies. Okay.
I took all the
Oh,
boots.
Hey, what?
Wish I had a levy when I just fucking hit off there. That'd been great, but you know.
You guys are ass.
Bridge,
Yellow one.
how did you get to middle so fast? What the
I'm just
frick?
crazy, dude.
Leggings down here?
Coming down. Coming.
Diamond sword if you don't already have one.
Got one. Nah, Yellow, but you gotta stop being toxic, Yellow.
What do you mean? I'm like,
Because I want to play an event with you, but
I said
you're
I'm not
toxic.
I don't have anything, bro.
He's big. Freak, man.
Come on now, Yellow.
Oh, they're
Quit being a
everywhere.
sussy boca.
Oh, you're so sus.
Thanks. I tried to save you, but I failed.
There was a guy that came from the same direction you came. You just-
know, right?
They were hitting me from both sides.
Bro, I
dude.
didn't see him.
No way, Andres. You just got
I got
fucking ankles
pancaked, I got
torn apart.
pancaked.
Meow, 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 meow,
Why
meow,
are
meow,
these
meow.
guys actually like after my balls though?
Dude, you made some enemies on this server.
I did.
This server, I made some enemies that are not too happy with me.
Andres, kill fake Baablu. Kill fake Baablu. Kill fake Baablu.
Okay, kill folk.
Who's
Yeah,
fake
kill.
tablet?
I don't know, his skin looks like mine. So.
Oh.
Nice. You kill this guy too, surely. Wow. You're getting run up on by a whole squad?
Yep.
97 players. Oh my god, Andres.
What the f-
His base, bro. He's a sweat.
I don't know who that is, bro. Yo, you win this, right?
Now you do.
Ugh, there's still two of them.
Oh, it's MX Arrow. That's like a moderator on Mayhem.
Yello, you should be mean to that guy.
No, do not be mean to him, bro. Give me kicked from the damn event, bro.
Wait,
No.
who did you say?
MX Arrow? Okay, Yellow's gonna. Yeah, there. Yep.
Arrow.
Where are
Arrow.
you?
Okay. Wait, no. Arrow's not a mod. Wait, really? Wait, who's the mod? Oh, just a player. Oh, by all means, then. No, playing.
Yo.
Yo, I did not say that.
I hope it works. It'll be funny.
Oh, it would be kind of funny.
I get kicked and then. Oh, Yellow, you're dead here. No, you're not.
I just
for us.
fucking.
Wait, are you watching
Nice
stream?
explosion,
Wait,
bro.
he's watching stream. He's definitely watching stream. Yo, MX Zero, if you're watching stream, jump down right now. I heard you get like 10 V-Bucks if you jump down. No troll.
Yeah, this guy has no clue who you are, by the way.
There's
Andres, so he's
zero
definitely not in your
chance
chat.
he knows who we are, buddy.
No.
There's zero.
MX, I heard if you jump down, soon.
No, shut up.
Yo!
Stream sniping, bro.
Wait, MX, jump down now. Wait.
He's down.
Wait. MX, eat steak if you're stream sniping me. Oh, shit, you stream sniping me. Wait,
No, Yellow wins
MX Zero,
this, right?
if you're watching this stream, start building. Oh,
Behind you, Yellow.
wait, he
behind
stopped
you,
building. Oh, yeah.
Yellow. It's just a cigarette.
W the W. Now
Dude,
those are
knockback
W
sword
viewers.
would be useful here, dude. The one's dropping. The other one's dropping.
Oh my,
be
Yellow,
careful.
you're such a sweat. It's crazy. Oh, Yellow's dead.
Careful, sugar.
Okay, bro.
Don't, Yellow, don't say anything, Yellow. Don't say anything. Don't say anything, Yellow. Just GG's. Just say GG. Just say GG. Just say GG.
Fight the urges.
Bro,
said
why
not
does he say
really.
not really? Yellow.
Not really a good fight.
Not really.
Not really. All you did was literally kill me there, but that's not really a good fight. Yellow, stop being mean. Just say GG,
You're
please.
the one who said all that. All I said was not really.
Yeah, Andres.
You're
Like,
making
what the
stuff
hell?
up, Andres.
No,
What the
you're
frick?
the mean one because you said not really.
Dude,
Why would you
you
say,
just made up a whole dialogue.
Jesus Christ.
dude? Because you're the NPC, and I'm literally filling in the blanks, bruh.
Dude, who
Thanks
died
to follow,
before me? Who
appreciate
died
it.
before me? Who died before me? Who died before me? Huh?
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, does Yellow know that Baps is like number 2 on the wins leaderboard? Ooh, Yellow, you're getting called out here, bro.
What do you mean I'm getting called?
Yeah,
I
Yellow
know
was
I
number
told
one
you he's a
for
sweat.
survivors.
Oh,
I literally told you he's a sweat, bro.
but Yellow, when's your next upload? When's your next Switch upload?
Every 10
I voted
days.
list, hello.
That's Boosfer, bro.
Wait,
That's
every
Boosfer.
10 days? Wait, does that mean
Yes.
wait, really?
I
Well, yeah.
uploaded like
Oh, you did
yesterday, bro.
Where-
I
okay, send me the
did.
bot, send me
On
the
my
bot, send me-
VOD
okay,
channel,
show
on
me,
my
show me,
VOD
show me, show me.
VOD channel.
Okay, where is it?
Why aren't you just streaming?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does, yeah, it does,
It's a
yeah.
YouTube video, isn't it?
No, it's a stream that you freaking stream.
It's
on
a YouTube
Twitch.
video, though, isn't it?
Right,
I mean, I have a
bro,
bot channel.
edit your video.
So what? It's still a YouTube video. It
Wait,
doesn't
should I
have
be
to
a sellout?
edited.
Yo, chat, 1 sub and I'll release VOD for Mayhem.
What?
Mayhem? What's mayhem?
It's an event.
Fuck
I
I need
mean,
help,
we
I need
should
help, I need help, I need help, I need help, I
me.
need help, I need help.
I need help as well. I need help as well. I need help as
play. This guy's
well.
slaggy, bruh.
It's over for me. Fuck.
Why do we get targeted by the same team every time? I just see the same faces, man.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm just
Same
out here.
pink face Every single lobby.
Yeah. Oh. Yo, can we just leave so we can queue?
I'll just
Oh,
Q.
I'll lose
I
that.
can't queue until yellow's. I can't. Yellow's in the game. Yellow's in the game. Yellow's in the game. Yellow's in the game.
But how are you able to queue when
Yeah.
you
When
did battle box?
couldn't you? What?
But that'll
go
kick
back to
yellow out of the
lobby
lobby.
queue.
No, but then they'll kick yellow out of the lobby.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
You did that to us. What?
Oh, he's dead
well,
here.
I'm dead anyway.
Okay,
He
now you
died
made me
on purpose,
hub,
he died on
bruh.
purpose. He died on purpose. He died on purpose.
What do you mean I made you hub? You need. It doesn't matter. We're going into a new game.
Yeah, but we made me hub though.
Yeah, Andres, what the hell?
Hi, Lolly. Welcome back, Lolly Lauren. Dude, never mind. Never mind. Stop. No, never mind.
Why does fans talk like such an NPC on fucking Twitter?
What?
Look at this, like.
Ugh.
This.
I'm squeezing the shit out of this.
I just want to make people happy. That's such an NPC tweet.
Yeah, I thought he, dude. I thought he was like
Look
sad.
what I linked. Just look what I linked.
Okay, your hopes are here. This update is not holy or whales. Okay, this guy's NPC tweet, AI tweet, bruh.
Chat GPT.
Chat GPT tweets. Dude, I thought he was
Holy
sad, so I
fuck,
messaged him
we
like, "Are you
decided
okay?"
For so long. This guy was in the synonym website for like 2 hours to find that.
Alright, relax, dude.
Oh fuck!
2 levies. Who wants to fight?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, someone just.
Where did he come from, bro?
Where did he come
Where
from?
is
Where
this
did he
go-
go? Where did he come from?
He's on half a heart, but forget him.
Get him, Booster. Get him. Second boy.
He live aid. Go on.
Dude, I thought I had a levy, but it was just pants, man. Holy fuck. Since when? Dude, can somebody stop grabbing all the levies from the purple chests?
What
I never
purple
know if
chest?
there's a levy in the lobby or not. If people just grab it from the purple
Wait,
chest.
what purple chest?
I didn't even get to loot the purple chest before I fucking died.
Yeah, I only got
Yeah.
one from. I got one. I think the other team got the other one.
Yo,
Yeah, like
why
Kier.
are people so sweaty against us, bro? I swear this was not the games earlier when I was first on, bro. It seems to be I'm getting stream sniped by some people.
Nah.
It's a
Nah, I think you just scoping, buddy. It was always this sweaty.
bro, I need a haircut, bro. That's what I need right now.
You don't have hair. What do you like? Stop lying, bro.
Okay.
Oh, you
This
should
is-
wax your whole body.
Wait, I should?
There's
Yeah,
nothing
that's
to
true.
wax. He has no hair on his body.
What's up, Connor?
He's like a newborn, bro.
Like his
Welcome back,
eyebrows
Sailor.
too.
Bro, I am not gonna
Isn't
go
that
bald, bro.
like a thing you can be born with?
What? No
Without
hair?
any hair?
Well, that's every baby. Like what? No, actually, no. Some babies are hairy, bro.
No. Some babies get born with some hair.
Yeah, I love
That's
it.
true.
No,
Like,
But
some
I mean,
babies
like,
are.
the
Yeah.
thing that is it considered a disease or is it considered just a thing? I don't know
Yeah,
what
I'm not
it's
a doctor.
considered.
it's a plague.
Or you just have no hair growth anywhere, not even your eyebrows.
Andres, look at my nephew. I sent a picture in chat. He was born with
Okay, is it freaking Lego David?
hair. No,
Yeah.
dude.
Okay.
Who the frick is Lego David?
Oh, you know who Lego David is? I have some leggings. Sorry, I looked at your leggings.
I still
I
will
don't.
never know who that was, and it's gonna bother me for the rest of my life.
I have 3 iron swords. This is silly.
Yeah, it's
Dude,
pretty silly, Yellow.
Can I have one?
Can I have one? Like what? Yo, drop one right now.
Hold on.
Drop it, bruh.
Watch out! Ops. He's
put them in
fucking
the
dead.
But what does ops mean?
I don't know. Opponents.
Wow,
No, it's close enough.
close enough. Yeah. Diamond sword. Wait, did I get it? Please tell me I have.
What else would it mean? Opponents, right?
Well, it's called it's
Opposition.
opposition, but you know.
Nah, it's
Like-
the operator in Valorant.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
operator in Valorant. Yeah.
Yes.
Or op in a Minecraft server. Give me op, you know, like this.
Oh yeah.
Or OP,
Yeah.
like overpowered.
Yo, fuck you, Andres. You tried.
Yeah. Ba, 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 ba.
I'm
This guy
chasing
got
this guy
middle?
fully.
Yeah. You got middle. You got middle.
Ooh.
You just let me
nice.
twice, bro.
Oh shit.
I got Joe Biden on me.
Go to him, though.
I'm dead.
I just passed it to you. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh
I'm fully
fuck.
chasing him,
Oh
bro.
fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh my there's so many guys on me. It's crazy.
I got the guy from middle.
A normal Friday night for you then, Qndres.
Make sure there's a fucking.
Yo, homie.
Oh shit! The whole team.
Yeah,
I
guys.
got the guy from middle.
This isn't
I'm
looking
happy.
too hot. Baablu, Baablu, I see you.
Come here, sugar.
Come, I'm dead. No, I'm not.
Oh, shit,
I just fell down.
Oh, shit.
I'm trolling.
Oh my god. Dude.
Baablu, don't go in that direction.
Everywhere I go.
Baablu, run!
Guys, down here. Down here.
Yeah.
Big fight.
I'm dropping.
We're dropping, boys.
Big fight. Yo.
Uh-oh. Well,
No. Oh, shit.
wait, how did I get hit from that? What?
Watch out.
Wait, how am I getting hit?
Nice.
Fucking guy, I'm dead, dude. Oh my
Oh my
god.
fucking god. How was I getting hit?
Some random guy dropped from like.
No, but there were like two. I thought the two of you were like right behind me. I don't know how he starts hitting me.
Levies.
Yeah, no.
Qndres, you didn't need to freaking take all that fall damage, bro.
Okay. It's fine.
Wait, Qndres, can we stay together, please?
Bye.
Do you need anything?
I'm not, dude. We're not together, bro. Stop wishing that.
Do you need anything?
What the fuck?
Yo, this guy's so like we gotta kill him. Nice, good job, Yellow. Yeah, I need.
Wait,
I
guys,
need
Look at Arch
Need
Nemesis.
nothing.
Is that Baablu's ult? Like it looks like his skin.
Orange Nemesis.
does.
What, Biden?
Wait.
Go, Biden.
Face.
Yep, I'm dead.
Face.
Yellow, you're right yourself, by the way. I'm gonna kill Arch Nemesis.
A guy whose one shot is levying up to you. What?
Yellow's 1v3.
You didn't see me miss all those, right?
Got him.
Damn, you guys actually wanna win this.
Why is
Actually,
a
probably
one shot
will.
guy going all in? I like
Where
his
is he?
mentality.
We're actually, yeah.
Oh, I see.
He's
Okay.
hiding. He's fucking hiding.
Yo, Yellow. Oh my. Okay, well,
Should have diagonaled it instead of.
where is he?
Dude, he's actually just
Over
hiding
there.
in the corner
Over
there.
there.
He's under
Where?
the fucking rampart.
The way that I'm shooting the TNT, bro. Left
Yo,
hand.
chill, bruh, chill.
Yo, he's. What is going on, dude?
Watch out, the creeper's behind you.
Andre, he's gonna kill you and it's gonna be really embarrassing. Oh my god. Nah, that's gotta be a plan. What?
no
Nice.
way, dude. 10
Whoa,
kills.
You tried to steal it. What do you mean?
Yo, I got 9 kills. That's crazy. Wait, Yellow, what do you like? What music do you listen to while playing Battle Box? Like seriously.
I don't listen to music. It distracts me.
I don't play
What?
Battle Box.
And I don't play battle.
I mean, Sky Battle. My fault. My fault.
Solo.
I can't listen to music or watch YouTube because it distracts me from in-game sounds, so I can't.
Wait, Bob, that's like literally you right here.
Yeah, I know. It's me.
Is it? Oh, it's Patrick.
No, it's you.
It's me.
Man,
It's
wait,
him.
Did I see you? You're unnicked when we're in the lobby?
Yeah, he's unnicked right now. Wait, can you guys unnick see how many people target us? Please?
Hell no.
Please. I'm
It's
already
not
getting
gonna
stream
be
stopped.
us. They're gonna
I'm not,
be
trying, I'm not trying to
targeting.
get clipped.
Yeah, it's not gonna be targeting us. It's gonna be targeting
Wait,
this single
if you're
person.
watching my stream, put a 1 in chat right now. Let's see.
Good game, yeah.
Wow,
You know
so much
that
stream
Yellow
stopping.
isn't
Oh,
it,
yep,
so
never mind.
they-
Wow, lol, a Boosfer.
How do they know what
Yeah.
team?
Yeah, hi, Yellow and
I
Andres.
I guess because Yellow and Andres don't have Nick.
Damn,
No,
I
there's just no
like
way that they
opening
just
the
no
chest
boosters here,
and
though.
then Both sparks get absolutely taken every
Why am
time.
I bridging? Why am I bridging? I'm not
It's
bridging.
Yellow.
No, there's no way that because Yellow's in our team, they know that it's Yellow, it's Booster and you.
This route, Booster.
They're watching the stream, bruh.
Where are you going?
I don't like Boosfer, no!
Trust.
It's fucking crazy.
I don't want to go
Yo.
up there.
This guy thinks I'm his biggest op or something.
I am the opposition of this game.
Yo, fuck off. I'm gonna chase your ass.
Hey,
Yo, Andres?
hi.
Oh, never mind. Look up middle.
Minitech is here!
But bro, Minitech is not playing, bruh.
Imagine I wasn't there to save your ass. You would have been fucking
Yeah,
mad
that's
that
the
you
skin,
blocked
that's the
me
skin.
off.
Can I have all the loot from that actually?
Andres, there's people below us.
I'll let you know in a little bit.
I see that. It's our Nemesis. It's Baablu.
Yo, it's fucking meat muncher over here is blocking me. I'm not going to chase you down there. Fuck you.
There's a guy down there.
What? Who blew me up?
Good luck.
Tons of
Guy
people.
coming up.
Bro, that's weird.
Is it you or?
Lol, Andres, I killed
Yeah.
you. Wait, Yellow, you killed this. I mean, yeah, Booster got this. He's on 8, 9, 3. 4 point. Booster.
893?
Do 1 0. Nice. Good job.
What
All right, Baablu. Who are you fighting, Baablu?
893?
Baablu, there's no one near you.
I don't know. Dude, there's a guy right here. I don't know what you're fucking watching.
Wait, actually, yeah, you're right. He's on 4, 5, 8, 6, full.
Yo, I
Shut
tried
the
to
freak
shoot
up.
the guy.
He's on 1 heart. Wait, no, he's not. He's on full still. Yo. Nice, blow me. He's on top layer now. Going top layer, blocking you up. We're going across blue bridge. Going across blue bridge right now.
This guy's a fucking monster. He needs to be put down.
Across, yellow. On yellow bridge. But yellow's dead. One is not. Yes, he is.
Oh, he went up.
He's down 1 block. Bind that block. Yep, nice. Good kill. No, actually, still down. Go down. Mine 1 block. Mine down.
And,
Bro,
What the fuck are you?
Mine down 1
Comms
block.
are
Yes.
not good, dude.
These are no good comms, bro.
Bro, mine down on him. Yeah, there
See
we
him, I
go.
see him.
Wait, split from.
Dude, our guy's targeting me, by the way.
Oh,
Someone's getting knocked on.
someone's getting knocked up.
Baablu's muted. That was for Baablu.
It wasn't me. It
That was
wasn't me. It wasn't me.
That wasn't Baablu. That was Boosfer.
Baablu, go on the inside. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, he jumped down
I'm
to
leaving.
the-
Jump down. He went away. Boosfer's by himself. He's getting targeted by.
Baablu, there's a free levy if you go where that guy.
Which others? Nice Boosfer.
I should go down.
Go to.
Wait. Run. Bobby, you gotta help Boosfer. Unless Boosfer.
I'm coming. Where is he?
Boosfer went back in for the.
I
fight.
have a stone sword, man, and everybody's running around with a
yes,
diamond
Baablu,
sword, man. What the fuck am I supposed to
Oh
do,
my God.
man?
There's extra food on.
You sound like you had too much caffeine on,
Bro is
Qndres.
devastated.
Above.
Who the fuck is this?
I don't know. It's your fan. It's Angel. His name is Angel. Angela.
Angela, hi.
It's Angelini 20. Oh my God, he really wants you dead.
Why is the whole lobby trying to tickle me?
Huh? Yo, Baablu, you've been sus this whole day today, bro. Above you.
Baablu's
Oh,
actually getting knocked
I'm fine.
sideways.
Wait,
dude.
Dude, why did 900 players just target me?
like why?
Actually, that's impossible. There can't be 900 players in this lobby. Just letting you
thinks
know,
he's
buddy.
me.
Get your math correct, dude. Come on, man.
Yo,
Come on, man. Yeah.
that is crazy, bro.
What did you? Dude, Dodger just randomly says that.
No, I'm saying that's like crazy how like. Okay. Like I know. Okay, it's crazy. Why are you laughing, bruh?
No, but that's crazy, yo.
That's crazy though, yo.
5th
No.
place.
So,
Let's go.
do you even know what we were
Hooray.
talking about, or did you just randomly say it?
What?
What were we talking about?
Wait, what are we talking about?
Streamer
I don't know what
that
we're talking
long.
about.
I'm asking you because you're a part of the conversation by saying, "Oh, that's crazy," you know.
I don't know what we're talking about anymore.
Oh, I missed
Exactly.
this. I missed this.
Miss what?
What?
What miss what, Yellow?
I missed this guy's ass.
What?
Fuck.
What?
I'm leaving.
Wait.
I'm leaving. I just
Wait.
got sexually harassed.
Yo, hello?
That's not any better, dude. Get the fuck away from me, Yellow.
Okay,
GG.
Andres, then.
GG.
Get your grimy hands off me.
I miss your ass, bro.
Mwah.
But Yellow has hands. I thought he was playing with his toes, since he uses arrow keys, dude.
Wait,
Like,
Yellow,
he
when
might
was
as
the
well-
last
Okay,
time-
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yellow, when was the last time you talked to Dev?
Last
Like
week.
2 months ago? Wait, what?
Last week. I
Wait,
talked to him
what?
last night.
Really?
Bro's getting ghosted.
Yellow? You actually played with him last week?
Yes.
CS:GO.
What?
CSGO.
I recorded a video last week with him.
Wait, you wanna play?
Andres, I
Yellow!
was getting the Oreo. Why did you come up here with
I'm gonna
me,
stuff
bro?
you like a double stuff Oreo.
You might not want to go here, guys. Be careful.
Oh, okay. I was
Actually,
coming
coming
up.
out.
Yep, I guess not.
What am I hearing? You're hearing Yellow and Qndres and Boosfer and Baablu. Wait, can you add Yellow to the title? With Yellow?
That's your job, bro.
Wait,
It's your
no, it's my
streamer.
mods. Mods!
Mods. Yo,
Mods,
how much
do
the mods
it.
get paid though?
Yo, come down.
Too much, man. Mods, how much y'all get paid?
Never mind.
Yeah, my mods get paid. Right,
Wait,
mods?
really?
Yeah, I pay my mods. Every
What the
Christmas.
hell?
Have
No,
you
you
mod?
don't, dude.
I do. Ask my mods. Ask my mods. Mods, how much do I pay y'all? Every Christmas. Tell them.
Every Christmas.
Chipotle gift card,
Christmas.
$20.
Do you know what being paid means, buddy?
Yeah.
I actually give these guys ice cream for breakfast. Like, dude, that's not payment.
Yo,
Yeah,
that's
it is.
actually
Yo.
that's sick payment, bro.
That's called bribing a
Oh,
child.
there's 3 people up there, dude.
Yo, my mods aren't childs, bro. You have to be 18 to apply.
Well, why are you not
16
paying
actually.
them like adults then?
Because they don't want to get paid. It's you know, because
Oh,
I'm
it's a
dead.
choice. Okay, I got it. Like you offered and they said no. I get it.
Literally, yeah. Like, chat. If I gave my mods $100, they would say no. You know. Okay, I'm thinking they'll say yeah, but you know.
Hey, your mods are probably shouting like, "This guy doesn't pay us. He's a fraud. He's also bald." And he's
I'm not a fraud. It's Greninja.
1964.
No, his name's Stir. No,
I'm not a fraud.
his name's not fraud.
It's Grief Blue, Grief
shit.
Blue, Grief Blue.
I'm dead.
Yeah, I'm just.
He has a
not
power bow.
ready.
And running away, crit and run away. Easy game.
Thanks for the good stuff. Your leggings found the void. Are you kidding me? Oh, I found like.
You forgot to at Baablu. You just put Baablu, Boosfer, and Yello. And he gave me like $5,000 because he's too rich. Well, there you go. I gave him my mod $5,000 because he's rich.
You only put Baablu. What?
No, you forgot to at Baablu, not add Baablu.
Blue's on my ass.
Thank you for subbing to my YT, Isaac. Isaac, I saw that, okay, on my feed. You subscribed to me on YouTube. Wait, what are we at actually right now? Let's see.
Bubble, turn around and crit him.
I'm at 29,000. Oh, I went up by 1 right now. I'm at 29,000 with 4. Wait, 29,004. 29,004 subs. There
Behind
you
you
go.
guys! Behind you guys! Behind you guys! Behind!
Oh, well. Yellow is on 1 heart. 1 heart, Yellow, 1 heart. Nice. Oh my god, boost.
Be right back for like 2 seconds.
1, 2. Booster needs help. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Wait,
Cry,
that was
cry.
general. We're stream
I
we're getting
recognize
stream
that
sniped.
name. Yeah, I
Stream
recognize
snipe, stream
that name,
snipe.
bro.
General stream sniping. General, shift 4 times if you're stream sniping. Nah.
Bro, don't. Is there anyone above me?
Wait, wait. He's staying still. Yo, he's sniping. Yo, yo.
Sniping,
No, he's not sniping though. He just. Yo. Yo, Doc Connor. Shift 5 times if you're stream sniping. Hold up. Yo!
Why is
that's
Kier's
crazy!
all talking? dude?
Yo! Wait, hold on. Let's try it one more one person. Yo. Hold on.
Wait,
Actually,
actually,
these
if I
guys-
was slash report him for sniping. what would I do?
Yo, that's crazy.
Sniping. Oh, that's not a reason. Never mind then.
Nah. Yo, there's no way this person's sniping, right? Yo, A remedy. If you're sniping, shift 5 times. There's no way, right? There's no way, right? There's no way, right? Okay, it's going for the win. Going for the win.
What was that knockback, bro?
No way, the number 9 survivor died before the 2 last
Yeah, that's
players.
crazy, Yellow.
crazy.
I don't think
That's
you.
why I get number 9 survivor, because I'm alive this long.
But you never
What do you
win.
mean? What do you mean, bro?
Mwah.
Sometimes though, it's not about winning always.
You would be number 1 if you always win.
Boosfer, what number are you, bro?
Hi, Bunny. Hello.
I'm actually number 8, so I'm like 1 above you. So it's like, you know.
One above.
Yes, sir. Yeah?
Right now, it's eight.
Yeah. Yo, okay. Isaac.
And Baablu also. I like the also edition at the end of the sentence.
My 1 game scout of the day. Time to log off. W. There you go.
You guys know
Get
what I'm looking
off. Parkour, I'm down. Yellow, you down? No, I don't play Sky Battle. Why do you only play Sky Battle?
Because I don't like the other games.
Because you haven't given it a try. You only ever queue this game mode.
I don't like them. Why do you think I queued it?
Because you like Sky Wars. That's why. Hi, Bunny, though. Good morning.
I'm reporting Isaac for stream sniping and.
Yo, Isaac, that's actually not cool, brother.
I'm reporting him. I'm reporting. Isaac. Harassment. Yes. Thank you for submitting. Yes, sir. Stop harassing me, buddy. Oh, he heard us talk as well because he has our stream on. Damn.
Damn.
Damn. Harassment.
Not cool, bro. Not cool. Where did Bob is AFK?
Yeah, he said he would be right back.
Stupid.
Here.
bitch. Nah, I don't want it.
I'll give you 2, bro. I have 4. You don't want it or no?
I don't want it.
Alright, go.
Bro, he's just running after me, stealing everything from my chest. That's so funny.
I stole like 6 letters from him. Oh, diamond sword. Wait, Yellow, where you at? The ops are coming to me. The ops are coming fast.
Parkour, parkour, parkour.
Any chat?
Peter Griffin!
You just say Peter Griffin?
Yeah, Peter Griffin skin. Oh my god, that song's fire.
Andrews, I put a cobweb for you to land in.
Put a cobweb.
Freaking levied. Then why did you levy the third time, bro?
I'm a rock star. Wait, Peter Griffin right here. Catch him. He got mid chest.
Yellow behind you. Oh.
Yeah.
Yellow, 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 yellow.
Says you.
Oh, I'm just gonna get killed by the same
dude.
person.
Like, nice, Peter Griffin, bro. Like, nice, bro.
Parkour, 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 parkour.
Parkour, 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 parkour. There's no way we get stream snipe in parkour, right? I don't think so. There's just no way. No way we get stream sniped. People that are good at parkour will come stream snipe us, try to get first place. There's just no way we get stream sniped in parkour, right?
Yeah, but they're just playing parkour, and if we can't win against them,
No way we get. No, there's just no way we get stream sniped.
Yo, hello.
Might be one good night. Yo, Baablu, we got. Dude, the stream snipe was crazy, bro. I was like, we got to a point where I was like, yo, shift 5 times every stream sniping, bro. They were shifting 5 times. It's crazy.
I didn't see any shifting.
Wait, when's Halloween?
Same things, dude.
Oh, Halloween's on the 31st of. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Yo, that's great. Wait, what? What didn't? It's on the 31st of Halloween. 31st of October.
September.
31st of Halloween.
Wait, in no way. Wait, in no way. MCC is promoting drinking in their on their lobby, bruh. They have beer pong here.
That's
Okay, that's. Okay,
They do. What? Come here. Come here.
You're weird.
But what-
How
then
does
what
that
is it?
promote drinking?
like
Like what? Like I stand here. It's beer pong, bruh.
It doesn't have to be beer pong if there's no beer in the cups, bro.
True, low key though.
Just because you're an alcoholic who parties all
Okay,
the time
I am
and
not
passes
an
out on the
alcoholic.
sofa with,
Yo, 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 yo. You are yo, 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 yo,
with a
yo.
colorful blanket with some
Okay.
red,
Yo.
white, and black on it. Oh my god! You're just
Yo.
crunched up with
Yo.
gray sweatpants,
Yo.
a black t-shirt.
Yo.
Somebody's on with their ass in your face.
Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure about all that
Should have
now.
drawn a penis on his chin, then.
Okay, yo.
Peter Griffin? Someone died. I killed somebody. Let's go.
nice job. Oh shit.
Wait,
I
what?
fucking I fell already.
I can see people. What the
Where?
frick?
Yeah, why can't I see people? That's weird.
They're
Dude!
only invisible when they're like
They're
right
too,
beside
they're
you.
far enough for you for them to not like.
Oh my god, fucking god, I hate this parkour.
Because you're shit at it, or because it's hard?
Both.
Damn.
Yo, just to attack
One.
me.
They called it leaps instead of laps.
Yo, why? I want to invis
It's not
everyone,
a
bruh.
lot.
Slash invis.
Wait, Yellow, how is this a lap?
Hmm?
Yellow?
A
Hello?
lap, you can do laps on a straightforward.
Bro,
Yellow,
what I
how is
just
this
do?
a lap though? How is this a lap though?
Oh, you've never played Mario Kart with a single track?
Mario
that goes
Kart.
direct?
Mario Kart.
Oh, you can't just jump that. Okay. Oh,
We
I'm not gonna
can, but-
qualify.
It's like the second one. You're gonna qualify.
No!
I'm dead. Motherfucker. I just cuts on my stream. Oh my god.
Oh, I went the other
Oh
way.
my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
The
Actually.
opposite direction.
Let's go.
I'm not gonna qualify. I'm not gonna qualify. No. How many left?
Don't worry, it's fine. You
like 6. You're fine. You're fine.
Oh,
plus
Meow, meow, meow,
gassers,
meow, meow,
everybody
meow,
can
meow.
just take damage
And you have
instead
like
of
10
being
seconds.
instantly eliminated.
I hate
Oh
this
my.
shit.
I hate this one so much, bro. And I
But
just.
it's not hard. It's just like
It's
you
easy,
never
it's
make
easy.
the
You guys
full
are bad.
thing.
You guys are bad. You guys are bad.
that's right. I can see you.
Oh, that's why you just fell. That's fucking
Shut
instant
the
karma.
fuck up, dude.
Instant karma.
Aren't people supposed to be invisible, bro?
That's what I'm saying.
No.
Boosfer, that was so freaking funny.
Fuck you, dude.
Pop tart.
Hi, Boosfer. You made it. Let's go.
Okay, Yellow.
Meow.
I'm targeting
Oh.
you.
Meow.
I'm targeting you.
Oh.
Yep.
What do you mean, bro? Wait, what? Where do you go?
He's
What the
targeting me.
frick? Oh, I didn't see the water. No, I didn't see the water. I didn't know I was
Water.
supposed to do
I love
this,
your
bro.
accent.
Thank you, bro. What's your accent?
I don't have one. American.
Fuck!
What happened?
I love you.
Oh, I
didn't
love you too.
Hit the 3+1. Did.
What? What are you saying?
Yo, I missed these calls, bro. All we're missing now is like Dev and Kier.
That's what I'm saying.
Dev was sleeping though. He's still offline.
Oh, I killed somebody. Let's go.
They just died in front of my eyes, dude. I think I just
Holy
died
shit.
this round as well, because.
Yeah.
Nah, I think I die here.
You have a California accent. There's no way that's next to thing, right? Californians do not have an accent.
Dude, everyone has an
Oh,
accent.
Baablu!
It's okay, I'll make up for it. I'll make up for it. I'll make up for it.
You know who doesn't have accents? Canadians.
Do you not regenerate?
No.
Nope. Oh,
yeah,
I somehow made that.
Dude, everybody's with 1 heart anyways, it's fine.
I got 3 hearts.
No, at
Do
the
it.
end, like
I'm
at
at
the
the end.
final round. Dude, when I speak, I can't focus. I just fall.
Fuck! I just felt that.
Oh, one. Oh, you guys.
I'm dead because I was already taking damage, dude.
Oh, frick.
Oh, fuck.
It's weird.
Oh, frick. These are like.
That's
these
actually
are
Warm
awkward.
crazy.
round, warm up, warm up, warm up, warm up.
These are
warm
so
up.
awkward.
Fuck, I hate those
These are
jumps.
awkward. Those are
Oh
easy.
my god, I'm not gonna win this one.
Sosi
I'm
Beloka.
watching you.
Sosi
I'm watching.
Beloka.
I'm watching.
Pussy Beloka.
Fuck.
You actually asked. You actually asked.
Dude, these jumps are so bad. No! Oh, I missed.
What is this one? I've never seen this before.
Oh, come on, bro. What are you supposed to do there?
Fuck!
I didn't even get past the freaking roof, man.
No, I'm kidding. I know Canadians have accents. Look at Baablu, for example. Baablu has like an accent. His Canadian
By the way,
accent.
he's like
I
behind
do
you.
not have an accent.
He
Baablu, he's
didn't-
right behind you.
he
Baablu, he's right behind you. Baablu's right behind you. Baablu,
Oh,
he's
you're
right.
behind me? Okay.
He's right behind. He's pooping on your face. He's pooping on your face. He's pooping on your face. He's pooping on your
That's
face.
very fast than you.
But he's faster than you, Baablu. Baablu, you gotta carry up, Baablu. Oh
never
my
seen
god,
this
Baablu, you're
one
faster than him
before.
now. Baablu. Nice, good job.
Okay.
Good Q, good Q. Boom, bam,
Dude.
boom. Nice, good job. Take it slow, Baablu. Take it slow. You got this, Baablu. Good comms, good comms.
Yeah, you can't go
He's
slow.
ahead of you. He's ahead of you. Well, it's Tetris.
Oh,
Tetris.
you're actually.
Fuck.
Baablu! Throw,
I thought it
throw.
was gonna go a different way.
Bro,
Nah,
why
you
is
lost
he just
this.
perfect at it though? Why
You
is
just-
he
Fuck! It just. Oh, whatever.
GG.
Nah, why is he just perfect at it?
Because bro actually
He's
plays this
better,
game.
He's better. He deserves the win. He's better. Okay.
Bro just beat a YouTuber. I beat Baablu in a 1v1.
It's
I don't
alright.
think he's stream sniping, buddy.
Look
no way,
at the
he's
chat.
stream
Look at the
sniping.
color chat, guys. Kier's ticked off.
TikTok.
Why did everybody just go silent? Bro.
Because I am. You see right now. You see right now. Unless. Ba-da-ba-dum. You see right now. You see right now. You see right now.
I'm waiting. Bro, this game was dead. Look at that.
Bro. This one, wait for- oh my god.
Christ.
Bro sees his brains out.
Oh. My nose.
He blew his back out.
Yo, someone said hi. B1 said hi in my chat.
She only said that to me.
Bro. Me, Qndres, Boosfer, Yello, Baablu.
What do you mean me?
I mean,
Why did you say me?
I don't know why. I don't know. Okay, this guy's trolling. This guy's trolling. This guy's dude.
You see what he said?
20?
Funny what? What are you talking about? I'm so confused.
I answered the call. He said,
Why did you hear?
yeah. He said, who's we? Are you not Qndres? I'm like, bro, what? Oh my fuck, dude. god.
Don't punch.
Thank
people
the
again.
Lord.
Fuck.
They gotta add a twist to
Fuck
these
me.
parkour jumps, bro.
They gonna add what?
Actually, that's right. TTOS, right? TTOS has twists, like punching once.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god,
It's not
Yellow.
TGOS, bro.
I know. I'm saying though, like TG. Fuck. Wait, I'm not gonna make it.
Yo, it's the first one.
Yeah, some people still die in the first one.
No way.
Yeah, Yellow.
No, I mean die. Don't just fall off.
You're my touchy little kitten, Yellow.
Stop it.
Stop it.
Oh,
Kitten. Kitten.
Stop.
Oh, that's so
You
cute.
see? Yellow, laughing. You're my kitten. You're laughing, aren't you?
Dick.
Yo! Bob, I know you have the biggest grin on your face right now.
Dude, I can hear the smile on you. What do you mean?
Bro, I'm not smiling, bro.
I'm not first there.
What can I say? I'm just better.
Bro, no, you're, bro, Boosfer, no, you're not, bro. I'm literally better than you, bro.
Check chat. Look at chat. Look
Check,
at chat.
change
yeah?
chat, chat.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
it does
What?
say
What?
Boosfer is the League 2
Were you
champion.
the first one
Yeah.
to die last game?
Yeah. Qndres, I haven't seen you being a leap champion yet.
Fuck you, asshole. Listen, I'll beat your ass right now. This is it. This is me. This is me.
Bench more than 70 first. Talking
Oh, trust me. I'm benching you. I'll put you in my... Yo, okay.
What?
I was going to say I put you in my smoothie, but that really wouldn't make sense, would it? Actually, yeah, it will, because I'll put you...
Oh, I got stuck.
Nice, Boosfer. Nice one. Oh, well, I got stuck too. Fuck. Who's look behind you?
It's so annoying because it takes so long to get unstuck, dude.
Oh, I know when I get stuck.
Baablu fell. Oh,
Keep talking shit and just keep failing. It's fine.
Okay.
Oh, baby, a triple. But do you know what that meme is from? Oh, baby, a triple.
Some
It's from
kid.
league. It's from league.
It's from wait, Yellow. What game is it from though?
I don't know. I didn't.
Yellow, I will go to your channel right now and sub to you if you know what game that's from. Oh, baby, a
It's
triple.
Up to me? That's crazy.
Isn't it from Overwatch?
On Twitch,
That's
on Twitch.
crazy to
Wait, what
say
you say?
that,
Wait,
bro.
Bushra, what did you say?
Isn't it from Overwatch?
I mean,
Nope.
Oh.
You are too young to know what it means, what it is from. If you said
I don't think
Overwatch,
so. Actually, yeah, you're like 64. My bad.
I'm not 64.
I foul.
I
How were the
fucking hate
1980s,
this shitty
bro?
chain one, dude.
Bro, what are you talking about? The 1980s, bro. Oh my fucking god, you made me miss that jump.
Dude, why can't I make this jump? Oh my goodness, I'm dead.
Oh fuck!
That's gone, bro.
Yellow, how are you dead?
Bro, I'm
Okay,
gonna
actually, might die.
freaking
Hold on.
rip
Wait,
this
shut up. No, I'm not. No. Yo! No way. I just died to this. Dude.
Please. Oh my
Wait,
God,
no
I made
way.
it.
No way. No way.
Yo, Andres? How are you dead, bro? Andres, how are you dead, bro?
I don't know
Andres, how
what
are you dead, bro?
I don't know what you're talking about. 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 I need water. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm getting water.
How are people
Yo.
failing on this?
Chat, please follow me on Twitch right now. Please go.
Oh my god, bro!
I saw that shit in F5. Oh my god.
Those hitboxes, man.
Yo,
Just
I'll
Like
be
on
right
my
back though.
screen, I was hitting a wall, and it's just there.
Wait, I'll be right back.
Holy
Stop
fuck.
talking sometimes, bro.
Hold on.
Holy
Stop. I'll be right back. I'm
fuck,
getting water.
No, but genuinely,
Andres.
every time that you like say anything about how are people fall, and then you.
I just can't focus when I talk, dude. It's just how it works, man. What can I say?
My goodness. Wait, Baablu, you just killed that guy.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a killer.
Wait, is it just? There's only 2 people left. Why is it not the end?
What the fuck? My game froze to start. That's actually. If I
Sure,
still
buddy,
win,
sure,
that's
buddy,
insane.
Sure, buddy.
All right. Yeah. Whatever. I don't have to prove any. Oh no way. He sucks.
Oh, this guy's ass. This guy's ass. Why didn't you
What is
skip
this one?
that? You could just jump.
I've never
straight
played
over
this one
that.
before in my life. I don't know.
No,
Oh, you're
I
in
know,
front.
I
You're in
know,
front
I
of the
know.
guy, dude.
It's crazy.
Not for long,
Do you
not for
see
long,
him or
not
no?
for long.
Yo, Bruce is actually praying on my fucking downfall.
Oh, that's how you motivate
Wait, Baablu,
people.
can you see the other guy?
Oh fuck.
Oh yeah, you're ass.
No, he sucks though. Yeah, I see him. He's way ahead of me.
This guy's not, dude. This parkour for the rest. Oh, actually, wait.
Boys,
The final
I got
one's
my
not
water.
that easy.
No,
The
but
meme is from
actually,
COD?
why
Yes,
is
it is.
Always one person with a random ass name that's just way better.
Thanks to follow
than
Spidey.
Tell me they suck.
Probably
Tell me they
mixed,
suck.
dude. They're probably
No,
mixed.
why is Lindsay Parley the best?
No, they fucking beat me. Fuck.
Baablu,
I'm
I'm
gonna-
second place twice now.
yeah, you're
There you
in
go.
second place.
So unfortunate.
What's a good song to listen to?
Stop letting
Well,
people win. I'll just actually try. You know. Monitor
What?
on this time. Monitor on.
you're trying now. You're
Guys,
trying
let's
now.
turn on- let's turn on our monitors now.
I bet. Okay, I'm turning it on. Yep. Yep. All right, just turned it on. Yep. Hold on. All right, I turned it on now. I bet. I turned it on now.
With your monitor off. Like.
Oh, since I was looking at my third monitor, I was looking at chat the whole time. That's why. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
But how was the stream picking if the monitor is off?
My second monitor is how to stream. My first monitor is where the game's at.
The monitor's off, but.
But your stream has been streaming your game the entire time.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I'm using my third monitor as well to share my screen. I'm not seeing what I'm looking at.
I think you're high. I think you're high, dude.
I've never done drugs in my life.
Really?
Okay, some drugs I have done.
Does alcohol
What?
count?
Yeah, does alcohol count as drugs?
Yeah, I think so.
Does it? No,
I wouldn't say so.
I wouldn't say
Like, it's
so.
not. I mean, I guess it is a drug, but like when you say you did drugs.
Yeah, it's a drug. What do you mean?
I feel like when you say
Yeah, but
I
you
did
don't-
drugs, it's like hard
Yeah,
drugs,
no.
you know?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I did like,
Well, no. I wouldn't
Coke.
say.
You call it the
Okay,
drug
come on
store,
now.
bro.
yo, like,
Drug what?
Bro, you guys literally call it the drugstore. What do you mean when you say drugs, you think hard drugs?
Yellow.
Bro,
whoa,
no way people are stream sniping. There's
hold
actually
on.
people here.
Yo, chat, I don't know why, but I just thought of this. If there was one thing that you could add in Minecraft right now, what would it be?
Are you following this?
No.
This is crazy.
Win. Free win.
3, 2, 1, vamos.
Yeah, sure thing.
Oh, you
man.
can climb up chains like stairs? What?
Yeah, since when can you do that?
It's like slabs. It's like slabs. It's like slabs.
Yeah. Since fucking always.
I
Fuck.
didn't know that.
Okay.
Bro, Baablu.
No way, Baablu got fucking first, bruh. That would have been me. Trees. I want the crab. No way people want crab, right?
Dude, crab is sick. It gives you more reach.
All right, Booster. Booster, what are we voting for?
Hmm?
We
You-
don't
you-
know yet. We don't know
What do you
that
mean?
one's
No, the
gonna do.
jellyfish.
Dude, we don't need another useless freaking
Seagull,
floating
seagull,
animal.
seagull.
Bro,
seagull.
no, wait, no, that's
You
actually
could probably
no.
saddle a seagull.
Bro!
You could probably
No,
fucking
you're
fly a
fucking-
bird, dude.
You're trolling. You're
You're
trolling. You're
probably
trolling.
fly a
You're
bird,
trolling.
You know what?
You're
Seagull's
trolling.
Gonna do? It's just gonna be a daytime freaking.
Yeah, and it's gonna
phantom.
do apps exactly. Ain't gonna
It's
do
gonna be a
jack
phantom
shit.
for
It's gonna
food,
steal
bro.
food. It's just gonna steal like food from us.
Swoop down
I
and
think
steal
seagulls
right
are gonna be rideable.
No,
Dude, they're
no,
not rideable.
no.
There's no way.
They're also gonna
Bro.
steal your children.
Okay,
They're rideable, they better
yo.
tell us in the
Like
fucking-
baby villagers are gonna come and pick them up.
Okay, wait,
That's
that'd be
actually
pretty
kind of
sick
cool.
though.
Wait.
But we have parrots.
Yeah, but you
Why
can't
don't
ride.
they
Yeah, but they're fucking useless, just like Boosfer is. Christopher was.
True.
Oh, freak, bro.
It was your brother, dude.
It was my pet, bruh. It was your brother, bruh.
You pet my brother? That's crazy.
Christopher was literally your brother, bro. Why you acting like you don't know him, bruh?
I don't know him. I don't know what you're talking
Bro,
about.
you
dude.
did know him. What do you mean? Yellow, back me up on this.
Well,
Who was Christopher?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, bro does not know the lore.
Where's? I know Kristoff.
What?
Kristoff.
Who the hell's Christoph?
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
I thought you
I know
said you
Christmas
knew
too,
Kristoff.
dude.
yeah, you just said you knew who Christoph was. Then you say,
Okay, I hate these slabs, dude.
okay, now you're hating on
Fuck
slabs.
me.
Baablu,
Okay.
nice fall, Baablu. I saw that. I saw that right in my
Fuck
face,
me
right in my
hard,
face,
this is
dude.
so-
Yo!
That's why I died the last time because of those.
Oh my god, I can't do this section, dude. It's embarrassing.
You guys
How do I
are
get 3
an
first? Then I
embarrassment.
can't beat the first part
Hey,
of the next
first,
one.
you came second.
Nope.
Yes, I get
Oh, I
first.
tried to do
I'm
some
first. Woo! Easy, baby, easy.
Oh my
Why am I trying to do that 4 block? Am I stupid?
I got Shrek next to me.
Make it.
I got Herobrine Shrek, bro.
There's so many people not reached it yet. What the freak?
I would've
Yeah,
gotten first
how
if I
dare
didn't
you
try
not
to
know
do
what the
that.
color recipe lore is, Yellow?
Can't
Hey, wait,
Can't
yo,
believe I
you're
made that.
bro. What are you, Yellow? You're so. Oh my. You said Square Apple would have made that?
What?
Is that what you said? Square Apple would have made that?
No.
Oh,
I'm not saying anything about Square Apple.
wait, bro, you're Square
He
Apple's
can't
editor.
believe He made that. That's
Wait,
You're
bu-
Square Apple's editor.
Wait, Boosfer, do you know who
You're from
Square
the
Apple
jail.
is? Well, yeah, you're his editor.
Oh yeah, Booster is his editor. That's
Yo,
true.
you're actually his editor.
Scrapple. Who's
Yeah,
Scrapple?
Square Apple.
So Square Apple, he's from the jail and he's also from the hospital.
He's also from the hospital. You should get to meet AJ the Bold.
Yeah, you should actually.
I've met AJ the Bull. He's
No, you
super
haven't, bro. Wait, in
He's
the jail.
fucking loud.
Wait, in jail or the hospital? Where have you meet him?
Yeah,
Where have you met him?
did you meet?
We were in like an event where Minitech was cheating, so like.
Oh,
Oh yeah. Wait, which event was that?
his.
Oh
hide and
yeah,
seek
yeah,
hack.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Wait, which
I
one?
actually won that. So
He thought making a video where he uses hacks is cool, so like.
actually, that's where I got my keyboard from winning that event.
Fuck.
Oh,
Right.
true.
Wait, Minitex event?
Well.
Yeah.
Oh, what the?
Damn, bro, didn't invite me. Bro had an ego. Nah, Minitex. I'm
I
actually.
don't- This is a long time ago. I don't even
Bromix was a
know.
Minitech actually. Bro actually egoed me.
Qndres, you just found a new route. What the frick?
D's here, right?
I didn't do that.
Can't be that good if you didn't get first. So.
Nah, Minitech's a goat. He said when's my next upload? Let it go.
No, that freaking damage tick just made me die, bro.
What the fuck is this? Oh my
Dude,
god.
that's so dumb.
Sucking sideways.
Fuck.
I'll see it.
Fuck.
Wait, what the fuck is this? What? Hold
You have
on.
to do the other side. You have to do the
Oh,
other
you
side.
don't
that
have to
isn't
do
in
a
the block.
Neo. Oh, I'm
No,
stupid.
no. Fuck.
Oh my god, these are actually
Oh
like.
my
Oh
God.
fuck.
really Not easy.
No, 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 no!
Please.
Fuck you,
We
dude.
failed like 3 times on that as well, dude.
Bro.
That's so funny, dude.
That's insane.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
National Boyfriend Day. Also, Baablu. Yeah, those are all my boyfriends.
What?
Wait, what?
Fuck me hard.
Okay.
Why do I keep saying that? That's actually weird.
I'm ass.
You're still ahead of me, so it's fine.
Andres,
Oh,
I helped your
geez.
faction on W.
Hello.
Oh my god. Kier? Wait,
No way.
Fuck.
wait. If you're the real Kier, say I love Dev.
What?
Boost your fall real quick.
I'm streaming, by the way, Dev. Just I'm here.
Discord.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Thanks.
Oh,
I
that's
fell.
okay.
Wait, are you the real Kier?
Yeah, I'm a bit sick.
I threw. I
No
can't do
way,
last
you're
range,
sick now,
man.
bro.
No, it's okay. I can still record.
Okay.
Insane.
GG.
Gee.
I couldn't do those class pains, man.
So you're good in like another hour, right?
Yeah. Wait, Boosfer can still do it?
Bro is awake right
No,
now, so
I can't.
Bro cannot wait up another hour, bruh.
No, I can't record like past 11 my time because I can't be.
What time is it
loud.
right now? 11.
It's past 11. Yeah.
Bro.
I'm not being loud.
You don't have to be loud.
I can't. Don't have energy to record past like late. I
Okay.
don't know.
Yeah, you're
I
actually
usually
already.
am not awake at this time. I don't know.
You're just awake. You're with the boys, exactly. You're chilling with the
I
boys.
go to sleep at like 1 a.m. my time.
Wait, Kier, how are you awake right now?
It's 2:40.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty reasonable time to be awake.
I don't think so, but you know. I think.
If Andres doesn't think so, then I guess it makes sense.
Dude, I have been going to sleep like at 11 a.m., but we don't talk about it though. Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm on
Good for
that.
me.
Yeah, that's why yesterday when Dev said he was sleeping, bro, I was like, please. I was actually hoping that you guys are gonna go to sleep soon, but now I have to stay awake. Yesterday, because
Fuck.
Dev said we can do it tomorrow. I was like, sure.
Oh my god.
And that Boosfer can't.
And now Booster can't. But I mean, it's really, you know, it's okay. Yellow, is Yellow here? Hello, Yellow.
Yellow left.
Wait, really?
He rage quit parkour.
Bruh.
I waited for him to leave the call.
Oh, nice. Wait, get on, Kier, get on.
Huh?
We're playing parkour on MCCI. I'm surprised you haven't started sweating the server yet, bruh.
I did when it came out.
Oh. Were you like top 20 or
Okay,
something?
then I got top 1 on all of them, so I was like.
Yeah, okay, yeah,
latest-
yeah, okay.
He was
okay.
doing the dojo. He wasn't doing the.
Oh, yeah, you didn't do Survivor though.
What? What's that?
New game mode.
There's a new game.
Yep, it's like
Oh,
1v1,
shit,
V1, V1,
those are
V1, 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 V1.
Oh,
You know?
no.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, suck me.
As mods, add Kier to the title. At Kier was
Hold
hungry.
on,
Kier was hungry.
Yeah, why is that your name, bruh?
no, I am hungry.
No, you're not hungry. You're Kier.
I'm both.
Oh.
Oh, wait, Kier. All right, never mind. Kier, are you the one in jail or the hospital?
Am I the one that the hospital?
No, are you the one in the jail or the hospital?
Am I in a jail or a hospital?
Yeah.
I'm in my house.
Oh.
Why would I be in either of those?
That's
I don't
enough,
know,
Qndres.
Okay, my bad. It's just a question, you
Oh,
know.
Fuck. It's
What
literally.
is happening?
Wait,
bottleneck by
have you ever
shit.
been to the jail or hospital?
Oh my god. I'm fucking.
I've been to the hospital before, but not
Oh,
the
I'm sorry about
jail.
that. Wait, you should go to the jail though. It's pretty cool in there.
What the fuck are you talking about, Qndres?
Oh, you think I know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I've never.
I'm trying to
been caught yet.
parkour.
What the
wait,
fuck?
what? Doing what?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
This
Not
guy's
gonna worry
fucking
about
Dexter
it.
Morgan.
What's Dexter Morgan
That's a reference.
from Dexter?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Party kick yellow.
Booster, what time is it for you?
11:24.
Soon midnight.
Oh yeah, that is late.
Yeah. I think this is my last one.
And where you're getting off to?
I am.
Oh, way, bruh. Okay. Okay, jump there. Holy shit, bro. This is actually so smooth when you're just listening to music and parkouring, bro.
Yeah. What kind of music?
Not hip hop, I'll tell you that much. I can't focus on hip hop and parkouring.
Oh, I thought you were talking jukebox wise.
What?
I thought
I mean-
we were,
What do you mean jukebox? Like beatbox?
no, like the Minecraft jukebox music.
Yeah, what is that? Okay, yeah, the Minecraft jukebox, yeah.
The discs.
Yeah, do you think yeah, here, I'm listening to Minecraft disc right now. Yeah.
Is that weird?
Do you do it?
No, totally not.
Okay, you definitely do it then. I'm just failing every parkour jump now because every time you said that. Baby, I'm a bit. Baby, I'm
Oh,
a bit.
Baablu left.
I just,
Oh,
like-
he's back. Oh,
My whole Discord just died.
oh.
W? I love when Discord died on me.
Hey, how do
Yeah.
I join your game?
Yeah? Well, hold on.
Huh?
2 seconds. I'm sweating. Parkour jumps. Fuck me.
You're not even in first, dude.
I know, but
Oh, is
Fuck.
it like a race? Like a live race?
yep.
Oh, wait. This is
What
gonna
the
be fun.
fuck am I so shit for?
Because
Stop talking, dude.
please. Fuck!
Dynamo.
Fuck! What?
Dino ball.
Yeah, you don't want to play that though. Wait, I can't kick Yellow, bro. Wait, who is in my party? P
Who's the
list.
Party leader.
Me, but party list. Wait,
Keep doing this
party.
Final one.
Party. Wait, how does somebody who's in my party? Menu? Yo, who is in my party? Oh, let me know when that game's over. Wait, Kier, Kier, what is your skin, bruh?
Nothing.
Kier, what in the f is your skin? Where you at?
Oh, wait,
Nah.
Kier, where are you?
Boosfer, that was insanely close.
I'm I'm right here.
Here.
Yo. Wait,
Is the game over?
Boosfer just rage quit?
Dude, no way Kier. No, wait, not Kier. Boost. Fuck, I can't speak English. Wait, where did Boosfer go, bruh? Oh, he
Stop
left.
the kill him in the fucking final fight of the
Oh my
parkour,
God,
dude.
I can't stop too.
No, you fucker!
wait,
You
no.
fucker! I just lost.
Wait,
That's
no,
crazy.
I am so sorry, dude.
I had to mute for a second, and then I saw the thing, and I couldn't unmute to tell you.
Wait, what's happening? How do I win?
Just win. Just get
So
first
you
place.
Beat the game.
I
You beat the
two
game.
people in my face.
Yeah, they will be invisible right now. F5 if you want to see
I
the.
know.
Like,
I'm so sorry. I just ruined the game.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I don't even know his
That's
skin,
That's
bro.
so handsome. That's so handsome.
It's so cute. It's so
Andres,
cute.
hit every Neo on this.
Oh,
This
is it
one.
Neo?
Yeah, you
Oh,
don't have
hell
to.
no. You don't have to do it.
can.
I'm gonna try.
Oh, wait. 100 subs if I do. Let's get it.
Oh, I did it.
Fuck.
Let's
I
go.
did two.
I did the one.
Okay. Got first one
Oh,
done.
this is. Oh, don't punch. You're gonna punch somebody and then. No, the stones. They swapped.
Yep. Stonehenge.
Nah, this is bullshit.
Let's go.
What? Oh, I won.
Above Kier, I
You
think.
actually won the whole
Kier,
game.
Kier's quiet. Turn him up. Got you. Wait. Go here.
I could just be talking quiet.
No, you're good. I turned you up.
Okay.
Kier, how have you been though? I haven't talked to you like literally 2 months.
It's been a while.
It has been a
I've
while.
been
Going out.
sick the whole time.
Actually,
No.
I was sick like
But
a
I am
week
right
ago.
Really?
Shit.
Yeah, I might have gotten you sick. Wait, did Dev get you sick again? Low key.
No, Dev is actually not. It's just me.
Oh my god. Just like, are you gonna stay in your room? Like, what's happening?
Oh
Are you
no,
gonna
no,
go-
I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I'm just, stuff he knows. That's it.
Okay. But like, you're not gonna like get dev sick next, are you?
Mm-mm. I sealed his door closed.
Yo, wait, hold up, wait, what? Bro is okay. You just okay? Is he okay? Oh, someone just invited him to a Steam game. No, bro, started playing Apex Legends. Yo,
No way.
I swear, bro just invited me to Apex Legends lobby. No troll.
No way.
No troll, no troll. Bro said, come get on Apex Legends. Yeah, that's crazy. Damn, so what else, Kier? What else is new? Yeah, like got a wife?
No.
Okay.
I did go on a trip though. That was cool.
Oh, okay. I forgot. Where to again? Serbia.
No.
Damn it.
It was Antarctica.
Oh shit,
What
nice,
the
dude.
Fuck?
Yeah.
You're a fucking liar. You talking
No.
about?
No, he's not lying, bro. I saw his pictures.
Oh shit.
I sent Andres all my pictures.
Did you
Wait, the
find
next
Mr.
round
Beast,
started?
camp?
Yeah, you keep going, bro.
Why didn't? Oh my god, it didn't alert me.
It definitely did if you keep seeing everyone going.
Oh, I wasn't looking.
Wait,
I
Kier,
don't.
stand in the
I'm
pipes.
dead.
You get teleported.
Stand in a pipe.
Yeah, you stand in the pipes and you get teleported to the next
Oh,
round.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
He's all the way back there.
Oh no.
Rule number
Wait,
one:
I can still go. Wait, what? I didn't make it in time, but I still alive.
Yeah, probably. You probably just you just lose health.
Oh my god.
Fuck me. Fuck me.
Yes, sir.
What?
No, I said,
Oh, they're disappearing.
Oh fuck! I made it.
yum.
How do you know
Yummy.
what's gonna disappear?
It just
No,
like
This is bad.
You just know the map. Actually, that's not true. Well,
This is so sad.
okay. We're good.
good job, Andres.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Where did Yellow go? Probably rage quitted. He does not like parkour. He probably want to go play Sky Battle again.
Bro, how is this parkour? This is literally just geometry dash memorization.
Oh,
Well-
Kier. Well,
You're not wrong.
I've never played Geometry Dash, so I don't know what Geometry. Fuck.
Miguel.
You've never played Geometry Dash?
Well, I
really?
have it on stream because someone gifted me 20 to play Geometry Dash, and I rage quitted. You told me to be like some weird level.
Rage
Yeah.
quit on Stereo Madness.
No way.
What's Stereo Man's? What is that? Mario? Like Mario level?
Stereo Man?
Stereo Man's is crazy.
What is that? Can you let me in?
Nah.
I'm just dead
You
here.
know
I'm
you're
just
not.
fucking dead. I'm just fucking dead. Bobby, if you win this, I'll gift you $100. Wait, actually, no, I don't have $100
Oh,
to my
yeah,
name.
really?
Yo, I don't have $100 to my
Fuck, I'm
name.
not gonna win anyways. I suck fucking.
This is nothing like Geometry Dash. No, he's not streaming. It's just me.
Oh, so how can you give them subs then?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Explain it.
that's a great question.
Explain it
Andres.
to
Wait.
all of us.
I think everyone in the world wants to know, when's your next upload? Oh, not your upload. When's your next stream?
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, next week.
Fuck
Stay
off.
on God right now. Say no. You said no. You said next week.
No. Like, I don't have a plan for one. That's the thing.
Oh, okay. But soon, right?
Soon, like maybe
Yeah.
winter,
Ooh.
get back to streaming.
Little 25 days of Christmas again?
Yeah, I also didn't get to finish my roller coaster.
Hmm?
Roller coaster.
What roller coaster?
Don't worry about it.
I still gotta watch Avatar before the year ends. And Breaking
Which one,
Bad
the blue
apparently.
people?
No, the
Breaking Bad
yellow
is
people.
nuts.
Wait,
I
that's
watched
okay.
Breaking Bad.
The Cartoon Network one.
Oh yeah, that one's good.
Yeah, I gotta watch that
I
whole
like that
thing.
show. I would watch Breaking Bad and Avatar together. So like do 2
Okay.
episodes of Avatar, then an episode of Breaking Bad. That's how I did it.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
That's actually how you did it?
I wanna watch
that's how I watched Breaking Bad for the first
I
time.
wanna watch Hunter x Hunter though.
way.
What's
You
that?
wanna watch a lot
It's
of
an anime.
things.
I've been watching I watched like 10 minutes of the first episode, then I got bored because I was playing Minecraft on my second monitor.
So wait, if you
Damn.
don't like the show, then why would you want to watch it?
Well, no, I like the show, but I just haven't watched it, you know?
You got bored.
Well, yeah, but I don't know what I'm saying, bro. Bro, I'm trolling, bro.
Yeah, you're a little bit of a troll.
Yeah,
Andres.
so Kier, you know what's new with me? Okay. Well,
What? Sorry.
No, no,
Sorry,
no, you're
yes,
good.
I
No.
do want to know what's new with you. Yeah. I do.
I'm actually in Canada now. I live in Canada.
Really?
Hmm.
What state?
There is no state. There's only provinces. Yo, I'm so
That was a trick
smart.
question.
Yeah. You see, because only real Canadians know that.
Right.
province
So,
is-
Right.
okay, what province are you in then?
Like the left one, like the one on the left, Alberta.
Yo.
Yep. I know. I'm Canadian. I'm telling you. I'm part Canadian now.
Is that the one all the way to the left?
No, that is Vancouver.
Not quite.
Wait, really?
Oh, I did a parkour. Oh. Yeah, no,
Yo,
please,
how-
Qndres, just shut up.
Chat. What? Yo, chat believes me, right? Chat. Yo,
I
guys,
don't
I'm
think
in.
anybody believes you.
Not
Yeah,
a soul
chat.
on earth. Bought that shit.
What do you mean? My whole chat believes me that I'm from Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I saw
I-
one person say yeah.
True. See?
I guess that is 100% if nobody else tells.
Fuck.
Oh, there's
I
like
hate
red
these-
walls.
I hate red.
The hell?
Yeah, I'm kidding. You think Dev wakes up?
For recording?
Yeah.
Well, Boosfer's not gonna anyway, so don't you need him?
No, I don't need him.
Oh. Okay. We'll see.
We'll see. Please. The glass planes you can run across it. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you had to jump over him, no?
It's faster, but
Um,
you just want to.
My arm hurts. I might need to get like my arm amputated. Yo.
Really?
Fuck are you talking
No,
about?
I definitely get a surgery on my arm though. I'm gonna go to the hospital soon. I might actually need to go to the
damn.
hospital soon.
You go to the
What for?
jail, buddy.
Okay, fuck you. I don't need to go to the jail. You need to go to the jail and the hospital together at the same time.
Why? Why are we going to jails and hospitals?
Because.
Fucking, what is this shit?
Wait.
Is that joke I missed?
Wait.
it
Yeah.
actually is.
It, you know, Age of the Bold.
Damn. No.
Well, he's in the jail.
He's in jail?
Yeah.
I was gonna say something that I just can't say.
Yo! Hi, Bri. Hi, Evan.
Hey,
Welcome
Bryce.
back. Bry's in my chat right now. He said meow.
Right, the guy.
Q&A parkour stream. Go ask me questions. Go. Any
What's
question
your
to answer?
favorite-
Chicken teriyaki.
Oh, nice.
Am I just too smart, right? So I just knew your fuck. I just spelled this jump. Go on, ask. Yo, chat questions. Yo, chat. Rapid fire questions. Go. I was able to do you in Legacy the other day. We literally duel. What do you mean? Oh, Baablu. What did I just do? Yo, you know this server actually promotes drinking?
Really?
Yeah, they have beer pong cups in the lobby.
No way.
Swear.
You're talking about this shit again, Andres? This stupid beer pong.
Dude.
That's
It's
very
not promoting
irresponsible.
drinking.
Yeah, don't.
No,
Sheesh.
No.
Made it.
No way, Kier.
Favorite color of all of you? Blue. I fucking love blue.
So why are you gray? I get it.
This blue's taken already. Some.
Favorite color is blue?
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What do you mean?
No, nothing.
Wait. No. What do you mean, bro? Let it out, bro. What you gonna say, huh?
What do you mean,
Kidding.
let it
It's my
out?
favorite color too.
Aww. I hate red.
Red's probably the best color. Probably.
Yeah. But red. Wait. What color
You
does red and
believe
blue
this?
make?
Purple.
Yeah,
Damn.
thanks.
Third favorite country? Yo, I don't know. Probably
Favorite
first one would be
country?
Canada.
Of course.
'Cause I'm Canadian.
Third. That's a good question, actually. Wow.
Serbia. Yo. Mexico, actually. No, first is US, maybe? Wait, what would be my first, actually? I don't know.
That makes sense if you live there. You could say the country you live in is the best.
No, no, there's no way I'm saying America's the best, bruh.
No? Okay. Wait. Antarctica.
Ooh,
Ooh,
Quaaludes.
isn't that a
Is that a
continent though?
country? Yeah, but like, continents are just
Countries, pretty
better
much.
versions of countries.
Oh,
Like, look at Canada. That's pretty much just continent, right? Wait, that means,
Yeah.
wait. Wait, Alaska's a country? No, Alaska's a state. I'm an idiot. What am I saying?
What? What?
I don't know what I'm saying, bruh. Why are you bald?
Moron,
Okay, well,
Qndres.
dude, I'm not a moron. I'm Andres.
Oh, okay. I thought you were a moron. Sorry.
No, I'm Andres. Lou's like, are you fucking serious? How does
I don't
Kier get
get
first? No,
Kier's gonna win. Kier's
no.
gonna win. Cheer him on, dude. Cheer him
Wait,
on.
I
Dude.
didn't
He's
know
happy
what's
for him. What the
happening. I
hell?
didn't-
You know
Like,
what?
happy
You know
for
what?
him.
If Kier wins, I'll go bald.
Yo. All right,
I
so
don't
I'm gonna
know
message this
what's
guy to
happening.
throw for $100.
No.
Yes, please cabbage, please cabbage, please
It's okay.
cabbage.
Cabbage sucks.
I
Kier.
ate it.
Cabbage sucks.
Bro, cabbage is literally flawlessing all these jumps. I don't.
Hey, he's cheating.
No, but bro's.
Oh wait, I'm killing him.
Wait, bro has not. Yo.
Hold on, I'm catching up. No, I'm not.
Oh my. Yo.
It's okay, I'll catch up.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This guy is nuts.
It's okay, I'll catch up. Don't worry, it's all part of my
Bro
plan.
flaws the whole
Hold on.
parkour. Bro,
It's all part of my long-term plan. Hold on. Oh shit.
dude, this guy did not feel a single jump. He just kept going for it. By the way.
Wow, wait, cabbage is actually good.
I don't like cabbage. I don't like steamed cabbage. Steamed cabbage is really, really good.
I agree. Steamed cabbage. Who
Steamed
eats
cabbage, steamed
raw,
carrots
though?
is fire, bro. Have you tried steamed carrots?
Of course.
What about steamed? What are they called? Steamed spinach. Oh, so good. Fire.
Kier win or did Kier win? Did Kier win? Did Kier win?
No, Kier lost.
No,
It smells like
Kier
teriyaki in my house.
Okay.
Thanks to follow. Appreciate
Get
it.
the fuck away from me,
What
you
the-
freak.
Wait, Kier, stand still. 3 seconds. Stand still. Come down here real quick.
Yo.
Yo,
Yo.
Andres.
Yeah. Wait, are you
Who's the
drinking
worst
Dr Pepper from McDonald's?
I had a Coke Zero from McDonald's.
Ah, I got the McDonald's right though. If I wanted to.
Wait, so you're streaming, Andres? Hold on.
No, I'm not. My brother is though.
Let me get your stream open to your
Oh.
gameplay.
Okay.
Well, Andres, what's your gameplay so ass?
Fuck you. It's actually your gameplay. I'm screen sharing your screen.
Oh shit. Okay, my fault.
Oh wait, I gotta refollow you. I forgot.
Yo!
That's insane.
That's crazy.
I'm
Kier
kidding.
is back and hungry. Is crazy.
Oh, I'm so hungry for Kier.
Kier, could you explain your username real quick?
Man, I got so confused earlier when I saw you on my game, and then my final duel opponent leaves me for no reason. Yeah, sorry. I teleported Baablu out. 1 year and 5 months. Wow.
See, I was kidding. That's proof.
Wait, 7 more months? We're like 2 years together.
Let's go.
Wait, Kier, do you know today's National Boyfriend Day?
Is it actually?
Yeah. What did you get, Dev?
I didn't get him anything.
That's fucked up.
Is it?
I think so. Why don't you get him anything?
You?
Yeah, I did.
I said, wait.
Did you say did you, or did you say, what did you say?
I don't know at this point.
Oh, okay. Well, I did get Dev something actually. And trust me, it's waiting for him when he wakes up. Tell him to check his mailbox.
Oh. It's mailbox. Okay.
Mhm.
Mailbox.
What are your thoughts on Lil Tecca's new album, by the way? I didn't ask you. I forgot. We haven't spoken since like... Literally, we haven't spoken since I think Travis Scott's album dropped, low key.
Yeah, I remember. That was a while ago.
That was a while ago. Was it Donda?
Stunned. Fucking
I liked
crazy,
it.
Andres?
It's
No, I'm
pretty
kidding.
good.
Yo, Fiend goes crazy. Fiend. I remember telling you that Fiend sucked because all I said is Fiend.
Yeah.
No,
and I
dude,
said
Fiend
you're
actually
stupid,
grew on me.
because Right now.
Fiend is
Me.
on fire.
There you go.
My Eyes is definitely top 5 on that album.
I don't.
That's
Actually, yeah,
popular.
mine is pretty good. Wait, how does Kier have 4 R's in his name? Because one is actually weird. If you have 1 R in your name, it's never mind.
What?
Having 2 R's is weird. I forgot an R in my name. So I was like, yeah, having 1 R is weird.
No, Kier with 1 R was taken, and then so I tried Kier with 2 R's, and that was taken.
Who
then I
took
tried
that?
With 3 R's, and guess
That
what?
was taken.
That was taken. And then I tried it with 5, and that was taken, so I had to go 4.
Oh, okay. Wait, what did you say? 5? Yeah, wait,
Huh?
what? Why did you
So
say
I'm
5
winning,
before
I'm
4?
winning, I'm winning, I'm winning.
Well, you have green boots on. Fuck.
Andres, you kind of suck, dude.
Shut up, kitten.
Kidding? That's my name.
Are they quiet or am I dumb? They're probably quiet. I don't know, dude. Oh,
Up Discord. Up
Oh, wait.
Discord now.
Is this better?
oh, there we go. Oh my god, you're in my ear. I love when you're in my ear.
Oh, my mic was behind my monitor.
Bro, what? Wait, what microphone do you have?
It's black.
Okay, good. Okay.
Sure, some 7B.
Yep, you know it. You already knew that, Andres.
Wait, actually, that wasn't even me. I didn't say
Bro,
that.
like,
That was
come on,
Baablu.
bro. No, I know, but
Oh,
you knew it too.
I actually didn't know that. I was guessing.
Oh, really?
It's just like the YouTuber mic.
I have a Blue Yeti. Fuck me.
It's the best mic, I'd say, but I gotta get a new one.
Yeah, Blue Yeti. Actually, not to downgrade.
Dude, I need to get a shirt. I've been using a Blue Yeti for like 2 years.
Yeah, Shures are really good. I'm definitely gonna get a different one soon, though.
They just released a new
Your song is really good.
model.
Did they
Wait, what?
really?
Yes, they do.
Does it have surround sound?
I have not a clue in the world, but I'm sure it's great.
Wait, never mind. Oh, why is
holy
it
moly,
moving?
that's
Oh, I like this. Is cool. It's like a wave of moving
Yep.
blocks.
Yellow Wall is coming online.
No way.
Oh, Yellow to get back on.
He's probably getting on. He's probably getting on.
Oh, I'm gonna die. No. No. Yellow Wall?
Yellow Wolf?
Hi,
Yo!
Yellow.
Here.
What's up?
Here.
Fuck
Yeah.
me.
My editor made you look really bad.
What the?
What the fuck? What's your problem, Yellow?
It was so funny.
Bro, why? Why me?
Remember when you were talking about drinks?
I'm still streaming, by the way. Just letting you know.
Oh.
Remember that?
Yeah. No, how do you make me look bad from that
When your
conversation?
Dev said to cut out all the parts where it sounded like you said a certain word.
Wait, what?
Right, what were we saying about drinks?
No, yo.
I
Don't leak
remember.
anything.
What do you mean leak anything? It's a freaking video, bro.
Oh, okay, for sure. Leak it all you want then.
What are you guys playing?
Still playing parkour.
Still? With
Yep.
Kier? You're just
Yeah.
playing PvP?
I'm doing parkour. I'm playing.
Kier was a
Oh my
parkour
god, I
guy.
saw.
Yellow, you sound like laggy, by the way. Bit ratey.
I've got my fan on, so it's.
Yeah, it sounds weird. Turn your fan off. Suffer.
Whoa, I'm freaking warm.
Yo, that's
Okay.
crazy. You should buy an AC unit for your house, by the way, or for your
Yeah, I will.
studio.
I should. Can I get a freaking invite?
Oh, you want to play now? Yeah, sure.
Fuck me, I went. I went.
Andres,
for
don't
it.
queue me out, bro. Do not
I
queue me
won't.
out.
I won't. All right, let's queue up now.
Your office changed you, Yellow.
Yeah, your office changing, Yellow. Like,
No
actually.
way. Where's my invite?
Hold on, I gotta kick. Wait, you're not. I gotta kick Boosfer.
Unless I'm already in the party.
There you go.
Alright, thank you.
Boosfer has been removed. Let's go.
That's
Yo.
actually crazy. Where did he leave? Did he leave right before I joined?
No, he left, like-
basically left as soon as I
He
joined.
leaves.
Yeah, he left when Kier joined, and then you left when Kier joined as well. Or I mean,
Yeah.
no.
But
Sorry.
I waited till
Kier.
Yellow left, and then I
Yeah.
joined.
You wait for me to leave, bro. That's
Yep.
crazy, dude.
Nah,
Dude,
but it
Kier-
wasn't on purpose.
Because
I
we
just
had
saw
no
you leave,
room.
and I was like, oh, maybe I should go.
Yeah. So pretty
Yo,
much it's on
Kier.
purpose, but he doesn't want to tell you it's on
Here,
purpose.
how do you feel about the crab, though?
Like, okay,
Baablu,
take
please
this
win.
in, right? They
What?
add 3 ocean-related mobs, but no whales.
But no
That's
whales.
kinda stupid.
Did you have to get sent to Kier?
Yo, thanks for the sub.
96 has gifted a
Fuck
few
me.
back and hungry.
Wait.
Here, remember,
Wait.
It's a vote. They're not all gonna be added.
Oh, yeah,
No, I know,
chance.
but all 3 mobs are
Ocean.
Crap and shit.
ocean-related.
And they're tiny. They're gonna be tiny. Unless
Right.
they like do like a giant monster jellyfish.
So my
That'd be pretty sick,
thinking
though.
now is like they're gonna do an ocean update.
Let's go, baby.
Because it's all ocean.
Oh my god,
And
bruh.
then they'll add whales in the real main update because whales are way too
Ooh.
important.
I feel like
Be
they
added
do
into
with
some mob
the-
boat.
With the so they're gonna do something with the jellyfish thing, you know, like you can extract it and like make anti-venom.
Yes,
Yeah.
like
Taser.
Taser in Minecraft.
I was thinking that, but it's not electricity. It's a
Taser?
Oh, what if they add electricity to Minecraft? You can add lights,
Not gonna
Minecraft
remember the
lights.
taser.
There
Wait,
is
they have
it's
redstone.
lightning, bro.
Oh, you're right.
Isn't redstone electricity?
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah, you're right. Wait,
Yo, is this cute dad, bro?
no, it's not. But you know what I said? What if they add witchcraft to Minecraft?
There is
Yeah.
witchcraft.
Okay,
not
besides
Minecraft.
alchemy though. That's alchemy. That's not witchcraft.
There's witches. in
What if you
there.
extract your own hearts to like?
Bro, what are you talking
Alright,
about?
this
Yo,
is
Vito,
way
thanks for
too
getting another
crazy
sub.
now.
Viobio
Okay,
96
we were
has
saying
gifted a
that,
sub to Ivan Mears.
that if seagulls are added, they're probably gonna be just a daytime phantom, and they swoop down and steal your food.
Oh, that would be so annoying.
Yeah, like if people vote for seagull, it's just gonna be the phantom all over again, most likely.
Yeah, I don't want.
Nobody
Actually, no,
likes
but
phantoms.
I wouldn't mind a bunch of birds being added, but as long as they don't do anything.
Can we,
know what's
like-
funny though?
What's
They
funny?
could have made crabs like the normal crab color, but there's like a meme going around just now where it's like, oh, the useless blue mob in the mob vote, like the alley and the freaking phantom and stuff like that. And
Mm.
they
Yeah.
found a way to add a blue mob regardless, with they making the crab blue.
Yeah, I mean,
Always
whoever
a
votes for
blue
the
mob in the
crab,
mob vote.
whoever votes for
There's
the crab
always a
has
blue mob.
issues.
Dude, how cool.
Wait, I mean, it does.
What is it-
Thank you for the
that's
subs,
you
what
do
Theo.
the
Appreciate you
crab?
so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you,
But
thank
you
you,
can
thank you,
get
thank
No,
you.
it gives you it gives you more reach. It's cool.
But it says for building, and how
What?
would
For
that work?
building,
You can, like,
yeah.
equip it? Does that mean?
Wait, what?
Does that mean that you can equip stuff?
Yeah, you put it up.
Like-
Oh, that'd be pretty sick.
Wait,
double
wait,
equip?
what did they
That
say
wouldn't
the
make
crab
much
does?
sense.
It gives that extra
It's-
block reach
the
for your
crab
for
claw
building.
gives you extra block reach.
So if you hold a crab in your hand,
I don't
you can
know.
reach
I don't
further?
know.
No,
That's the thing,
block
I don't know.
crab claw. If you hold the crab
What if
claw in
you
your
can
hand.
stick crab legs to your feet and crawl up the walls?
Dude, what are you talking
and like,
about?
Do you
No,
and
wanna
like
do that?
climb the walls.
Wait, they probably would have done that with spiders already. Then. 'Cause crabs don't really climb walls.
Crabs don't climb walls, bro.
They could. They don't have any walls to climb.
True, they
that's
live in
true.
the
Run an
beach.
experiment.
Ooh,
Walls,
you,
bro.
you're so right. I don't think a scientist has ever done that in their life before. Wait, you could be a
Yeah.
scientist here. Have you thought about being a
I
scientist in your
should
life?
be. I
Wait, have
actually
you guys
used to
have you
wanna
guys
be
ever seen a
scientist.
swimming crab? You seen how they swim?
I have.
Yes,
That's so sick.
I have. Have you ever seen a swimming shark? I haven't.
Okay, bro.
No.
What? Yo, have you seen a swimming shark in your life before?
You think you? Not in real life. No,
Okay,
I've
then you
seen
haven't.
them
Then
in the
then they don't
aquarium.
swim. Exactly.
No, I have. I've seen it in an aquarium actually.
Well, aquarium, they're hostage, so you can't really.
Oh, frick.
Hostage.
Yo,
I heard
wait.
someone told me they chose they want to be.
You know what's
there.
crazy? Someone named Sharkies just followed me. Weren't we just
can't-
talking about sharks?
You can't.
Oh.
Yo, that's-
apparently you
yo.
can't like get a white, a freaking great white.
Thanks for
in
follow, Sharkies.
aquariums
Hello.
that
Welcome to the stream.
themselves.
Hi, Sharkies.
Did
Wait, I
did guys
know you,
heard that
Sharkies.
before?
Wait, what did you say, Yellow?
I said that you can't get a great white shark in an aquarium because they'll just die in like 2 weeks.
Wait,
Really?
really?
Yeah, like there was only ever one in captivity for like an extended period of
Wait,
time.
then who's
but then
Shamu?
died. I don't know.
What?
Yo, y'all know who
that's a
Shamu
freaking
is?
genie. That's a
No,
Wait till they see
Shamu.
my tank.
Huh?
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 Wait, you have a tank in your
You better
house?
win this.
Damn. Dude, you're so rich, bro.
Oh, frick. Here, you better win this.
No, it's not a big one.
Oh, okay.
That's not a big one.
Yo, why does he have a bikini on?
Who?
Hi, Sharkies. Welcome,
Talking
Sharkies. Yo, no, the
Oh,
person.
Jush made this map. No
Who-
way, bro. I like that
What?
guy.
Wait.
Jush made this
Oh my
map.
God, Kier. Dude, you're never gonna guess what.
I
Whoa,
played with
whoa,
that guy.
whoa.
Yellow knows what blood means.
Yeah, it's what's in your veins.
No,
Okay.
not that kind of blood.
Not that kind of blood. Like blood. What's up, blood? You know, blood. You know, blood. Kier?
Sounds
Yeah, like
so bad in
veins.
an American accent, though.
Huh?
Like when you fall and hurt yourself.
No, it's not what blood means, bruh.
Wait, is this, are these
How are you,
meals or
Sharkies?
something? Oh no, it's just like.
Yeah,
What
Kier's
the
like,
flippity dippity do?
Wait, which mob will you guys vote for? That's
oh,
Well,
I'm
I
voting
don't know,
for
because
the
I don't know
duck.
how
I'm voting for the
they're all
duck.
gonna
The
be.
duck.
Be
The duck.
careful, cause I have my block button ready.
Yo,
Yeah,
what?
I'm thinking about the crab, but I don't know. Because I don't know what the other ones
I
are.
Yellow,
don't
you're
know,
getting
man.
blocked.
Duck.
I
Duck. We
don't
want the
know.
duck. We want the
There's
duck.
only one option that we have so far.
Duck.
don't
They
even
want the
know if that
duck.
link was real. Because Jack has a point. Like, how are the names there on the videos when a private video just says private video?
What do you mean? Oh, it's
Wait, what?
fake?
Well, no, but like, if you
Yeah, they're
look at
actually in
the-
Wales in Minecraft, Kier. No troll. The second vote is actually Wales.
Here,
I'm good, have you
look
been?
at
Pretty
the
good.
screenshot,
I'm chilling.
right, it says
Wait, parkouring, and I
the
suck.
titles of the video in a private playlist, right? But the
Oh,
videos would say private video if it's.
Shamu's
if
an
they were private.
orca. Oh, okay. Wait, guys,
So I don't
Shamu's
know
an
how-
orca, not a whale. No,
Oh.
killer whale. Wait, what's an orca?
Someone died. No,
Oh,
orca
so-
is a
okay,
killer
I'm an
whale.
idiot. I'm
Orca
the
is a type
killer
of-
whale.
An orca is a killer whale, bro.
Oh, then what if they had orcas in Minecraft? Thoughts?
They're like,
They're
I
mid,
don't know, like, no, I like orcas, but like,
but they're
when
mid.
I'm thinking a whale, I'm thinking like a blue whale, you know? Or like a
Like a
blue
big, giant blue
Sperm
whale.
whale? Sperm whale. we need
or a sperm whale.
That was a
Yeah,
sperm
exactly.
whale.
Sperm whales. I like sperm whales, belugas.
Can you explain what sperm whales
and,
are?
Wait, you'd be fine with a beluga?
Yeah, belugas are cool.
Oh, and they have like telepathy, don't they? So that'd be cool.
I remember I touched a beluga before and I liked it.
I've never seen the ocean.
Hey, that sounds crazy, but you know what I mean.
I've never seen the outside.
Oh my goodness, this is bad. Wait, Anders is just freaking saying the most random things. I've never
Actually-
seen outside before.
I actually don't go outside at all. I don't have a life outside Minecraft.
Oh, I hate
Juice.
this.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
Jish is cool in my books.
Okay, Yellow, you're literally.
GG.
What?
Wait, Kier, I have a question actually, like a real question, like all like stuff aside. Would you play a Minecraft event
Oh,
that is the MCC with me
Minecraft event that is
and Boosfer?
MCC?
You know? Yeah.
That is MCC?
No, that isn't MCC.
Like which one?
It's called MC Mayhem. I think it'd be pretty cool to have you on my team.
bro, how do
When
you
is
guys
that?
even get access to these events? I just see like everybody joining. I'm just like, I've never heard of this in my
Oh,
life.
this guy's a sweat, bro. Ah, fuck.
Dude,
Both
100.
fell. No, but seriously, how do you guys find out about these events?
I got invited.
I don't know.
Oh fuck, we did the same thing.
Qndres, just slow down.
Oh, just slow down,
Oh wait, there's a
Qndres.
memorization part. Oh wait. This guy-
Oh my fucking me. Dude, is he flossing it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you fell.
Fuck! I was so
Yo, yo.
ass.
Some
I'm pretty good, Sharkies. Hopefully you're having a good day today. But I'm having an amazing day.
We did Sky Battle?
I don't know what Sky Battle is.
Your mods never change your title. We're not doing PvP, bro.
No, we are. This is literally this is a version of PvP. You know that, right?
Player.
Yeah. This is player versus
Oh,
player
yeah, we
versus
had
player
this
versus player
argument
versus
with
player.
Boosfer. We had this a huge argument with Boosfer about PvP this one time.
Oh my
Remember
god.
that, Kier? About
And you just the thing is though with Boosfer, you cannot win. No matter what it is, you
Oh,
just
you
cannot
can
win the
win.
argument. No, you cannot.
Oh, you can win.
No, because it ends up being like no. Wait, this guy's name is Monka?
Two things though, like he either
Your name is Rainbow now,
realizes that he was
Sharkies.
wrong- He either realizes that he was wrong, right, and then
Yeah.
he just keeps on arguing just because, or literally he did this the last time. We had like a 3 hour long argument, and then the
Oh,
next day
no.
he just comes and call and he says, "Hey guys, I'm sorry, I don't know what was wrong with me last night. I didn't mean to argue." Like he was literally apologizing and stuff for arguing with us for so long. It was so funny.
He does that a lot though. He's nice. He's a nice guy. A PC now? Oh. Is that's 7 TV, right, Sharkies? I don't see your 7 TV badge. That's weird. Wait, Yellow, if you get first place here, I'll give you $100.
Blow my back here.
Wait, what?
What?
You say blow my back here?
Why would I said
Blow my back out, blow my back
bro.
out, blow my
What does
back
that even mean, bro?
Yo.
What does that
Okay.
So
Yo,
you
you're
look at my
too
back.
innocent. Oh.
What's the problem?
Bro, that was me if I said blow
Wait,
my back out,
Baablu.
Qndres. I am not innocent. I know what you're getting at.
I don't know.
But Yellow's a bad boy. You know that, right?
I want to hop on MCCI, but I hate parkour.
Ah.
Fine, we'll play some Sky Battle at this
What are the
again.
different Maps. These all feel the same.
Yeah, they pretty much are.
They genuinely all just feel like the same. Also, how come you know the parkour warrior that we had in the practice server
Mhm.
here? How come? I thought that's what this was gonna be like. I thought it was gonna be like a big course, not like a
I
bunch of
know.
different. Is it? What's it like in the MCC? Is it like this, or is it like?
Yeah, they
like a
changed it
course?
like this.
Ugh.
It's like different courses now, so you can't just memorize the exact thing. And then
Wait, so
No, they don't.
Sharkies,
Oh.
This
you're in
is
Boost,
the
you're
worst
in
parkour.
Greninja's chat, right? Am I tripping?
fuck me.
I didn't know I was gonna disappear, bro. Like I knew that they do disappear, but I
Yo,
didn't
I
know it was-
really want Chick-fil-A right now.
Oh,
Oh
that
my
would be
god,
good.
I'm actually so upset.
Huh? Dude, did you hear about they're making Chick-fil-A's in the Europe, in England?
Maybe they should make some more in Canada first.
Well, how many is there's only one in Canada? How many is there in Canada?
I don't know. There's none where I live.
Yeah, I've
Oh.
never seen one in
The
Canada.
closest one to me is like a 2-3 hour drive.
What?
There is one in Toronto actually.
Is there actually in Toronto?
Oh my
Yeah,
god! I
yeah.
punched
At
an
Yorkdale.
invisible person and it made
Huh.
me freaking fall.
York, I know where that is.
No, you don't.
Dude, I'm literally Canadian, bro. I live in Alberta,
Where
Canada.
is it then?
Dude,
What city
Alberta,
is it in?
BC. Oh, Vancouver.
Alberta's like a
Yeah,
lady's name. What are you talking about?
Right? Right? Am I right?
6.
No.
They scared of the 6.
Oh, my fault. That's Drake. That's BC.
What?
Oh no.
Aubrey?
Oh wait.
You know, I met Drake and my friends.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm Drake. I'm
Canadian-
friends with Drake.
All
I'm friends with.
Canadians know Drake. personally.
I'm friends with
Oh,
XQC in real life. No troll.
Here, are you gonna make it? I know that you're like.
I'm right
behind
behind
a little
you.
bit. Oh.
I'm about to
I
pass.
saw you fall.
Flippity dippity do.
I did fall.
I didn't say
How much time does
bro.
Ninja scam you, Sharkies? Let me know. Because Ninja scammed me
What are you
yesterday.
talking about?
Talking to my chat, bro. My chat loves me, right, chat? Please say yes.
That's parasocial.
Okay, I'm not parasocial. I'm Qndres.
Oh, okay. I know you were Andres. Thanks.
Oh, I like this
Fuck.
one.
Are you Duke here?
I do. I wouldn't make that up.
Kier, you're first right now.
Yep.
Not for
Zero
long.
scams. Well, he scammed me yesterday, so.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna fail this.
Wait, did you hear what CS2 is out, Kier? I'm not sure if you've been on the internet recently.
Released, right?
Yep. Hi, FT Butter. Hi, Butter. Hi, Butter. Hi, Butter. What? I don't really like it. I mean, I do, but I don't, you know? I like Valorant better.
I
'Cause
haven't
I'm,
played it yet.
it's, I don't know. I don't know if I feel like it. It's more like a lot more graphic-y, you know?
Yeah.
Hypoc player.
Better graphics, right? Isn't that usually better? Or...
Yeah, I mean,
there was
in
a
some games.
freaking
Fuck!
bad pain there, bro.
Okay, I gotta stop yelling.
Oh, this one's difficult.
Hypoc player, hello. Bald check, bro. I'm not bald, bruh.
I mean,
Wait, it's Ben, right? Wait, who are you, Pog player? Bro, I'm not bald, bruh. You see hearing myself. Myself.
Myself. I mean, if you want to be Scottish, you can say myself.
Wait, Yello, is it true that Scottish people actually have like a language?
Yeah, it's called Scots.
can
Or
you
Can you
Gaelic?
speak it?
No,
Can your parents speak it?
no,
Why not?
because we didn't.
I thought they were
learn it.
Scottish. Yeah, but you're Scottish
it's
though.
not- it's an old language. It's not.
No,
Yeah,
we
but you're
also
old.
speak Scottish,
Wait,
but-
your parents are old, though, no?
No, like
You're
old,
old?
old. Like
Wait, how?
like have you seen the movie Brave by Disney? That
No.
old.
I don't watch Disney. It's like kids shows.
Dude,
Oh, no, you just did that, bro.
I'm kidding, bro. Bro, you know what movie I like from Disney?
Don't know.
The Nightmare Before Christmas. Best movie ever.
Disney movie?
Yeah,
I don't
it
think it's
is.
Disney, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. Bro, I fucking suck at
That
parkour,
movie
bro.
was creepy when I was a kid.
Bro, that one was fire. What?
We did
Yeah,
things
sure.
together.
What's up, Skulls?
It
Hello.
was kind of scary. There's a lot of skeletons.
Scottish people aren't real.
What the frick do you mean, bro?
Bro,
Right
what?
really,
here,
Dude,
man.
that really
that was like,
offended Yellow.
yo,
I can agree with that one.
I'm right
Yeah.
freaking here.
bro really got, dude, bro got, oh my God.
You didn't want to mess with me,
Angry.
man. Scottish people are real.
I'm sorry, Yellow.
I
Yo,
don't know.
one
Why
in chat,
you
Scottish people are
sorry?
real, two in chat, they're not
I'm the
real.
one who said it.
Sorry, Yellow. I'm sorry. Don't hurt me.
Yellow, please. Let me out of your basement.
Let me out.
Ooh, sky
Let me
battle.
out.
Oh
This
no.
is not a dance. Yo, Kier.
Yeah. Yo.
Are you taking your pants off? Why?
Yeah,
Wait, why
everybody do it,
is,
everybody do it.
wait, take your
It's
chest plate off.
Such a horrible sound.
Wait, take your chest plate off. Damn, that looks, why does that look old?
Yeah, it's, the white parts aren't part of the skin. That's just something behind it.
No,
What-
it's
what's the
definitely
point?
his like hairs, bruh.
Kier, Kier doesn't have a freaking nickname because he doesn't have a rank.
Oh my God. Oh my God. There's no twist, Dev. Yo, they're just quoting Dev. Okay.
I stole everything. Run away.
That's not Kier. Wait, Kier, say that's not you. See, it's not you, so we won't get targeted. Say
not
it's like
me.
your cousin, what's your cousin's
Take
name
all the
again?
stuff, guys.
Hans.
Hans, yeah, say it's your cousin Hans.
They're all low. I got them all to like 2 health.
Dude,
Yeah,
this
they're
guy's,
just
this
chasing
guy's, yeah, this
He's on your
guy's,
full health. He just
yeah,
says-
yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, guys, here. Knockback sword and boots for. I'll drop stuff. Baablu here.
Wait, boots, I need boots,
Oh,
boots.
you're so
Boots,
cute.
Here,
You're
boots,
so
boots,
cute.
boots. Yoink. Yo, okay.
Here, knockback
Okay,
sword and.
there's no
thingy,
way this
and
guy
who
takes it,
doesn't
right?
have a knockback sword?
Oh, hi, Yellow. Fuck.
Go. What the freak?
Bro.
What the freak? Bro, who is, yo,
Trying to kill me?
yo.
Oh, they're just stopping us from coming
Go,
over.
Kier, go, Kier. Kier, be careful.
Okay.
I need to eat up a little bit.
Help me, boys.
Steal.
Got him.
I have boots for the boots, man.
Stole the loot. Stole the
Oh
loot.
shit.
Above, yeah, where it might
Oh, why is
be.
the instant damage potion like brown? Oh, I got destroyed.
Just saw that happen. Yo, who the fuck is this guy?
You got the
Qndres, you
100?
good, bro?
Dude, I have 4 kills right now, bro. I'm sweating right now. I threw my boots out. It's all good though. You call me the boots, man, because I got no boots on.
They call me the boots because I took my pants off and had to work.
What? Huh? My ball, Yellow, keep distracting him.
Fuck you! Who is this guy above me?
Yo! Yellow!
I'm trying, dude.
He's trying on yours. Come on.
My fault, G. I can cut G.
Yeah.
Got him.
Yeah. Nice. Do you have spare food? I've only got 5 left.
Yeah, here you go.
Wait. Go in.
Here.
How's that guy have? He got mid loot.
Fuck! I just died in Minecraft!
I
Alright,
lost a
dude.
2v1. Oh, never mind.
Yellow, why did you want to go in on that? Why did you go in on that? We could have survived.
I was pushing him.
Wait, wait, Qndres, did you get knockback sorted too?
Yep.
We all died to a knockback sword. That's fucking insane.
Is your table okay, Qndres? I mean, I've had my table for 2 years. I think it's
Yeah.
fine. Qndres is too old for Disney. Wasn't around back in the day. Bro, I'm definitely was old enough for Disney. What I wasn't old enough was it Cartoon Network at night or something like that? I was not allowed to watch I wasn't allowed to watch Adult Swim, and also what was that show called before Adult Swim? Total Drama Island. I wasn't allowed to watch that because the girls had bikinis on. I couldn't watch girls with bikinis on when I was a kid.
Yo.
What?
Now you watch girls with bikinis all the time, right?
I don't.
Oh,
That's
men
crazy.
bikinis, same thing.
Yeah, only men. I love
Yo.
men. Wait, what? Huh?
Who just did that?
Is what? Stealing gear?
Here, sorry. It was snowballs.
Oh, there's a
Here.
team here?
You want
Let's go
AirPods?
give diamond swords.
Take my
Sure,
AirPods.
Thank you.
Okay,
They
okay.
fled.
Well, like a
So
Pokemon?
scared. Yeah.
Like a Pokemon?
Oh, diamond sword in here.
Like a Pokemon.
My fault here again.
All right.
Here you go. Here, I have a diamond sword for you.
It's
Ooh,
power
let's
balls. Get the
go.
leggings quickly.
Wait, that's not my diamond sword. Here you go. My fault. Power bows. All right. I'm geared up. Let's do some, bro. Let's do some. This guy. Yo. Kill this kid.
Yo.
Kill that do some guy.
Yo.
He's a
You're gonna
Greninja mod. You
kill
gotta kill him. Yo.
You're gonna get us killed.
Hold on. This is. Meow.
Nah, you're
Oh.
Where was he? They bridged over to us, man. That's so stupid. He
Yeah,
levied. He
no,
levied. He
levied.
levied.
Out.
Yeah, he's right there, Baablu. He's going in. Baablu, he's going in. There's two of them. Run away.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, minutes and last floor. Matt, last floor. I need that emote.
You guys are separated. Why is Kier not talking? Is he muted?
No, I'm here.
Andrew's critter.
You gotta sweat a little.
Getting cleaned by Blue. She's not letting you go, Andres. She's not letting you go, bro.
Yeah! The target is crazy. Who was that?
All
Who
right.
was that?
It was
Kier, you got
Beeline.
this. Kier, you got this. Kier, you got this. Kier, you got this.
Kier,
Are
got this,
you
Kier.
here, dude?
Yes, he's here. Look, he's literally clutching, bro.
He's not
Dude,
talking.
he's clutched
Oh,
up
am I
with
the
the
only
gang.
one left?
You got this, Kier. You
Yeah.
got this. Kier, if you get
I got
this,
this, guys.
I'll get the 1 sub to my chat.
Okay, I got this.
I'll give 15.
Guy above you.
Oh, Kier, please.
That
Kier.
guy? Yeah, Kier, you're getting
Oh, wait.
one of them.
Hold up.
Kier actually might be the
He's
guy.
not got
Kier might be
leggings,
the
by the
chosen
way.
one. What the fuck?
He's not got leggings. You could crit him out. 2-hit.
No, it's fine. He's
fine.
low. He's low. Wait, just let him play. Let him play. Like Kier
I'm
play.
just telling you, he's not got leggings. Oh, this is better.
Ah. GG's. Yo, Rabbit, thanks to follow.
Oh.
Late ass reaction.
No, bro, no, he definitely like stretched out first. Big stretch.
I actually just
What's
unqueued
going
him.
on? What's going on, bro?
Oh my god.
What'd you say?
I'll play like 2 more, by the way, because I gotta
Bro, that in chat, man.
get ready for 4.
For 4?
444.
Wait,
That
what?
was-
Doing it without Boosfer?
Yeah, because it's not. We don't need Booster. Right? Booster just wanted to join. See if he wanted to join. That's it.
Oh.
Bro,
okay.
But then I
you
said-
literally revoked my invite and you were gonna invite Boosfer?
No, I did not. No, Boosfer. No, that's not what it was. Okay, Yellow, I'm not cheating on you. I swear.
Dude, I'm like, I need an explanation here.
Okay, so pretty much.
Here, this guy invited me, then
Andre, you're not in our game.
Damn.
Wait,
Andre.
I'm not in your game. What do you mean?
You're not in our
game.
game.
What do you, bro? What do you mean? How am I? Not, I literally queued us together.
Yeah,
It's
you're
only
dead.
3 of
We're
us.
all in the game, but you're not. You gonna wait?
Oh, you're
out?
dead. Where
Uzi.
you join?
I can't. What do you mean I can't join? Hush hub. I'm literally. I have a black screen me.
Okay, but don't queue us. Don't queue us. Don't queue us.
All right, don't queue us. Yeah, let me just like talk my chat. Yeah.
No, don't do it, bro. We're gonna win,
Okay.
Let's
I'm
win
waiting.
in,
Waiting.
Let's win in 15 seconds.
dude.
We just started.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get all of middle, then put it in the void.
Well, you have like 10 seconds because the game's queuing. Get. I don't. What did I just say, bro?
I'm just rushing kills.
Bro, I really just. I just wobble whatever I just said.
Yep, I just stole middle and jumped in the void.
Meow.
That's so funny. By the way, did you guys know that you don't drop loot if someone warps you out of a game? I didn't know that.
Wow.
Because
Good
I
to
was
know.
fighting somebody, and then they weren't putting up a fight because they were getting warped. And then when I went over to where they died, they didn't drop anything. Is that AFK? No, I heard him sniff.
Meow.
Sniff glue. Bro.
Meow. 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 Hi, Jelly Smarty Pants. Hello. Am I the only one that's where, dude? Yo.
Baablu, you just went inside of my head and you were bald. What the frick?
It's not the first
There's
time I've been
nothing
inside
underneath
you.
that crown, bro. What the heck?
What?
I thought you had hair under there.
Dude.
Baablu, you just walked in front of my orb.
Shut the flip up, Yellow.
Behind
Oh.
you,
Ops,
Baablu.
ops.
This guy on me. This guy on me. Guy on me. Never mind.
These guys are done for.
Go.
Meow. 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 Meow.
Jason.
Meow.
Andres! Run. Andres, you run.
Wait, blood does not want me alive. No. Help. He doesn't actually want me alive.
I'm fucked.
How is he killing all of you?
She's an iron
Blood?
swordsman.
Yo,
Go.
that was the scariest thing I've ever witnessed in my life.
How did he get you so low, Baablu, after he was getting him so low?
Dude, he had an iron
Ability.
sword and he just crit me out.
Oh. Which is funny.
By the way, chat, join my Discord, please.
Oh, watch out.
My Discord is very cozy.
Okay.
Oh, fuck me.
Okay. What? You good,
If
bro?
you want, Baablu.
Yeah, chat, how long have I been streaming for? I already forgot.
6 years.
True.
Oh.
Once I was 7 years old, Mama told me, go get yourself
shit.
a friend so you'll be lonely.
Yeah, I might be dead here. Fuck me.
Hide your identity. Yellow died, no way.
Dude, somebody jumped down with a cobweb and landed on me, so I got stuck. That's the most bull thing I've ever seen.
Is it really the most bold?
There's a
thing
huge
you've
fight,
seen?
Andres.
They're all in high
Full
health still.
diamond on the line. Yeah, up there, there's a huge fight. Full
DJ!
diamond is about to die.
Andres, why are you on like one render distance? What the fuck?
Go up.
Because I
go
get more FPS. Hold on. I'm low.
You're not.
Behind you,
fucking
dude.
right.
There's
Behind
an
you.
op. There's a sneaky little op.
Yo, I'm
Why
getting
is
suicide.
red team not-
There's no way.
Bro.
There's no way. Dude. Andres
crazy.
on me. Andres on me. Okay,
Okay, I'll just not tell you about the people behind you next time.
Nah.
No. Okay, wait. Andres, what's this explanation about for being invited?
Oh yeah, so pretty much, we're queuing to the next game. I can't tell you right now. We're queuing up to the next game. I'll tell you later. I'll tell you tomorrow. I'll tell you tomorrow morning.
Okay, bro. I can still join. You want me to
No,
join?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you tomorrow morning.
You don't want me. You don't want me there?
Okay, it's not Yellow. It's not like.
More of a morning conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you want me there?
Yeah,
you want
No.
me to join?
No, it's a morning convo thing.
Yeah, it's more of a morning conversation.
Yeah, and in 30 minutes it's gonna be morning.
No, it'll be night for you. It's 12 a.m. for you. You know.
Yeah, which means morning.
Yeah, UHC player. Those are literally all UHC. That's a UHC player
Yeah, do
team.
you want me to join the manhunt and help?
Bro said
So-
yippee, UHC on top.
Unfortunately, it's not up to me. It's not.
That's
my
crazy,
manhunt.
bro. You want me to join the manhunt and help?
Yellow, it's the balls rematch, okay? Who's in the balls? Who's in the original balls match?
I
Huh?
have no idea.
Wow. So you haven't watched that video? That's my first video that hit 100K. You haven't watched the video?
I don't watch Minecraft videos, bro.
Wow. Wait. So you're fake? So you're trying to tell me?
What do you mean?
You don't watch my videos, and we're
I
friends.
said Minecraft, not yours. If I'm
Okay,
in a video, I'll watch it.
Okay, so so you don't watch my videos in general, and you don't watch Kier and Dev video. That's
I
crazy.
don't watch Minecraft videos, bro.
Wow.
So you don't watch Kier and Dev? That's crazy. That's fake.
I watch all your videos, Yellow Wolf.
Same. I do. I watch all Yellow's videos. I can tell you the
All
one.
your guys' videos.
I
You know
agree.
Red Oons is on orange.
Who?
Red Oons.
Oh, we're doing. Is he Christina?
No, he was talking to me in chat.
Yeah, Christina's the person who's got a rank. It wouldn't be them.
So who is that? Are they A Remedy?
No.
No, that's someone else. That's an actual person.
Oh, it's an actual person? I thought it was not a person.
No, I mean it's not. In
Well,
the
I
game.
thought that was like an AI, you know, like an AI generation of a person.
I'm fucking dead. Nice.
Killed someone?
You just killed Red Oons. You
Oh,
just killed Red
yeah.
Oons.
Oh. Sorry, Redunes. Oh fuck!
Someone's dropping below. Oh, never mind.
My goodness, Andres, that was so freaking sick.
What? What did I do?
You just saved me from that.
Wait, really? Did
Me
I?
and him were in the same cobweb.
Oh, hi, cracks. Cracks. Oh, what the f?
Did he kill me?
I kill identity.
We were both slapping him, man.
I wasn't slapping him.
dumb. You were. You were killing him.
You were slapping him?
I only slap. I only slap people I don't like.
Yo, mods, change the title. Why is Boosfer still in the title?
More views.
Why am I on? Bro, what do you mean?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Who are? No,
Oh, middle's
that's
not taken,
crazy.
by the way, Andres. Middle isn't taken.
I don't need it. I don't need yellow middle.
Okay, but what if there's like
Wait,
letters
I
and
just said like
pearls?
yellow's name backwards. Hello. Yo, why am I playing DDG, bruh? DDG's booty.
Mid.
Hold on, bruh. Hold on, bruh.
Okay.
Watch
They're
Jello.
fighting,
Watch it.
they're fighting.
Yeah, I know. I
There's TNT
don't have my
real quick.
pickaxe.
Don't go in.
Go in.
There's TNT. Okay. There's people fighting. He's
It's
gonna
cabbage. Wait, this guy's stream sniping. Wasn't he? Was he not just in parkour? Then didn't he be Kier in parkour?
Yeah.
No idea. Middle's still in the lead.
He's a big fan, dude.
You got him? 2.5? There's a guy above
Fuck.
you, so I mean under you. Careful. Why did you try and fight that? Okay.
Bro's a
He
fan.
was chosen.
Middle is still unloaded.
Okay, yellow. Thank you. But watch
I
this.
just want you to get mid, bro.
Why don't we get built off and just die?
I think yeah, but if someone else sees it, they're gonna go first.
Yellow, I'm slimy.
You have
What
letters?
the fuck? Andres, one of them is hiding in a wall and one of them is on the bottom part. I think you're fine to go to mid.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I die,
Actually, they're right under you. Yeah.
both of them, just one.
Just one.
One of them. One of them is literally hiding in a wall, like fully
Yeah,
boxed in.
You see the purple blocks opposite you? They're in that tower, like hiding inside it somewhere.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're
bet.
mining out.
I'm getting
Is it
built up a
power?
power one bow though. Yeah.
Well, you might need to just speed bridge there. Oh, he went down. Okay.
He's going for mid.
Quick, get middle. Bro,
Honestly, even if the purple one gets middle, they don't seem like they're gonna be.
It's,
I mean,
it's fucking
I'm not
useless.
gonna say anything.
What was it?
Diamond boots.
Really?
Getting jumped.
That's
Getting
it?
jumped. Getting jumped.
You just put on the. Oh my goodness.
This might be not a good thing for Andres. Oh. Tic tac toe. What is bro talking about?
Right.
Let's go, baby! 9
blew up
That was
kills.
crazy, actually. Yeah, that was actually crazy.
Clap, baby,
Block below
clap.
him.
Clap, baby,
So
clapped.
funny.
But that's the Babylon.
Wait, that's Babylon. Wait, it's Babylon. It's actually Babylon.
Bro, I just looked at your stream. What is your render distance, dude?
It's 2, bro. We
That's
get
what
more
I said. Bro,
FPS.
bro plays on
Dude,
like.
I can see the
why you
whole
got- right, yeah.
map. I can see the whole map, and you
Yeah,
just
but
got
my
like a.
okay. Yeah, well, okay. Look at my frames now. 111, And look at my frames now.
Get a better
Look.
computer, bro. I don't know what to tell
Yeah,
you.
chat, can someone buy me a better computer, please? Thanks. Okay, see, now I'm getting 500. Like, GG, bro.
500
Oh,
what?
Rendered FPS.
Okay.
No.
Do you know? Then last night, wait, no, I forgot how the song goes. And I, in the middle of June. We'll put one more, by the way. Yeah.
Well, with you, yeah. I don't know. Ah, frick, I didn't get cobwebs.
Sorry, I got them all.
AFK.
It's fine, it's fine.
Started?
Yeah, it's fine, Kier. You're good, though?
Okay, okay, it's okay. I'm here.
Are you good? Are you good, Kier? Are you good?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I fell.
Here, do you have sound on?
Yes. But like, you know.
I think I'm better than...
Why
Chat, I
is
think...
red team here, bro?
Bro, what do you think? What do you think? Who's in red?
They literally have came from the other side of the island.
I don't think...
That's insane, dude. That's insane. That is insane targeting.
No, that actually is crazy. Like, I didn't think it was that.
Hey,
cra-
look.
Okay, like, what the fuck is happening here?
Nah, Compro doesn't target, though. He's a viewer. He's a show viewer.
No, even led astray.
Kier! Yo, Kier's trolling. Kier's trolling.
No, 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 I'm not, I promise.
It's a strategy. It's a strategy.
That's right, strategy. Yeah. Kier! Yeah, this guy's a
How'd
troll,
that
bro.
guy get a full ass crit on me?
You guys need to get YouTube rank. I don't know, Yellow can't, but like.
I need 1,000 more.
What do you mean
I
I
got blast
can?
protection.
You,
Yo.
I don't know if they would give it to you.
Can you give me a shout out, please, on your YouTube channel so I can get it right now?
Oh.
Thanks.
Shadow Andre.
Guys, what are we doing? Can we
Hey
go
guys,
fight
just want to
somebody?
give you guys a shout out
Dude,
for
we
Qndres.
can't. We literally can't. Every angle we're pinned with. Yeah, I'm gonna stop. I was gonna go somewhere I didn't need to go.
Got him.
I'm dead.
I'm cleaning out the bottom. Oh, Kier's dead.
Oh
Fuck.
shit, I'm fucked.
I find I'll venue Kier.
Okay, so.
Killed one.
Andres!
I got him.
Oh my
I was
god. he
following
actually
the whole
so
time. I was
cute.
following him, dude. I was trying to kill him. Oh, Farby's in this. Okay, he's a sweat, bro.
Who?
Someone want boots? Random boots there.
Over
Me,
here, guys?
me.
I think I saw it. Yeah, I got it.
Guy above you. It's Compro.
Who?
He's a viewer of mine. He's a pretty chill viewer. I think about is you late at night. Bye, bisexual samurai.
Nice.
He had boots. Cool. Did you just call a guy sexual samurai?
No, his name's bisexual samurai, bro.
I thought you said sexual samurai.
What's wrong with that?
It's funny.
No.
Where is that guy? How did he?
Yo.
Slash
Nah, he's
Spanish.
been in a bunch of our games.
Surely Andres wins this battle.
Let's go, baby.
She did.
Good last
Okay.
game then, huh?
Okay, yeah, that was it for me. That was it for me. Yep, that was it for me.
That was
Is
enough
it for you guys as well?
gaming for the last.
I hope Dev wakes up in 15 minutes,
Oh, we're done
hopefully.
gaming?
Yeah, well, I'm
we
gonna,
can just-
well, you know. Yeah, I can keep playing, by the way.
I'm done.
Yeah, just.
I'll be back, though. I'll be back. I'll be back. All right, chat. All right, Jess. It is it for me. That is it for me. Gotta record my video right now in like 10 minutes. So, chat, thank you guys for watching, though. It was a good stream today. Thanks for being here. Thanks for lurking. Thanks to all the lurks. Thanks for the bits. Thanks for the subs today. Are they crazy? I am gonna raid someone, though, so stay for the raid. Literally stay for the raid. Please stay for the raid. If you stay for the raid, I'll give you like nothing, but still stay for the raid. Oh my god. Okay. Who do I raid, chat? Chat, who shall I raid? Anyone? Chat? Any? Is your streamer live, chat? Chat, who is live? What streamer is live for you? I'll raid anyone. Let me know right now. Who is live? Who is live? Who's live? I have Maths. You can raid Maths. Chandiggly Dog. Kyle F. IDK knows. Feinberg. Feinberg is live. Hmm. No, thanks for watching, guys. I appreciate you guys all watching, for lurking. This makes me want to stream tomorrow again. I'm probably gonna stream tomorrow at 11 again, chat. Actually, I have a recording. I'm probably gonna stream after my recording tomorrow, if that's okay with you guys. Like around this time. I got 3, okay, chat? Just show me Discord. Please, just show me Discord. Join this Discord right now. And literally, I'll tell you guys when I'm live. Says, I'll raid. I'm a raid. Chat, who do I raid, bro? Should I raid someone playing MC? I can raid Chan. Oh, actually, I can raid Mefs. Mefs is playing. I'm raiding Mefs. He's really cool person. Please be nice to this chat. Okay, chat. I will catch y'all later. Thank you for watching my stream. I love everyone. Everyone's my kitten. Okay, bye kittens. Bye kittens. Bye. Bye. 07. Peace out. Bye. All right. All right, there we go. Pretty good song now to end the stream. Yeah. Actual jammer. Yep. Yeah. Good song. All right, guys. Peace out. Bye. 07.